Wow,
hey everybody.
Those openings, man, you have stepped up your game, son.
All right, hang on 1 second. I don't know why, Rob, but I can't hear right now, but it's okay. Hold on. There we go. Very good.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. What nice compliment did you just make?
I was just saying how you have stepped up your intro game, man. You put me to shame. I'm like, I better go on Fiverr and find some really talented artists.
You know what service I got? Actually, videos. Do you know videos?
Yeah.
I love it. It's fantastic.
Those are all great. Very, very impressive.
Oh, thanks, buddy. And truly, I mean, video is not my first love. It was always audio. So this is how I've spent my time with COVID, is learning how to do better video and stuff. So it's been an education, and you have helped me, Rob Burnett, because you're the one that directed me to StreamYard.
Oh, well, yes. I'm glad you are making good use of it. I mean, it seems to me you went from being a broadcaster to being a vlogger, a videocaster. You're on all the time. Every time I turn on Facebook, you were talking to somebody amazing.
Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, well, like I said, I've been doing the podcast for 15 years. You've been on for a good 5 of those years.
Yeah.
And I've amassed a nice little Rolodex, and I'm reaching out to my friends. We're all sitting around. I mean, it's easier to not only book comic creators, but even television and film people that I know. And so yeah, I mean, and also truly as a broadcast nerd, I'm fascinated by this sad period that we're in. Yeah. How everyone not only is coping with it, but also how it's sparking their creativity. And that's the good news, I think. A lot of creative people are, finding inspiration in these tough times to create things.
I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, it's so funny. So during this entire quarantine, one of the things that I did was I produced an entire DVD, Blu-ray special edition with, I produced this movie 12 years ago, The Hills Run Red. Yes. And Dave Parker, the director, and I were always like, we got no love. It never came out on Blu-ray. It was the only Dark Castle Entertainment movie that never came out on Blu-ray. And then Scream Factory, which is basically the Tiffany label for horror in the United States, said that they were putting out, and Cliff McMillan, who runs the company, we approached him and said, bruh, we got plenty of stuff we could fill that disc with. And he let us. And it was so cool. So I dragged out, I shot a lot of tape. I shot a lot of stuff 12 years ago in Bulgaria when we were shooting the movie. I've been hauling around these tapes for 12 years. I didn't know if they would ever see the light of day. And I hadn't looked at them in 12 years. And because I sat down and interviewed the cast, including Bill Sadler, and who's now in Bill and Ted's coming back to play Death, and Bill and Ted Face the Music. So, and then Dave went out and did a bunch of new interviews with people that were involved in the film, and then I did the on location stuff. And we basically, between the two of us, we finished the entire post we started and finished the post on this special edition, and I was sequestered from March to May 1st, and we had to deliver on May 1st, and they put the disc out June 16th. And that is normally you wait 6 months when you deliver special features, and they put it out. And it was really, we created 6.5 hours of new special features during this, quarantine time. And it was pretty amazing. And then doing my own YouTube show and reaching out to people, like you said, I interviewed like David Goodman, who's president of the WGA and executive producer on Orville, who I kind of know. And you call people up and go, hey, man, would you want to come on my show and do an interview? People are like, sure. A year ago, it'd be like, oh, no, I'm too busy.
Too busy, absolutely.
And nowadays, people want to talk. And I think in a way, like you pointed out, this has been look, this is not to make light of people that have lost their lives, lost their livelihood, and people can't make mortgage payments and haven't been able to work. And that's one side of it. But the flip side is that I think it has, in a strange way, brought at least the creative community around the world closer together. People have forged relationships that didn't exist before, and the fact that we can get on, talk about using our technology to the benefit of everybody. I've listened to some incredible interviews and on your show and on the other people's shows, just people you sit down, and who's going to sit down with you for 2 hours? And then you and I both participated in the third Mainframe Comic-Con, a total fan-run event that was, which came because of COVID, and they've done 3 of them. And I've had incredible conversations with people there. Lisa Emery, who's the villainess in Ozark. How would I have ever talked to her? And it was Howard Chaykin. You've talked to Howard lately, but for me, it's been a lot of fun. And in a way, I kind of feel a little guilty that look, I'm over it. Don't get me wrong. I want to go to the beach. I want to go to a bar and get drunk, and I'll eat fish and chips and watch people come and go. We haven't done any of that. It's like I get to go to the grocery store, and it's my big outing for the week. When are we going to go? I need to go get gummy bears.
What's your candy from Washington that you love so much?
Okay, my favorite candy in the world is cinnamon saltwater taffy, but it has to be from Bruce's Candy Kitchen in Cannon Beach, Oregon. And what's interesting about it was my aunt used to live in Seaside, Oregon, which is right next door to Cannon Beach. And I love the Oregon coast. That area is just beautiful. And so I went there as a kid, like when I was 5, the first time I went there. And Bruce's Candy Kitchen was like there. And they made their cinnamon saltwater taffy recipe has not changed in 50 years. And for whatever reason, I put it in my mouth. It's like if you mixed like pure MDMA and the best cocaine you've ever had, that's what it's like to me when I put it in my mouth. It's ecstasy and awesome blow at the same time. I feel like I should be, every time I have one, I should be at Studio 54. Steve Rebell would just let me on through. That's my fantasy. And like I would hang out with Andy Warhol in the factory. And that's what I would be that's how I feel when I have Bruce's Candy Kitchen cinnamon saltwater taffy. Now, a lot of people don't even like, when I was growing up, hot tamales were my movie candy of choice. And I used to get accused by my friends of the only reason I bought hot tamales is so I didn't have to share them because no one liked cinnamon candy. I'm like, come on. That is not true. Cinnamon candy's been my jam my whole life. Don't you accuse me of that. I'll get you Mike and Ike's just to share. It's cool. That was a Farrah candy too. Sometimes I would do that. I'm like, hey, look, man, you can't have my hot tamales. I know you don't want them, but here's some Mike and Ike's.
Can you get your saltwater taffy mail order or whatever?
Yes, but I'll tell you something. I try and forget that that's possible.
Sure.
Because when I get it, I'm all Tony Montana. Like, I want to stick my face like I do because it comes in boxes or you can get a bag, and I just put my head in it and just be, I'd hoover that up. If you could dry it out and chop it up into small granules, I would sniff it. But you snort it. But you can't. You can't because it's so gooey and sticky. And see, I have a way of eating. You put it in you put 3 or 4 of them in your mouth. And I have like a deep roof of my mouth. And when it gets malleable enough, I use my tongue and just push it up.
Sure.
And I can just run my tongue over it. It lasts for like 5 or 10 minutes. It's glorious.
Welcome to food porn. with our
Yeah,
guest
I mean,
Meyer
it's
Burnett.
I'm
Absolutely.
telling people way more than they probably want to know about me, but
No, it's all
and
good.
you know, and as a middle-aged man with one foot in his grave, people are like, "Should you be eating that kind of candy?" And you know, yes. The answer is yes, I should.
I totally understand, Rob. Absolutely. That's fantastic. Well, first of all, great to see you as always.
Good
And
to see you. Thanks for having me. Always good to come back.
my pleasure. Absolutely.
And thanks for the support, the ongoing support of my channel. You're always there, and
I like what you do,
I try
Rob.
and throw it back to you.
I like what you do. It's that simple. And seriously, I mean, from the first I saw Free Enterprise, and God, 21 years ago, and meeting you at San Diego as we did years and years ago.
Yeah.
And that's what started us talking on my podcast. And no, I'm thrilled that you're doing this. You know, you started Robservations, your YouTube show, while I was stuck in the hospital with this nasty leg infection that thankfully I'm past. And honestly, it was like, oh God, something to look forward to. Because I was like stuck in the hospital for like 5 weeks for this crazy thing.
Well,
but it's okay now. Everything's all right.
That's good.
I'm watching myself with the COVID nonsense, but
Yeah, it's no joke. I mean, what's so strange is it's not like other countries in the world don't have this as well, but we have it a lot worse than them. And people are like, no, this is a Democrat plot to discredit Donald Trump. And you're like, what?
I know. It's ridiculous. It really is.
We never landed on the moon. What can I say? As I wear my NASA
I told
shirt.
you, Joe Rogan believes. So yeah, unfortunately, Joe Rogan a moon denier. So I mean, and really, Joe Rogan, it's like, come on, man, what are you thinking? Whatever.
You can actually get you can from your backyard, if you have the right telescope that's strong enough, you can see the landing sites.
I didn't know that. That's amazing. That's fantastic.
Also, when Blu-ray was new, the Japanese, like I'm always going to Amazon Japan, Amazon France, Amazon UK.
Germany,
of course, now they're not Amazon Germany and buying things. Now half of them won't ship to America, which is really frustrating because there's a lot of stuff coming out that I want. But the Japanese put out a Blu-ray. They sent up their Kaguya, I think it's Kaguya probe, and it had high definition cameras on it, and it was just orbiting the moon.
Wow.
And it was HD, and the disc was like $150, but it was like 20 minutes of HD footage of the moon from this probe. And they show you at sections where, okay, here we're flying over the Sea of Tranquility, where Apollo 11 landed, and you can see it. So
that's amazing. And the stuff that's still there, obviously.
Yeah, it's just there.
Wow. Yeah, I know. No, that dude, you remember, and this is one of the reasons why I love talking to you, that Andy Griffith TV show, Salvage
1, yeah.
Salvage 1.
It was TV movies first, and then it became a series.
And yeah, the whole thing was he was, the astronaut farmer was pretty much the same premise for people watching who've never seen Salvage. But it was Junkyard Man builds his own rocket, and his whole thing is, I want to salvage all the stuff they left on the moon.
Right.
And it's ridiculous, but it was fun, and it was certainly fun being our ages. I'm a little bit older than you.
Yeah.
And no, it was amazing. So no, I love that stuff. And yeah, man, I was an Apollo kid. I was 4 when they landed on the moon, and my parents and grandfather made certain that I knew exactly what was happening. And literally, like, you see that up there, the moon? Yeah, those guys on TV, they're there right now. Wow.
Right.
And they had all the National Geographics and every magazine that had all the extensive, coverage of it all and stuff. So no, I was an Apollo kid, and to this day, I even bought the Hot Wheels. I'm pointing at it. It's off camera, and it's too far to reach. But they made a special Hot Wheels when John Glenn went back on the shuttle.
Right. Yes, I remember that. I've got Bandai put out. I have these cool here in the office. These 1/44 scale, a Saturn V, and a space shuttle.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a huge real space fan. And nowadays, watching SpaceX land booster rockets with precision that drop from orbit after they've launched whatever their payload is, and they're reusing them. These rockets they're reusing, these boosters have been reused 4, 5, 6 times, and I never not get a charge out of watching those things land upright. And they've got it down to a science now. I mean, they were landing those things in barges at sea. It's insane. The technology is insane. And at least, there's been a lot of significant SpaceX launches over the last 6 months.
Absolutely.
And that is sort of, because look, I'm I'm a futurist. I've always wanted to live in the future because that's where we're going to spend the rest of our lives, as Criswell said.
Thank you, Criswell. Yes.
But there is so much cool stuff going on technologically, people pushing the boundaries, and I've always believed in that. As a child of the Apollo program, I mean, I was very sorry to see it curtailed, Apollo 17. And I remember as a kid, when Skylab was in danger, if not, they had to fix Skylab. And that's a story that not a lot of people know. I pitched a direct-to-video movie at Warner Brothers, The Right Stuff 2, and it would all be about how they saved Skylab. Of course, they didn't. They only saved it for a little while, but it was up for a while. We had our space station there for a while, and it was cool looking. And as a kid, I'm like, ooh, I love Skylab.
Well, even remember $6 Million Man would tie into Skylab. So it's like that. Or it's so funny. Cozy ran a 2-parter a couple months ago of Steve going back to the moon, and Jack Colvin, the reporter, Mr. McGee from The Incredible Hulk, is the bad guy in that 2-parter. And it was like, for being 1979, of Universal TV and stuff, it's like not bad. They did okay. It was credible enough looking for television of the 70s.
I mean, that show was on the show I've been doing with Elizabeth on YouTube, whining about movies. We did the Andromeda Strain, and I always forget that the first regular episode of the $6 Million Man used stock footage from the Andromeda Strain, when there's the small town and everybody's knocked out by the sound weapon or whatever it was. And I'm still in love with Stephanie Powers, the alien Stephanie Powers, who ran Bigfoot. Bigfoot worked for her. They had that ice thing that they went through that was at Universal. I'm still in love with Stephanie Powers.
The tunnel.
That tunnel.
Yes. Oh, and don't get me wrong. We can spend a moment on Stephanie Powers, absolutely, especially 1970s Stephanie Powers. Ooh. Yeah.
Redheads.
So funny. Mm-mm. That's Mrs. H. She's gorgeous.
I'm surprised that hasn't been rebooted into a feature film franchise.
Heart to Heart?
Heart to Heart.
I'm surprised it hasn't been rebooted as a television one, given we've got Magnum and Hawaii Five-0.
Yeah, I mean, you'd think the John McTiernan directed The Thomas Crown Affair was kind of like Heart to Heart. You had Rene Russo, and you had our favorite, well, not our favorite James Bond, but you had Pierce Brosnan.
A fine Bond.
And I love that movie. Not that I don't like the original, but the remake is great.
There's very few good remakes, and I would say that it's a worthy remake. Absolutely. It does have its own character. And I do I forgot McTiernan directed it. That's, again, this is why I'm glad you're on, because we can have these conversations. So, absolutely, man. What's crazy? Real short, back to like I said, the Hot Wheels thing. That has been my nerd purchase during COVID, specifically Hot Wheels size cars. And I'm glad, because I guess the craze maybe came back around 2008 to 2012. And I think a lot of companies like Johnny Lightning and all these other ones came out with Hot Wheels size replicas of TV and Hollywood cars.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't want the rare stuff. It's so funny. Fans have sent me articles. In fact, Mark Lefevre, who was here, even sent me one about the pink van from Hot Wheels. They're like, that's the rarest Hot Wheel and stuff. And I'm like, no, man, I'm simple. I want the 66 Batmobile. I've been looking for the Green Hornet car, and all I could find, and I got it before they clamped down on international imports to the U.S., but I got a Black Beauty that is bigger than a Hot Wheels. I think it's 1:45 scale.
Right.
It's like 5 or 6 inches long. But I really love the Hot Wheels size, and just the weight of a good die-cast Hot Wheels size car.
Now, I have to ask you, one of my new favorite things on YouTube, have you seen 3D Bot Makers channel?
No, talk to me.
Okay, they race Hot Wheel cars.
Oh my god!
But they shoot it like it's a real car race. They have multiple camera angles, and they have this giant miniature set, and then they do a play-by-play with these announcers. That I mean, somebody sent this to me. I want to say 6 months ago. John, it is a rabbit hole. I'm gonna send you. I'll put the link right here in the chat.
If you would, that'd be great. Thank you, please. Because I do want to see that.
I'll put it in. You'll sit down, and if you like diecast cars, and who doesn't? There's the link in your
Thanks, buddy. Lovely.
and
All
I'm
right.
going to put it in.
I was gonna say we could share it on the chat.
Yeah, I was going to say, how come I can't put it in the live?
If you can, I will. Oops. Oh, he dropped out. He'll come back. That's cool. See, this is why I love talking to Rob. And I'm sorry that he popped out, but I'm sure he'll come back. He's got the link, so don't worry, everybody. Man, I'm so excited to talk to him about the Star Wars news that's going on. Oops. Actually, I just put it back in the private chat. Here we go. Now I'll put it in the regular chat. So here's what Rob was talking about. There you go, and it's everywhere. And hey, seriously, all of you that have shown up from the Post Geek Singularity, I really appreciate you guys coming on and joining us tonight. I'm always happy to talk to Rob, and for years we've been pre-recording, and we've only done 1 or 2 live. So hopefully he'll come back, and I'll put up my Twitter just in case. That's how we talk usually, is direct messaging through Twitter. But let's see. I'll wait for him. There he is. He's coming back.
I guess I just got so excited, that I hit the wrong button.
No problem, buddy. I put it in the chat.
That's what she said.
Exactly.
Wrong button. But yeah, these guys. You know what I love about our internet culture is the crazy creativity. Like it always amazes me that people think stuff up like that. I mean, like that might have been something I would have come up with, like at a bar with some friends of mine. Like, yeah, wouldn't it be great to race Hot Wheel cars, or build a set and shoot it like they're real races? Well, someone did it, and you look at that, and I love that. And I sent it to my nephew. I sent it to my sister and her nephew, and he sends me back. They send me back pictures where they built a giant Hot Wheels track, and it was in like the alley between like their townhome community. So it's in the back, and they've got like all the kids out there racing their cars. And we used to do that. Like in our backyard, we had a really long, I'd say it was probably like 100-foot long Hot Wheels track. And we had a kind of a split level backyard, so we could have it go down and down and down and down. And we would spend all day, like during the summer. I mean, and you'd race. You might have 50 Hot Wheels cars, and your friend had 50 Hot Wheels cars, and their friends had 50 Hot Wheels cars, and you had to pit every car against each other. So you had like 150 races and more. It was just, it was. I love that kids are still doing that, because there's something about the physicality, like you said, holding a die-cast car in your hand that you don't get playing a video game.
No.
And to have the cars and actually you can race them, it's just.
I'm glad too that Elizabeth has convinced you to start freeing the toys, buddy. Because I understand you're a hardcore crew. I get it. I totally get it. But you really are. You're denying yourself half the joy of having this shit, man.
Well, I used to be a staunch, if you buy toys, you should throw away the boxes.
Okay.
And with Hot Toys, the boxes are art unto themselves, and usually they have a lot of accessories. But it's getting to the point where I actually saw a YouTuber that I watch. I hate to say I actually have favorite action figure collecting YouTube channels, but here's where we are in this modern day. And there's a guy in Hong Kong who just flat out said he did a segment of what do I do with my boxes. And he has this beautiful display with these glass cases and all illuminated. And he said, look, I live in Hong Kong. I don't have room. I would have to have an extra wall of Hot Toys boxes. I throw my boxes away. And I used to do that. Then I felt guilty because you could resell Hot Toys boxes or Hot Toys figures, and they're worth a lot more money.
Absolutely.
But I'm going back because some of my boxes, I've been hauling them around. They get damaged and they're just old. And if you have them in, even though a garage, it's hot, the glue will start to separate. And now, like Elizabeth says, free the toys. And I have so many toys, and I'm like, what am I waiting for? Like this mythical day when I have a big enough house that I can stick all of this stuff in.
Yeah.
I'm like, nah. And I'm enjoying opening my toys. And like right over there, I can see these really expensive die-cast Japanese robots that I have by a company called Future, and they're robots from Go Nagai's series Getter Robo G, which is and they were brought here. Little versions of them were brought here in the 70s as Mattel put them out as Shogun Warriors.
Oh, sure. Okay. Yeah,
so,
of course.
Yeah. So when I was a kid, I loved Shogun Warriors, but I did not know they were all from Japanese super robot cartoons of the 70s. So I developed this fetishistic attachment to them without knowing what they were. I knew them as the toys, but now I have a lot of those things on video. And, you know, as an adult man, there's not a whole lot they have the cartoons have to offer me, but I still love the mecha designs and the super robot toys. And, you know, I hate it when Elizabeth comes in and she goes, those look like kids' toys. Those don't look like, and I'm like, those are $500 each. What are you talking about? Those are not kids' toys. And she's like, yeah, but the colors and everything. And I'm like, they're supposed to look like that. I mean, don't you know? These are Go Nagai design these. Come on, man. And but it's fun. I mean, it's fun because I have such cool toys, and why not open them? I mean, there's a company called 1612 that used to be Product Enterprises that make all these Eagle transporters from Space 1999.
Great stuff.
And you know, I've been buying them. I'm like, I'm just gonna open them all.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna throw away the boxes. I know people are gonna be like, but now I've got this awesome 3-shelf display of all these Eagles, you know, and I'm like, great, and they keep making more.
That's fantastic. I discovered, first of all, of course, speaking of Space 1999, you got to talk for a minute about Gerry Anderson. And first there was that super animation documentary about the history of his company. But then also there's like, and I'm sure you saw it too, there's like a 2.5 hour like combination of a bunch of unsold pilots that he did.
Yeah.
And there's one even, and I know you love this guy, Voltan, Brian Blessed, is like the captain of one of them and stuff. And I just love the design of those Gerry Anderson shows, both live action and the marionette.
The one that you're talking about is a movie. It has 2 titles. It was shown here as Into Infinity in America when it first aired. It's an hour-long show, and then it's also called The Day After Tomorrow.
Yes, I heard of it as Day After Tomorrow. Okay, go on.
Yeah, and like I have the Gerry Anderson fan club, Fanderson, released a DVD of that, which I have, and Nick Tate, I believe, is in it from Space 1999, and it's about like a family that leaves in a ship called the Altares that's very reminiscent of Space 1999, and they go through a black hole, you know, at the end. And it was supposed to teach kids about astrophysics and science, like the red shift and blue shift when you travel into light speed, and it's really cool. Like I think it's on like YouTube. You can watch it, but it's awesome. And
it is on Amazon Prime, or was.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think it still is. So yeah.
I mean, I don't know if they've ever retransferred into HD, but I would love to see an HD version of that. And also Journey to the Far Side of the Sun, which is the feature film that they made with most of the cast and crew of UFO, which is a really cool, really interesting science fiction movie about a mirror Earth that orbits on the opposite side of the sun, and it gets a little trippy at the end too. I mean, I'm a huge fan of Gerry Anderson, and especially all the ship designs. I mean, you can't be a kid who grew up in the 70s and not love the Eagle transporter.
Totally, and even the from the 60s, all the Thunderbird vehicles and everything, and sets and everything. It's so my 2 young nephews who now are in their late 20s or mid 20s and late 20s. When they were little kids, I showed them the Thunderbirds DVDs, and they did get excited because it was toys. It was all toys.
Yeah,
and they got
I mean, they were literally watching toys on the screen, walking and talking, and even smoking. The Super Marionettes would light up, which I love. Lady Penelope, Crichton Ward, and there's a great. I think the name of the episode of Thunderbirds is The Martian Invasion.
Okay,
and it begins with a film crew making this movie about a science fiction movie about a Martian invasion that. It actually happens, and it's the best. You know, I love all that stuff.
It's hilarious, man. No, they were Gerry and Sylvia. They were an incredible team, and everyone that worked for them. And that super animation documentary really gives all the behind the scenes people their due.
You know, the new Thunderbird series that Weta Workshop had done it had CG. The characters were CG, but they used real model work. Was a lot of fun.
Interesting.
It was really good, and I recommend it to anybody who's a Thunderbird fan because it certainly does not besmirch the memory of Thunderbirds.
Well, while we're on the subject of 60s British TV, I'm glad that you are rewatching The Prisoner.
Yeah,
and you're doing it. And then tell me the YouTuber's name that you guys are bouncing on each other's channels.
Well, yeah, his name's Az, but he goes heel versus Babyface is his channel. Now, I didn't know. What's really been fun for me too is there's a whole ecosystem of movie punditry.
Yes.
And I'd been in it for 5 years, but
Yeah.
I was always guesting on someone else's show, so I'd walk on, I would talk and leave. But in starting my own channel, I've gotten to know a lot of people, and for the most part, I've met a lot of people that I really like. And I met I do sometimes Midnight's Edge shows, and
Sure.
I dabble with what's called the Fandom Menace, which is so funny because people are like, Rob, you're nothing like the people over on the Fandom Menace. And I'm like, we're all fans.
Yeah.
You know, they might
Yes.
have differing points of view than me, but everybody's been nothing but very nice to me. And I met and we were talking about The Prisoner. He's like, we should do we should rewatch The Prisoner and do a show where we talk about every episode. And I'm like, that's a really good idea. And he said, why don't I'll host one week and then you host another week. So and he's got like 250,000 subscribers.
I've seen that, and yeah. Now he's part of that Fandom Menace, or is he?
I don't know. Maybe he's Fandom Menace adjacent.
Yeah. no judgment or anything, because I agree with you. Listen, I don't agree with everything Gary from Nerderotic says, but I find him entertaining. Doomcock, I didn't know about Doomcock until you were talking about him. And again, don't agree with everything he says, but I find him entertaining. I'd say the same thing about the Midnight's Edge guys. But their stuff is interesting. It's fun to watch. I watch it tongue in cheek. Some things I absolutely agree with them. I mean, I'm frustrated by most new Star Trek, and I'm sure we'll talk about that in a second or so. But yeah, I mean, but it's great. But yeah, man, The Prisoner, good Lord. I mean, again, while you were watching it on the Northwest Coast, I was watching it in Chicago when my public television station was replaying it.
That was the first time in the early 80s.
Although my parents
late 70s, early 80s?
It was 70s. It was definitely 70s. Because it was when I was even in, like, I want to say junior high. When I really watched it. Because my parents were big Anglophiles. They loved the Avengers. And they watched The Prisoner and Secret Agent when it was on. And I do know that it was on like as a summer replacement for Jackie Gleason in that original year. And my parents were watching, and I do remember seeing it, as a very tiny kid or whatever. But I really got into it as a junior high school fan, and it's only made my mind explode as I got older and appreciated the analogies and the things that we're talking about as I got older. It's a great. I love that show.
Well, what's really interesting is a lot of those British shows were. They did new transfers for Blu-ray for HD, and like I have the Japanese box set of the Thunderbirds and UFO because they were put out there before they were put out here, and luckily when The Prisoner came out, as a matter of fact, Network put out this box set of The Prisoner on Blu-ray, and it came with as I'm reflecting off the
That's
thing.
All good. Don't worry.
Yeah, but it came with a book about the production of the show, and it's a great. The transfers that they've done are just gorgeous because unlike, say, television from the mid '80s onward, which was all posted on tape, the older shows were all cut on film, so they have negative for them, and when they clean them up and scan them, they're just gorgeous. And I was buying them all. Luckily, the Prisoner Blu-rays are really hard to come by, but now you can see them. They're streaming and
they're
it's
on
easy.
Amazon Prime.
And
it's Secret Agent.
Yeah, and to go back and watch that stuff, it's so great. But that's the thing what's so strange to me about watching The Prisoner is just how prophetic it really is. I mean, we watched The Schizoid Man today, and the gaslighting upon gaslighting upon gaslighting that happens, and what is truth and what is identity and what does it all mean? I don't think the show's ever been more resonant than it is today.
I agree with you. And also, it was funny. I saw a moment of your show today where someone was pointing out that early 60s Patrick McGoohan film called All Night Long, where he's the jazz drummer. And have you ever seen that movie?
I have never. I did not know that, and I saw the clip. I'm like, oh my god, I'm so in.
You got to see this movie. They ran it on Turner a couple months ago when they were doing a whole month of jazz and film, because the Brubeck Quartet is in there, and I forget which other real jazz people of the moment were in there in this early '60s movie, and it's a jazz analogy of Othello, and the black guy they keep cutting to in that drum sequence is the Othello character, and McGoohan is Iago, and it's a really cool early '60s, and it has that same basic sensibility and aesthetic as Secret Agent and The Prisoner in terms of the music. I was seeing if it was the same music people involved with the movie, and it's not, but it really does. It's definitely of that period, and yeah, just as a McGoohan fan, you're gonna go nuts. It's such a
Uh,
cool movie.
I love. There's nothing better than '60s Patrick McGoohan. I mean, give me some Ice Station Zebra. Give me The Prisoner. I mean, I love me some Patrick McGoohan. And as far as I'll watch any movie that is focused on jazz. Like if I wasn't alive now, I would love to have been alive like in mid '60s Paris,
Yes.
hanging out in jazz clubs. You know, smoking my ridiculous cigarettes, wearing a beret, and meeting women that were bad for me. But I couldn't help myself.
It's funny. That's the one movie that I was, and obviously we know that a lot of these networks they'll license films for a year or whatever, and so that even Turner might only have like a certain movies that they have uh, access to put in this thing, but they didn't. I was surprised that Round Midnight wasn't in a part of that package and
Oh,
mentioning yeah, and then Dexter Gordon. It's such a beautiful movie.
I love that movie so much, and I have the soundtrack I played a million times, Herbie Hancock soundtrack. Um, I have written. I do not know why Warner Archive. Warner Archive is the division of Warner Brothers that puts out a lot of catalog titles that the main Warner Home Video wouldn't put out, but their bit rates are higher than Warner Home Video's bit rates, so the picture is impeccable. And Round Midnight is a movie. I mean, people just don't know Round Midnight. Bertrand Chavagné directed that. People don't know that film. And Dexter Gordon's basically playing a thinly veiled version of himself.
Yes.
And it's so good. But I have hope. Like a couple weeks ago, Kino Lorber put out Jean-Jacques Benex's Diva.
Oh,
and
wow. Sure.
and and it's beautiful. I mean, it's a grail disc of mine. And as the studios are completely not interested in putting out their old catalog titles. And unfortunately, there's less and less people that like. I have a theory that my own little theory is that most pop culture lasts 20 years and then it kind of drops off. There's fans of it, but it drops off because it's a multi-generational thing. And as you grow older, like, I mean, I used to think to myself, I'm going to buy every record on the Rolling Stone college album chart until I die. Well, that didn't last very long.
I mean, the same problem. I know what you mean.
By the time I got to be 30, I'm like, and then popular music over the last 20 years, you have to search for it. And does anybody play their own instruments anymore? I mean, there's a lot of bands that do, but
I know what you mean, though.
But it's just a different thing. I mean, growing up as a child of the 80s, especially the music, I've talked about this a lot, that pop culture, music, movies, fashion, television, all of it, because MTV came out in 81. And,
right.
I remember going to see The Hunger in 83, and I was really big into the fact that, oh, yes, I love my goth music. And,
Bowie,
I had read Whitley Strieber's book, and then suddenly I'm like, oh, my God, there's Peter Murphy and Daniel Ash and Daniel Ash and David J. And I'm looking at this going, this is Bauhaus is opening this movie, and then if that wasn't enough, then David Bowie comes on, and I'm thinking, this is like the goth. First of all, Bela Lugosi's Dead is like the goth Stairway to Heaven, which the movie opens with, and then you've got the thin white Duke himself playing a vampire, and Catherine Deneuve from the Umbrellas of Cherbourg, who's one of the most beautiful women in the world, and they're all in the opening 5 minutes of this movie, and I'm thinking to myself, this could be the coolest opening 5 minutes of, and then they kill two people and drink their blood, put them in a furnace, and then you're hearing the Schubert Trio. I'm like, this is the greatest movie ever made, and it looks like it's all music video. Tony Scott is the first feature he made, and that was what pop culture was like. But you had to know all of that. You had to know all of these things had to mean something to you, and it was so great because it all worked in tandem. I used to go to Tower Records on the weekends and rifle through the 12-inch import section and pick things like Blue Monday by New Order. This looks like a giant computer disc. I'm going to buy this 12-inch. I don't know what this is, and you take it home, and I'm like, this is the greatest thing I've ever heard. And that's how I found so many bands. And I did the same thing with CDs when I started buying CDs in 83. You know, they when they came in those plastic, the cardboard, the long boxes, the CD would be up the top, and you'd
Yes.
flip through them, and
Yes.
the import discs would just be like blank, because they would the British discs didn't come with those sleeves. Those are so the Tower Records people would put them in these blank sleeves, so they didn't say anything on them. And you look at the CD package, you go, "What's this?" And I'm like, "I don't know, but it looks cool. I'll go buy it." You know, I don't know what I've never heard of the band A Certain Ratio. I mean, I know they're on Factory, that's the label that New Order's on, so I'll buy it. You know, and that's what you do, and you'd listen to this stuff, and I'm like, this is A Certain Ratio wasn't that good, or something like the Darude, like the Darude column. I was really into the Darude column, and it was all this weird, and then of course 4AD, the 4AD record label. I'm like, I'm gonna buy every 4AD CD. Like, I knew nothing about Ivo. I knew nothing about the 23 envelope, the people that designed the covers I just loved everything they put out. And I'm like, I'll buy it.
I was like that with IRS. Records. I was perfect age. Those are my high school years. Chronic Town came out 79, my freshman year. They are the REM EP, I believe that was what it was called.
Yeah.
Chronic Town. Yeah, no, and you know, in fact, I even remember early MTV having like a special called the IRS Show. And they had all the great bands, and right now I'm blanking and stuff. But yeah, no, you're right. Even like that's where I discovered Jaluka with Scatterlings of Africa. It's still one of my favorite songs. So, and then I lucked out, and a decade later, I was working at WXRT, the new wave alternative rock station in Chicago, and worked for them for 10 years. And as I say, it was like living in a Monkees episode, because like every month, some cool band would come in and play live and talk to everybody, and it was just like I had no idea how good I had it. It's like you at Warner Brothers, I imagine, when you were in the '90s and having as much fun as you were having and stuff, living the studio life.
Yeah, I mean, but it was even being a teenager. Like, I was lucky in that I worked, because as a movie fan, starting at 13 years old, I started working in video stores when the only people that walked into VCRs were $1,500, and the only people that could afford them were wealthy people. I'm like this 13-year-old kid, and they're like, "Well, if we brought you home, could you set this up for us?" And I'm like, "Sure." And basically, here's a tracking control, and they give you $100 as a tip or something. Nice. And it was those were the days, but it was so heady and it was so exciting because all of this stuff was new, and you had to seek it out. Like, you could read about it, and if you got New Music Express or something imported from England, or you bought Rolling Stone, and you'd read this stuff, but and you had to figure it out and find out for yourself. Like, nobody knew. And sometimes they had clerks. Like, there was a Tower Records on Mercer Street in Seattle, which is like, that was Shangri-La, and I would go to, and there was like somebody who knew the import 12 inches. And if they weren't there when I went in, I was always like bummed. I'm like, come on, man, and I was a big vinyl snob. I'm like, I'm only buying British or Japanese vinyl, none of this American garbage, because American vinyl sucked. It was terrible.
It was paper thin. You could see through it.
It was
cheap vinyl.
It was cheap, and it popped and cracked. Whereas, I mean, you could tell that the UK and the Japanese vinyl, like, these people cared.
Yep.
You're
right, man. I was all about buying imports as well, EPs and albums. Absolutely, man.
And it was and then when like Trevor Horn's ZTT label started putting out like Frankie Goes to Hollywood, I had to have every 12-inch, every 7-inch, every single. I had to have it all. Everything that they were putting out, I needed it all. And then he put out bands on his label like Propaganda, and Claudia Brooken from Propaganda went on, and she had a band. God, what was it? Snobbery and Decay. No, that was the name of an album. ACT, I think it was called ACT, ACT, and their first album was Snobbery and Decay. Like, I was so into buying, like, I will buy everything that Trevor Horn produces.
Well, like you said, though, it really was this great entertainment nexus, because think of a movie like, and I think it was Body Double, where all of a sudden in the middle of Body Double, he's working on a set, you don't know what's going on, and it's Frankie Goes to Hollywood, and they're doing the Relax video.
And it's like, actually Frankie Goes to Hollywood. It was Mark and Paul and Holly. It was
just that hi, hey, and like the entire theater in Chicago, everybody goes nuts because they're like, oh my God, look at this cameo that nobody was expecting. Here's Frankie Goes to Hollywood. It was great.
And then you go, like, I saw Frankie Goes to Hollywood at the Seattle Center Arena, and and then you go to the concerts were great too, and you could see these bands from Europe. They weren't playing huge arena shows yet. You could see them at smaller venues, and it all fed into the creativity of it all, and it fueled my desire to continue to work in entertainment, because in Seattle, I didn't have any entertainment connections. If anything, like as a kid, I was writing for my high school newspaper, and there was a woman named, and I got to give her mad props, this woman named Louise Hathaway, and she was with a publicity company called Thunder Media. And like when a studio wanted to promote, because back then there was a company called the National Screen Service Corporation.
Okay.
And they used to produce all of the movie posters. Like the studios didn't make movie posters. They farmed everything out, went out through National Screen, and they provided all the ad materials for theaters. And they had a regional office in Seattle. So there were a lot of people, when they would go on promotional tours, they would come up regionally. So there was a lot of, so Louise Hathaway from Thunder Media would get me interviews, even though I only wrote for my high school newspaper. She liked me, so she lied, and she said I wrote a syndicated column for a bunch of high school newspapers. Like, I don't know how that was supposed to happen, but sure, that was a fiction I was willing to. Sure, yeah, I write a syndicated column, and like when Beverly Hills Cop opened, like I got to go to director Martin Brest's hotel room.
Wow.
And to interview him. And I think when I showed up and I'm like, 16 or whatever, I'm like, wow, man. He was so, or Lady Jane, Carrie Elwes and Helena Bonham Carter in the movie Lady Jane. And like, you meeting her, and she was like the cutest thing I'd ever seen. Adorable. Chain smoking and British. And like, this is awesome.
No, I get it, man. Yeah. I mean, that's interesting, because honestly, I was talking about this with another person earlier. Chicago, even though we were in the Midwest, local media mattered. So, like, and then
absolutely it did.
And really, Chicago was. I mean, AJ Liebling tagged us with the second city, and we were the second largest city in the country, and so it was obligatory for publicity tours to make the stop in Chicago and talk to the local media and stuff. And of course, prior to jets being prevalent, when they would travel by train, the 20th century famously depicted in North by Northwest, halfway between New York and the West Coast, you stopped in Chicago.
Yeah.
And and it was just like any red carpet, or when they would have newsreel footage of people coming off of planes. It was the same thing at the trains and Union Station, downtown Chicago, same thing.
No, I mean I didn't get to Chicago for the first time until Free Enterprise opened. And Rafer Weigel is Tim Weigel's son. So Tim Weigel rolled out the red carpet. I didn't know who Tim Weigel was, because I'd never been to Chicago. And it was like the greatest. And I being in Chicago was better than I could have ever imagined, because I love like bars. And I love hanging out in where there's jazz, smoky bars where seedy people are, and I like upscale bars too, but I like bars where shit could go down.
Dad bars they're called now. Yes, I think really, and my father owned one of those places, so I know exactly what you're talking about.
Well, the one place that I wanted to go was the Green Mill. Because it was the bar, I think I've talked to you about this before, but it was the bar that James Caan's character owned in Thief. And Thief was Michael Mann's first theatrical feature film, and it was all set in Chicago with Chicago actors. Even William Peterson is in one scene in Thief.
Yes, he's a bartender.
He's a bartender at a bar.
Or something, yeah.
And I'm like, man, I want to go hang out and of course, he blows it up at the end. He burns the Green Mill down. And I'm like, oh. And when I went to Chicago, and I said to Rafer, I go, Rafer? Because this was in 99, and I'd seen Thief in 81. And I was like, I don't suppose that there's this bar called the Green Mill. It's got this like neon thing. He goes, oh yeah, that's a real bar. I'm like, what? I have to go. And he's like, why do you have to go to the Green Mill? I go, you don't understand. It's in Michael Mann's Thief. I have to go. Somebody asked me this question today on my show. They were talking about a bar that had all of this like Sid Mead stuff, or have you ever been to a bar like that? And I didn't have an answer, but my answer now that I'm thinking about it, it would have been the Green Mill, because it was in Thief, and I'd seen Thief 100 million times. I loved it so much, and it was real. And there was like it was a smoky jazz bar with this beautiful black chanteuse, singing, and they did have powerfully strong drinks. And I'm like, this is awesome. Yeah. We don't really have that in LA, because you have to drive so far. So unlike New York and Chicago, and as I found when I was working in Commonwealth countries like New Zealand and Australia, the pub culture is strong. And I always felt like, man, I grew up in Seattle, but I left when I was 21, so I never experienced any whatever pub culture we had. But it seems like it's all geared toward youth now, more like being hipster, and I get that. But I like going into bars that are like 300 years old.
I hear you, man. Well, the Green Mill, couple personal stories. Max Allan Collins, the great crime writer, clued me in. And I mean, again, growing up here, I knew about the Green Mill. Again, that rock station I worked at, we had a weekend jazz show, and our host played in a combo. They used to play at the Green Mill every week. And then, but also, Max told me that it was a total sneak joint during the Capone era. And they even have, first of all, underground, they have secret rooms where gangsters could literally hide out. And, not like almost apartments, basically, under the bar. But also, if there was ever a raid, there was a tunnel, and they could go out the back, go through the tunnel, and wind up across the street as the cops were entering the front door of the Green Mill.
Right.
And then I recorded a television show that still hasn't played in the States. Jimmy Church is one of those conspiracy podcast hosts. He has a show called Fade to Black. All right, Jimmy was the host of this show called The Unexplained. And now Shatner is doing a show, I think, called The Unexplained that's on History Channel. And History produced this show as well. But this is back in 2015. I did a show about a couple failed Kennedy assassination attempts prior to Dallas. One of them happened in Chicago, apparently. And this Illinois Secret Service man, a black gentleman, Nate Bolden, I did an interview with him in the Green Mill. And they shot it so beautifully. And it really does look like, we're in a scene in The Irishman or something like that. It was incredible. It's because it looks like that. And while we were shooting it, the bar was still happening. And it was very cute. This international, this German couple from Germany came to the Green Mill because they knew the history of the Green Mill and just wanted to sit and have a couple drinks there and say, okay, I experienced it. Because it's really in this, it's in Little Asia, that part of Chicago now, that is a great food area and stuff, but it really is like this old relic of a place. But my God, the history just speaks for itself, and it's an incredible bar.
Yeah, and it's like whenever I go to Europe, I mean, I love, when I used to be married, my wife and I would travel to Europe a lot, and she would take a nap in the afternoon, and she would go, okay, you have to go do your thing now. She would say your thing. So I would ask the concierge, I would go okay, where is a cool bar that locals hang out or whatever? Some I don't want to go nowhere near any famous tourist bars. I want to go. And so I would go find bars there, and I would kind of saunter in the middle of the day when things were slow, and invariably I'd strike up a conversation with the bartender and be my loud, brash American self, and somebody would inevitably overhear me or something, and I would make friends. And in Europe, I say Europe, I know it's a gross oversimplification, but I'm going to say this. In Europe, people don't flake out. And so I would meet people in bars, and I would tell them, yeah, we're in, I'm in Stockholm, and I've never been to Stockholm before or something. And yeah, we were up in, or I was in Switzerland, in Zurich, and we were in Davos skiing, and then we'd go down to Zurich for New Year's Eve. And this happened there, and I met a bunch of people, and I said, yeah, I've never been to Switzerland before. This is the first time I've been here. And they're like, oh, come out with us. We'll take you to this Russian nightclub. And I'm like, oh, my wife is Ukrainian. She speaks Russian, and she'll fit right in. And meet us here at 8:30. And I'm like, okay. So I would go home and tell my wife, and she's like, okay, well, are you sure? And I go, no, we'll go. And every single time, wherever it was, not at 8:45, not at 8:30, these people would show up, and they're like, hey, good to see you. Let's go. In America, in Los Angeles, and I'm guilty of this too. Monumental flake. I'm guilty of this too. But in America, if you plan, or in Los Angeles, if you plan a dinner party, 2 weeks in advance, and you invite 10 people. A week before the party is going to happen, like 2 people will say they can't come. And then as the lead up to the party, maybe one other person will drop out. The day of the party, somebody will call and tell you they can't come. And then the day of the actual, when the party happens, you think 6 people now are coming, 5 people will come, and the 6th person just won't have called, won't have said anything. And like 2 weeks later, they'll be like, oh my God, I totally forgot about your party. I'm so sorry. Not in Europe. Not in Europe. I mean, I'm always fascinated. You go to other, when I was in New Zealand working on Lord of the Rings, we were doing the documentaries for Lord of the Rings. I got into cricket.
Cool.
I'd never seen cricket. One of the crew members would take me to the cricket, the stadium in Wellington, and I'd watch cricket games. And
cool.
one day somebody said, "Hey, would you like to play cricket?" And I'm like, "Hell yeah!" And they're like, "Okay, on Sunday we play cricket, and it's 2 innings, and we get there at 10 o'clock in the morning. We play the inning, and when we're done with the first inning, then we have lunch, and then we play the second inning." And I'm like, "Okay," and I get picked up. And like at 10 o'clock, everyone just rolls in. Families, people, they have everything is kitted out. They've got chairs and blankets and all the stuff to play the game. And it's incredible. And then after the first inning was over, everybody just whips out grills and charcoal, and they've got beautiful seafood and liquor. And I'm like, if you're going to storm the beach at Normandy, you couldn't have been better prepared than the New Zealanders in Wellington who wanted to play cricket on a Sunday. And I'm like, this is the greatest thing ever. And it was so much fun. I mean, in America, maybe it's just LA, it's really hard to get people to commit to anything. But not in Europe.
Man. That's fantastic, man. No, I haven't, it's been 20 years since I've been in Europe. It was Amsterdam the weekend before the Gore-Bush election. And it was fascinating being there for 5 days. And even their local television was doing coverage and stuff. So it was really, really interesting. But yeah, I miss, again, hopefully, whenever travel will happen again. I know you were planning on seeing the new Bond movie in London, and I'm very sorry that obviously the world interrupted those plans, and I know you're bummed about that.
Well, the new trailer for No Time to Die drops tomorrow. I'm excited about that.
Oh, that's good to know. Jesus. I mean, I was planning on, obviously, when we're done with our conversation, seeing if CBS All Access put up the latest Lower Decks before I go to bed tonight.
And by the way, I guess we're supposed to be talking sci-fi, and we're reminiscing about 80s pop culture. And Rob, I always go off on tangents with you.
Tangents are welcome, Rob. Again, we were living the same lives in different parts of the country, and it's always a pleasure to talk to you about this stuff. And no, honestly, man, it's all pop culture. It's cool. And eventually, like I said, we'll get, and we did it. We talked Gerry Anderson. We talked a little sci-fi there.
No, it's true. I mean, I just, what's really been interesting, I think the most gratifying thing about, and I didn't know when I started doing my own YouTube channel, because I was never in charge of the YouTube shows I was on. I would show up on Collider Heroes for 3.5 years and do it. And even John Campia's show, I'd show up and leave.
Yeah.
And I was recognized a few times, like at a Coldplay concert. A bunch of people came up to me, "Oh my God, you love you." And here in Pasadena, I'll walk down the street and people stop me. At one time, a kid who worked at Cheesecake Factory, we went in Cheesecake Factory, and he was like the guy at the front desk. He's like, "Oh my God, you're Rob Burnett. I mean, can I get you a table?" And it's so weird. And, I know. But one of the things I didn't understand was the community that has sprung up around my own YouTube show. I mean, I call it, catchphrases, the Post Geek Singularity, and everybody who watches my show is an imagination connoisseur. And one of the things that I have to say has made this whole time more bearable is that this community of people is so nice and so engaged. And it really is like doing a science fiction convention panel every day.
Absolutely,
and,
Rob. Yep.
I interact with people, and I didn't know that a sense of community would exist. I didn't know that it would rise up around the show. And that has been something that over the last year and a half, I've been very grateful for and thankful for. And, I've met a lot of really nice people, and I interact with them offline a lot. And, I do these Zoom we're gonna have a Zoom chat this Saturday, and
Yeah, I
just,
heard. That's great, man. I missed the first one, so that's good to know, man.
yeah,
I'll see what my schedule is. Go on.
yeah, we've done a few, and because I when I was growing up, I had one or two friends that were sort of interested in this stuff, but I was sort of an island of one. I was so into this,
Yep.
and I liked so many different things, and I was so into it, but there was nobody to share it with,
Right.
and nobody cared. Like I had girlfriends growing up all the time, and they were interested. The girls I dated were
great.
Were usually really smart and beautiful, and so they were engaged. They were into it,
Cool.
but they themselves didn't love it. Like I couldn't talk about why I liked Trevor Horn's producing. Why did I have to have every Frankie Goes to Hollywood, remix? They would just look at me like, I appreciate that you like it, but we couldn't. And so now, and that's why I would go to conventions, and I usually would go by myself because, you go to a comic convention, you're rifling through long boxes. It's not something that a significant other is going to want to do. It's something, or rifle through the import 12-inch section at Tower. I mean, I feel the same way about what it's like to go clothes shopping with a woman. I'm 5 minutes into it. I'm appreciating that they're appreciating it, but I'm ready to go. Like when I shop for clothes, I'm like, I go in, I'm in out in 5 minutes. That's why I like give me t-shirts and some jeans and some shorts, whatever.
I'm impressed. That's why it's cool that you found Elizabeth, honestly, and I think it's terrific how open-minded and willing she is to have fun. And obviously, it's great. It's always great to share something like that with a person that's never seen it before, whatever it is, and get excited as they watch it, whether they like it or not. And seriously, it is fun watching her react to these movies that, again, we take for granted maybe by now, and she's really watching it with fresh eyes. And truly, when you guys did Flash Gordon a couple weeks ago, that was
which
really
she
great.
had never seen.
And exactly, and honestly, man, especially in today's society, I get it, and I totally understand that mores have changed, and a lot of people can look at a lot of movies from starting in even the 90s and stuff and going backwards, where it's like, wow, that shit flew, and people didn't like blink and go, wait a minute, what the hell's going on? And there's a lot of sexist shit going on, and Elizabeth can appreciate it contextually, and not be offended. And truly, I mean, that's a rare thing, and it's great that you guys found each other and have a great relationship. Seriously,
yeah, I mean, she's a fine artist herself. I mean, she's a she was a single mom raising two girls, and she had a marriage. She was married for 17 years, and now she's at Art Center's prestigious college, Art Center College of Design here in Pasadena, which is one of the great art colleges in the United States. And
that's great.
She's doing great work, and so we bond that way. But she likes all this stuff too. She's not deep into it, but she does like it. That's cool. When she's watching it, she likes it more than like, oh, that was good. She'll enjoy it.
Absolutely.
And I've shown her some things that she doesn't like at all. Like, we joke about it, but there's an Australian exploitation movie called Body Melt that I had never seen, that I always wanted to see it. And when we first started going out, I got a DVD of it. And I'm like, hey, listen, I'm bringing this over to your house, because I would bring stacks of movies and show her things. And I'm like, I can't take any responsibility for this, but I've never seen it. And it came out on some terrible label called Vanguard or something. And we're watching it. And when it was over, she's like, what is this horrible shit you showed me? Like, what is this? And I'm like, look, I kind of liked it, but the transfer was clearly taken off of a DVD. I mean, a videotape. Well, she hated it, so it's an ongoing joke. But Vinegar Syndrome, the great company Vinegar Syndrome, did a brand new special features laden Blu-ray of it last year. And I'm like, honey, look what I have. Body Melt on Blu-ray, a brand new transfer. And she can laugh about it. She doesn't go like, how dare you bring that garbage in our house? And she's like, that's very nice packaging. And so but I find it so strange. Like, I guess we all grew up in a world, we grew up in a world where when you walked out of your front door, I knew that the world was not going to change to be the way I wanted it to be. The world was a cold, dark place, indifferent to your suffering. I say the universe is, and nowadays everybody thinks the world should change to be the way they want it to be,
and change now,
and change right now. And the funny thing is when I was born, you still had Vietnam raging and the civil rights era, Bobby and John F. Kennedy and Martin Luther King Jr. had been assassinated.
Fresh
and
memories, yeah.
The world, and it was new, like it had just happened. You know,
Yeah.
this was headline news. And if you see how much progress that we've made, and I find it strange, this idea that especially when you see students, what happened at my old school at the Evergreen State College in 2017 with the student uprising, I'm like, why do students, watching videos of students telling off faculty, is so strange to me, because since when, like when I was growing up, I went to college because I didn't know things, and you'd want your faculty to teach you. But now, watching students scream and yell at faculty because they're uncomfortable with something, I'm like, but isn't that what's supposed to happen? Like, and when you go out into the world will destroy you, and it's kind of supposed to, and you're supposed to toughen up and figure out how do you maneuver around all of these things. And nowadays, if people don't like something, they scream, they yell, they bitch, they will, if they don't like you, they'll protest you. You don't get to go to their school and speak anymore. And I find that so strange, because I learned so many things by going into places I shouldn't have gone, talking to people I probably shouldn't have been talking to, and being in places that, you know, weren't exactly the safest places to be, but they were interesting, and I met people that I would not have given up the conversations I have had with them for the world. You know, I found myself in sometimes some really sketchy situations, and I'm like, this is interesting, you know, and I found that if you show people respect, I think the key to navigating the world, at least from my mind, is that if you show somebody respect, it doesn't matter who they are or where you're at, if you show interest, like ask them questions, look people in the eye, and ask them questions about, well, explain to me what's happening here. Agreed. And be engaged, you find that the world is a much more interesting place. And if you are not busy trying to impose yourself and how you think the world should be, because it's never going to be the way you want it. It's never going to be the way you want it. The world is the way the world is, and it's swirling. It's a cauldron of change and evolution and craziness. So if you go out and realize that the world is not going to give you what you want, but you can go out and find things out about the world that will benefit you, I think that's the way to be. And especially over the last 10 years, I've seen people have really changed, and they want everything to be the way they want it, like you said, right now. Yeah. And I'm like, where did that idea come from? And people said, well, it's helicopter parenting. You know, parents who are telling their kids they're special from the beginning. Like, that's such a weird thing to me. And I'm like, to me, you learn what you can learn, you experience what you experience, you bring it back home with you, and then you process it and you mull over it, and you figure out, well, what do you think about that? You know, you've had these experiences, and what do they mean to you? And then what are you going to do with them and incorporate it into your own life? And then how are you going to go out and affect change? And I don't think affecting change nowadays, not to take anything away from protesters, but protesting on the streets, you know, at night or whatever, that works for a little while. And it's great to make a splash. But now what are you going to do? You know, it might make you feel, I feel like I see a lot of the protesting going on here that it makes people feel good because they're swept up in the moment. And nowadays everybody wants to feel something. But you know what? It's like making movies, man. If you want to do it, you got to be in it for the long term. Just getting the buzz about being on set might be fine, but it's the year of post-production where you have to hunker down and make something out of this footage you've shot. That's where the real dedicated, diligent, sludged, I don't want to do this anymore, this sucks, I don't want to go forward. That's where the real hard part is. It's easy to go out and protest and join a group of people that are screaming and yelling whatever they want for your cause because you get the immediate buzz. But are you going to go back and do the real work where real change is going to happen? Are you going to go to city council meetings? Are you going to get locally politically active? Are you going to make your voice heard in a way that becomes much more palatable and work from the inside? I mean,
well, and stronger than just saying something on social media too.
Right. And that's what I see a lot of this modern activism. I mean, its slogans are great, and I just feel like, and I think it really comes out of working in motion pictures. I mean, working in motion pictures, people think it's so glamorous, but it's really not. It's a grind. And you have to think, okay, I've been working on some projects, like I've talked to you about Tango Shalom over the last 4 years. It's finally all finished. But it was 4 years of fits and starts and raising more money and stopping for 8 months or coming back to it. And there were times when I wanted to throw my hands up and go, I don't need this shit.
Yeah.
You know, and then you finish it. You get it done. And I feel like a lot of the activism that's happening now in the world is you need people that are serious. You need people that are committed beyond going out into the streets and marching and having the immediate, that's just a buzz. That's you feel like you're a part of something because you're swept up in the craziness of it all, but you're not really affecting real change.
Right. You're not really participating. And yeah, you're not putting yourself on the line the way that they did in the 60s and a lot of the original real culture wars when there wasn't social media. You really had to take the streets to you know, I hear you, man. I want to acknowledge first of all, the Richard has been really kind. It's really nice that not only members of the Post Geek Singularity have come over to watch, but truly, like, Richard has almost taken on a de facto moderator role in the chat, which I genuinely appreciate, and also promoting the fact and saying, hey, like, let everybody know about Word Balloon. Please share, like, John's channel and stuff. Really kind, Richard. So thank you very much for that. And then Mark has this very good essay question that will literally obliterate us from the screen. There it is. I was wondering if you could ask Robert why he thinks, Smokeless likely knows, why so few special features are included with digital downloads, especially with collections of entire series. I bought complete sets of both the Wonder Woman and Batman 66 series during Fandom weekend for $19.99 apiece. Man. Great deal, but not a special feature to be had. Is it a rights issue? Too much of a hassle? They don't recognize the value of special features? Some combination of these things, or something else altogether?
Well, that's a really good question, first of all. And as somebody who's been creating special features for 20 years, there is nothing that bothers me more than seeing my work disappear.
Yeah, man.
And the real problem is, first of all, the studios have gutted their home entertainment divisions. There used to be a lot of really dedicated, really people that were, you know, people at different studios, like Paul Hemstreet, who was over at Warner Brothers, or Colleen Benn, who was a woman over at Universal. And there was a lot of great executives that were all about special features and this programming. They're all gone.
Wow.
And unfortunately, a lot of the home video work, they don't want to pay people anymore. So it gets turned over to people that are they literally don't even know that those special features exist.
Wow.
Because they're all on, like, when we would do special features, they're separate programs, you know. So you would have to know that, okay, for the Batman 66 box set that was released by Fox, by the way, it's a beautiful box set.
Incredible. Yes.
Incredible box set. All of those special features.
Amazing special features.
Yeah, you'd have to know where they are. Like I'll give you an example. In my own life, I made an 88-minute documentary on the making of Tron. I'm very proud of it. Well, when Tron Legacy came out, they did release Tron on Blu-ray, and my documentary is on that Blu-ray. But a lot of it was done in standard def, because when I made the documentary in 2002 for the 20th anniversary, there was no HD yet. Sure. You know, you couldn't. So it's a standard def piece of programming. And immediately, most people think, well, it's standard def. What good is it? I mean, you can up-res it and make it look pretty good.
How much does that cost, though?
It doesn't cost that much, because it's
okay.
standard. You know, you can you can do it in your own home computer if you want.
Okay.
But it would require people to even know it exists. And there is 20 years of backlog of all of these great special features that have been produced. But there's no one at the studios anymore that even remember that stuff exists. They don't know, because they and nobody wants to look. There's boxes of tapes and all kinds of stuff, and they just don't care. And you would think that with these streaming services or downloads, it requires, first of all, you'd need somebody that once you have all these assets, somebody has to manage those assets. You have to have somebody at the studio going, okay, well, and there isn't anybody. You know, there's no longer a department where somebody goes, hey, well, we should look into those assets. What are these?
Are the guys at Warner Home Archive, because they seem to be an exception,
Warner Archive people are great. I love them. I love them so much.
Me too. I mean, I've
But
never
I,
met them, but I love their podcasts, and I love when they would do presentations at the Paley Centers. You
oh,
know,
I think those are people that the studio keeps around because look, they're nowadays the studios don't even care about their back catalog.
dude, go
Unless
on.
you're talking about,
The last 20 years,
significant films, Godfather
right?
or Academy Award winning movies, the studios don't care. Why? Because the audiences don't care anymore. Again, that 20-year, the further you go back,
Yep.
and my whole thing is it's sort of a chicken or the egg. If you put stuff on social media or you put it on streaming, to me, one of the things I love about, say, Disney Plus is eventually everything that Walt Disney has ever produced, with maybe the exception of the Mickey Mouse Club
And Song of the South. But go on.
and Song of the South. Although if you go to certain websites like Stinky Tuna, they have a really great Blu-ray you can buy. Not
good
that,
to know.
they also just put out, can we say that? I should not, I don't advocate piracy in any way, shape, or form.
I understand.
But when companies are putting out, like even I suggested, I've been buying stuff at this website called Stinky Tuna. I suggested, Paramount has never put out the 1981 fantasy film Dragon Slayer on Blu-ray, but it's on Amazon Prime. So whatever magic they work to rip it and they put it out, I mean, you can get it. So who wants to buy a Blu-ray of it anyway? But if you're a Blu-ray fan, physical media fan, and you want to have this stuff, it's amazing to me that the studios just aren't making sure. Like Disney doesn't even want to admit, they don't want to even admit they had an R-rated division, that they had Hollywood Pictures making like Ruthless People and Down and Out in Beverly Hills.
I've heard you talk about this, and I completely agree. Yes.
Yeah, so they'll license stuff out to Kino Lorber or something. God love Kino Lorber. I mean, they put out the Bruce Willis, the Richard Rush movie, Color of Night. Now, is Color of Night a great movie?
No.
I don't know, but I love it, and I love the long version.
Richard Rush.
Richard Rush. I mean, there's the no Bruce Willis's penis or pro Bruce Willis's penis. It depends. You want the long director's cut. Well, Kino Lorber, God love Kino Lorber. They put out Color of Night, and Richard Rush, 89 years old, did one of the most wildly entertaining commentaries I've heard in a long time.
That's outstanding. I love his stuntman commentary.
Oh, my God. That crazy documentary he made.
Yes. Good Lord.
And
he's amazing.
He's amazing.
Yeah.
But what I don't understand is that all of this stuff for these streaming services, people will discover this stuff. You get young people. They'll go on a binge of old movies. They'll be like, well, I've been adverse to old movies. They'll watch one movie. They'll watch something. Like I watched on our show, Whining About Movies, we did Kind Hearts and Coronets. And I had bought this great Studio Canal disc of it, which I wasn't going to buy, but I bought it anyway because I'm just any of those big 4-disc sets I'll get. And I forgot how that movie is a black comedy about a serial murderer, and you're watching this and it's really good,
Yeah.
And even though they use a racial slur at the end of the film, which is like shocking when you hear it and you're like, oh, it's a different time. Yeah. But
Alec Guinness, right?
Yeah. Alec Guinness playing 9 roles.
Yes.
More than Peter Sellers played in Doctor Strangelove.
Exactly. And that's the thing, man. You don't know unless you're into old movies. Go on, finish your thought.
Well, so the studios, in my mind, like the great thing about Disney Plus is Disney doesn't have as deep. I mean, they have a lot of television stuff, but eventually everything that Disney owns will be up on Disney Plus. So it's a repository of an entire. I mean, it's like, yes, is Disney a huge multinational corporation that makes all kinds of money? Yes, it is, but back in the 80s, they could barely get movies in the theater. When Tron came out, they were not the powerhouse they are today.
No.
But their whole history is there, and it's available in it's a one-stop shop. And like I would pay for the rest of my life, I will probably always subscribe to Disney Plus, simply because at some point I might want to go on and see if they have their old the Scarecrow or Zorro Dr. Sin,
Patrick McGoohan again, absolutely.
And
yet right now they only have the movie version of the Guy Williams Zorro where they stitch together a couple episodes. But the one I'm waiting for, Condor Man. which I love. And people younger than us, they adore that movie, and it kind of cracks me up because it is a great cheeseball, like
That and
late
the
70s.
Goonies. Everyone's like, Rob, are you going to get the 4K version of the Goonies? I'm like, you couldn't pay me. No,
Yeah,
but-
isn't it, dude? Well, I'll be honest, Robin. I think I told you when you guys were watching Flash Gordon. You know, I'm a couple years. Like I think I'm 2 years older than you. I'm 55
Yeah.
right now, and soon to be 56 in December. Oh, good lord! So I got 2 feet in the grave waiting for you. I'm hanging by the trench right now. But yeah, man, Flash Gordon. I really was. I gotta say, when I first saw it, I was like, all right, I guess we're still in this Batman Biff Powzam, campy thing. I appreciate it more now as I got older. But
Right.
I gotta say I was let down. And I think I told you in the chat, like it was funny to learn that Al Williamson was so bummed out by that movie. And as I told you, he made that great Marvel movie special comic book adaptation that is so great.
Yeah,
It
and
really,
I
really
need
is
to get
great.
that. I need to get that.
I'm sure we can find it on eBay if
Yeah.
we tried. But
Well-
and it's in that book. It's in that book I told you about with Al Williamson, Flash Gordon stuff. So, which is an incredible collection for everyone else who wasn't there for my chat with Rob. Or I was just text chatting Rob on one of his episodes.
Yeah.
It's this great collection of Flash Gordon stuff that Al Williamson did. King Comics, he did like a handful of issues, but then there was like these really interesting industrial advertisements that were in trade magazines, and I can't even remember what industry it was, but he did these beautiful ads using Flash Gordon for the ads and stuff. So all that's in there, and the Marvel Flash Gordon movie adaptation. But he would go to comic book store signings, and they'd be playing the Queen soundtrack, thinking, "Hey, this is great. Al's gonna love this."
Yeah.
And he was just like, that fucking movie."
Well, on the new disc, there's a documentary about Nicholas Roeg's version of Flash Gordon, and I'm just like, Nicholas Roeg, who directed Walkabout and The Man Who Fell to Earth and movies like Insignificance.
Wouldn't that have been cool?
Well, it would have been, this serious thing, and I'm like, God, did we get robbed? And of course, Dino De Laurentiis, who had produced Barbarella and Danger Diabolic, I'm sure he's listening. He's like, I don't want to do this. Is when my Kong die, everybody cry. I don't want to do your version of Flash Gordon. I want it to be like Barbarella, And I get it. No one does Italian pop art like the Italians. So
he's a fascinating mogul. He really is. All the different things he's made. We
Yeah,
really get spoiled only really knowing about in America. The DeMills and the Xanax and the like and everything. And De Laurentiis really was, this incredible mogul as well. I remember Arnold Schwarzenegger when he first met him and stuff. Why do you have such a big desk? You're such a small man.
Yeah, and again, I feel that nowadays, growing up, I was so interested in all the people that made movies. You're reading Starlog and Fangoria, and all these people seem like they were people I would they'd be friends of mine, and I would have thought that nowadays the people that would be running the industry would be like John Carpenter and John Landis and Joe Dante and David Cronenberg, and nowadays, I mean, it's the movie business is so corporatized. And it's such a, like, even the independent film world, if you don't make a movie that's cool, that is hip, that people think is so transcendent or breakthrough, or the other side of Hollywood, the agency side, the manager side, the assistant side, can talk about and think is cool. Like, I don't know, Soderbergh's Sex, Lies, and Videotape. That was a cool independent movie because, James Spader records women talking about their sex fantasies and, ooh, that's edgy or whatever. Like when we made Free Enterprise, I'm not saying Free Enterprise is the greatest movie in the world, but people in the independent film world, we'd go to, I'll never forget, I was up in Edmonton at this film festival, the Local Heroes Film Festival. And wherever I was so happy to be at film festivals and meet other filmmakers. And, our film would always invariably be playing later in the festival. So I would go to, all of these, a lot of LGBTQ films, or a lot of, Canadian Indigenous people and their beleaguered past, and these documentaries. Sure. And everybody would be, activists, and then they would roll in and see, and I'd be friends with them. And then they roll in and see our movie that had a more of a Hollywood sensibility. It had two main male characters that were, let's face it, misogynistic and said a lot of scandalous shit. And then you'd come out and they would look at you and hate you. You know, they'd be like, who are, like, we thought you were one of us, you know, but you're not. You know, you're making a movie about William Shatner and Star Trek and picking up hot girls in bars, your nerdy wish fulfillment bullshit movie. I mean, it was pretty funny, and although it didn't, you know, that reflected what happened with my career, but it was not. Our movie was cool for the audiences that watched it the night of, but in the realm of indie film, it hasn't really changed much either. That you have to really make a film. I mean, all films, in order to break through, have to be good. They have to be good films.
Sure.
But in the whole indie circuit, and even me, when I'm looking at films that I want to see, like, I'm deliriously excited to see Brandon Cronenberg, David Cronenberg's son, his second feature, a new trailer dropped for it. It's called Possessor.
Okay.
That has a pretty insane idea. His first movie, Antiviral, no one saw it, but I loved it.
Okay.
And basically, Antiviral was a movie where they basically clone parts of like if Paris Hilton got a cold, they would clone her cold. And like, you could buy it so you could get her cold and feel closer to Paris Hilton, you know. And I'm like, that is such a Cronenbergian conceit, but it's mixed with the modern day. You know, this is a social media version of a David Cronenberg idea, but Possessor looks amazing, and I've heard it's hideously violent, and so I understand the idea of wanting to make something that's cool, you know. But I think what's really interesting. So the movie that I've worked on now, Tango Shalom, is probably the most uncool movie that you could possibly have made. It's so old school and it's sweet. No one I know is going to watch Tango Shalom and go, Rob, that was fan-fucking-tastic. I love what you did with that movie.
I got to tell you, I'm a big Joe Bologna and Renee Taylor fan. So, and I know you're working with their son.
Yeah,
so,
and Renee too. I mean, Joe passed away, but I got to work with him.
Is Renee still with us?
Oh yeah.
I didn't realize that.
Oh yeah, she's doing one woman shows and stuff. She's amazing.
That's fantastic. And honestly, she's great.
I mean, they were nominated for Academy Awards. I mean, they're lauded. If you go to New York City and anybody in the theater world, everybody knows them. But what's also interesting about, again, our pop culture, you know, if you're in the theater, I mean, they have moved into relative obscurity as far as the Gen Pop is concerned.
Absolutely.
And it's, you know, Lovers and Other Strangers nominated for an Academy Award for the writing adapted from their play. Nobody knows this stuff.
Joe Bologna in My Favorite Year, and in even Chapter 2. God, that opening with him and James Conner going through his apartment, and I still distinctly remember Joe Bologna going, "You want to see grapes that turn into raisins all by themselves?" And just stupid little lines like that and everything. And he's the best. He was a
really smart, very witty guy. You know, he was a madman in New York. He was an ad guy. He was like,
I did not know that. That's
amazing. He was a madman, and so he was part of that whole crowd. And I used to go to their house. Actually, I was the last person to actually live in their house.
Oh wow!
But when he had cancer and it was bad. But I was editing in their house, and it used to belong to Shirley Temple.
Oh, that's great.
You know,
I always love those LA homes. Go on.
Yeah, and what's really sad about it was after Joe passed and Renee moved back to New York, they sold the house, you know, to one of these developers. Flattened.
They flattened the house.
They just raised it and built. And I understand why, but you know, it was such a strange thing that to have been the last person, because I would edit there. I sort of moved in my edit bay. I was living there basically.
Wow.
And for getting the film ready for a screening, and it was, as much as I love Tango Shalom, and I thought we did a really good job with this low budget indie feature, and I think like people will love it if they're like 80.
No, I get it, and you're right, man. No, we had at Mainframe Comic-Con on Sunday, and I'm so jealous, and I'm sure you would have leapt at the chance too. Rob the Legend moderated a panel with Fred the Hammer Williamson.
Whoa.
And it was so great, and Fred was like, literally, and I think he was honest, like, God, I'm just appreciative that you, the moderator, like, know who I am and my career. And I'm like, good Lord, man. And I hope that
Slaughter goes to Africa.
everything. My God, Hammer, Black Caesar, all those great 70s
Black
movies.
Caesar, directed by Larry Cohen, who directed Q and It's Alive and The Stuff, and who wrote movies like Bestseller. I mean, it's here's what I find strange. I live in a world where I'm with people that love movies and movie pundits. But even the movie pundits that I'm working with, there's a lot that know more. But you get back into the 70s, which is one of the great eras of American film. No.
Gaps in there. Yeah, they haven't seen them.
Because it's very populist. The movie pundit world is very populist. If you start talking about, I was talking about Antonioni's Ennui trilogy, like La Notte, L'Avventura, and The Eclipse. People look at me like, what? They might know Breathless because, or A Band Apart or something because Quentin Tarantino's company is named A Band Apart. So they'll go back and watch that. But if you talk to somebody about Last Year at Marienbad, or even all the French or the Italian or the French New Wave films or Cahiers du Cinema, people are like, what's that? Who's Francois Truffaut and the 400 Blows and Antoine Doinel and all that? No.
Alain de Leon.
Oh man,
they did The Last Day of Turner's Summer of Stars, and I'm so glad they did it because I'll confess that I'm still learning. A lot of the foreign stuff, and they ran Le Samurai and
Samurai. I mean, Jean-Pierre Melville is one of my favorite directors, and I'm like, have you seen The Red Circle or Army of Shadows or Bob Le Flambeur? It's strange to me that there isn't more of that. Now, I understand because as far as what populist cinema has become, I love the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Of course.
I love, because I grew up with comic books, and to see it writ large on the big screen. But to me, even though they're movies, this sounds strange, I don't think there's a lot of human truth, or what is it like to be an adult in the world. And, you go watch a movie like La Notte or like L'Avventura, or we were watching La Dolce Vita or something. And,
great movie.
and that's why I love Italian or I love European films from the 60s. Again, what an era, where everybody was cool and everybody was talking about, well, I'm going to be a communist and I want my ennui or whatever, what matters and what doesn't. And, I mean, you try and get somebody to watch one of these movies today, it's like they're watching something that is in a different language, and even I admit it is like a different language because it's a movie, but it doesn't resemble any movie that's come out in the last 30 years. And I try and recommend. I learned this when I was working at a video store. I was really good at recommending movies I thought people would like because that was part of the job. And I would say, like, people would come in with their families, and this was the early 80s, and home video was new. So when people walked into a video store, it was like a magical place.
Sure.
And the fact that you could take home something, and you never, I never wanted anybody to take something home and have that magic ruined. I wanted them to put in the movie and feel that magic, because nowadays people can't even imagine this. But when you went into a video store and you could take home a movie, especially in the early 80s when it was new, it was magic. It was wondrous, and everybody
you felt
who walked,
like a mogul. You felt like what you'd always heard about Hollywood, and you'd see those great scenes of everybody in the screening room and stuff like that. And we were experiencing it. No, I was like that with VCRs as well. It was really exciting. Have this world of movies at your fingertips, and again, we're now post that where it's expected and not appreciated because again, pop culture only 20 years, but go on, forgive me.
And also, you press a button if you're not you're not entertained in 5 or 10 minutes. I'll click onto something else.
I say that with my friends. Let's give it the 20-minute rule. If we're still not into this in 20 minutes, we bail.
But it's so funny because it's like, what if at the 25-minute the big twist happens that you're like, oh my God, and then you're locked in, like a movie like Miracle Mile. I don't know if you've ever seen Miracle Mile.
Yes.
But Miracle Mile has a big twist like an hour into the movie. You think you're watching this romantic, neat, cute with these people, and then Anthony Edwards answers a phone, and you're like, wait, what? What is happening in this movie? And then, of course, what happens at the end, you're like sitting there stunned in the theater going, oh my God. and and I'm not saying every crazy European movie is like that, but it like when I was a kid growing up, I would see anything. I would go to revival houses. I would go to film festival.
Yep.
And
Yep.
Seattle was one of the greatest per capita. We had more movie theaters in the city than almost any other city in the United States.
Oh, that's
We
great.
had we had the longest running. It's to this day, it's the longest running, one of the longest running American film festivals. Certainly the largest. SIFF. I mean, I was there. I still have a poster on the wall from the ninth Seattle International. Now they're on like their 50th edition or whatever. They're
Oh, that's great. That's
and
hilarious.
Daryl McDonald, one of the co-founders, died a couple weeks back. So rest in peace to him. But the Seattle International Film Festival meant so much to me. But I would go see anything. And you'd read film books, and I would buy film books on like film noir or French cinema, Francois Truffaut or whatever. It didn't matter what it was. I would watch it all. I didn't matter where country it came from. It didn't matter to me because you just didn't know. And part of it was how interesting or strange other countries' movies were in terms of the rhythm or the things that they
100%.
focused on. Like, I remember I had to see Andrei Tarkovsky movies because he'd made Solaris, and I hadn't seen Solaris, but I think the first movie I saw of his was like The Mirror or Nostalgia, and I'm like, it was rough to sit through because the
Okay, because I've
pacing.
only seen Solaris, but go on. Yeah, yeah,
Oh
yeah.
well, his last movie, The Sacrifice, that I think came out in '86. It has this like opening tracking shot that's 5 minutes long. And if you watch Stalker, like I was really into seeing Stalker, when I finally got to see it, it's like 3 hours. It was like watching paint dry, but it was a science fiction film, and I would go with it, and I was so happy to see it. I own it. I have the Criterion Blu-ray. It's beautiful. But you would watch all of these things, and again, it was like the world outside your door. You're going to go experience what this stuff is, and to expect it to be the way you wanted it to be was, to me, illogical. And you would see things. The point was to go somewhere and see something you didn't know, that you might have read about in a book but you hadn't seen, and you were going to experience it for the first time, hopefully
Yeah.
with a buddy, a friend, a
Yeah.
girlfriend, a significant other, or just a friend, whatever.
Yeah.
And you would have somebody to talk about it with afterwards. But and I remember I saw, like, at the Seattle Film Festival, I would see 200 movies in a month. You would go to the film festival, and on Saturday you'd be there from 12 o'clock
Yep.
and at noon when it started, and you'd leave at 3 in the morning when the last movie was done playing.
I did that
And
with the Chicago Festival. I know exactly what you mean. Yeah.
yeah, and it nowadays it's so different because again, everybody wants things to be the way they want them to be. And when I was growing up, I didn't know. I just wanted to experience it all, and I didn't have preconceived notions. It was like sometimes there would be things that would blow my mind. Sometimes I'd be like, I didn't really like that, but I was happy to see it because I would ponder it later.
You know,
And I just feel that nowadays, although I have to say, I do sometimes meet younger people. People write to me a lot. Like there's a guy who writes to me every day. His name's Omar, and he's younger than me, but he's out there watching all kinds of shit. Like he's watching movies from all eras. He's out there experiencing these things, and he writes in, he goes, hey, here's my 3 recommendations for the day or whatever. And I read his stuff, and it always excites me to read his letters to know that, oh, somebody out there is delving into our history. And I'm hoping that when I read something that he writes in, that I read his letters, and I hope people will be like, okay, and I put them on my website, go to Omar's, check out his recommendations. And I read this, and I'm like, God, it's so nice to hear that somebody unprompted by me, is going out and experiencing all of cinema history, because it's such a rich thing. There's so much, and every year there's more to watch. The older movies get further and further away. Like watching Bride of Frankenstein this week for Whining About Movies.
I noticed you were doing that.
35, 85 years old, you watch it, and you're like, God, this is a delightful movie. Elizabeth
Great
loved it. She loved it.
And it's surprisingly funny for people who've never seen it. And you're absolutely, and James Whale, good Lord, what a genius. No, the great thing is, I agree with you, and that's why I love that Turner Classic Movies has built this community within its viewers and stuff. And no, the great news is there are young people that are discovering these movies and appreciate them and aren't blinded by black and white to the point where I can't relate to this, and it's so disappointing when you hear that from younger people, and it's like, God, you're missing 100 years, literally, of such fantastic films that are deserving of you discovering, and it may inspire you. I mean, that's, again, I like the Tarantinos and other filmmakers of the world that can, find the influences and do their pastiches in their own films and stuff, and I do appreciate that. But it is more gratifying when I do discover these young people that get it, and that's why I buck the system as well. And I have a film watching show that I do here on Word Balloon and on the YouTube channel, and it's called Scene Missing. And I get a bunch of us noir, my friends that are our contemporaries that are noir buffs, and we talk about movies we've seen for the first time. I get people from Eddie Muller's Noir City, like my buddy Mike Cronenberg, to come on and talk about movies. And no, man. And again, I really love that Turner has kind of gone back to, beyond showing the classics and stuff. I love on Sunday nights when they do all the obscure foreign and silent stuff and all that. I'm sure you remember the Z channel.
Well, you know what? We never had it in Seattle.
Oh, interesting.
So I've seen the documentary, and I can't even imagine. We first got cable. The first thing we had was Showtime. We couldn't get HBO, and to get Showtime, my parents were so indulgent of my interest, because I was so. I mean, I'm not on the spectrum, at least not that I know of, but when it came to movies and things, like, I was so into it that my parents they fostered they were there to make sure. So to get Showtime, they had to put this gigantic antenna on the roof that looked like something that would come out of the evil henchman or the evil villain's base in a Bond movie. And it was this gigantic thing, and it looked like a total radio antenna thing, and it was pointed at where Showtime was in downtown Seattle so it could pick up the signal. And first of all, when they got this for me, I'm like, I didn't know they were going to do that, but cable was new, and my parents in 1980.
Okay.
So it was 1980, and I got a VCR for my bar mitzvah.
Nice.
And that was the one thing I wanted. And then
That's great.
What was great about Showtime was they were playing movies I'd never heard of, foreign films, and anything, and they would put out their little like TV guide every month. You get the little, and I would cut out the pictures I'd take that thing and completely cut it up, and I had these plastic, they look like faux leather things, and I would tape all these things, and I would make little covers using the Showtime booklet, because they would have artwork,
VCR tapes and everything.
Yeah, and it got to the point where I had hundreds and hundreds of tapes, and my parents and I had people in the neighborhood borrowing them. My parents were totally freaked out that somebody was going to steal my movies, and to me, I'm like, Mom, anybody who wants them can borrow them. I was giving out tapes. I had an FBI agent that loved all my bootleg James. I would copy all the James Bond movies. Mike Mather's dad, he's like, can we borrow some more Bond films? Yes, sir. And I used to leave the FBI, because I had 4 VCRs daisy chained, and I was terrible. I was a total video pirate, and it was bad. But my parents, I designed a huge floor to ceiling. They had it made for me, this big a case that would open up, and it had all of my tapes, and it would lock. It was this really, I mean, you'd have to take a sledgehammer to smash this thing. It was so beautifully made. And I wonder if the people that bought our house, in 88, 32 years ago, if they still have that in there. Like, I don't know what you'd use it for. It's great for storage, but they made it, and it was back in the day. But getting Showtime, that's where I saw things like Nicholas Roeg's Walkabout for the first time. Like, I'd never seen Walkabout.
I remember Fitz-a-Carlo was probably one of the first foreign films that I saw on either HBO or Showtime.
Fitz-a-Carlo with carrying the boat over the hill and the mountain. Yeah, I mean, I would tape all of it and watch it. And sometimes you get great, like, terrible 70s cheesy action movies that had lots of boobs in them. And
Cinemax and Showtime, yeah, good lord.
Yeah, and then you get like 70s movies like Malibu Beach or The or Van Nuys Boulevard, which were total sexploitation teen comedies. Andy Sedaris.
I love his whole backstory of starting. I'm sure starting off as a director for ABC Sports.
Mm-hmm.
and literally kind of being the guy that was like, hey, when a play isn't happening on college football, let's cut to the stands and show a cute co-ed, or let's cut to the cheerleaders for a second.
Yeah.
And then he capitalized on that, and then starting in the late 70s through the 80s would make these amazing films with explosions, speedboats, and playmates.
Yep. Oh no, and they would show up on cable, and then like other cool exploitation movies like Massacre at Central High, which still isn't out on Blu-ray. I mean, you still don't have those things. I mean, there's still and there's so much stuff that I would watch, and I watched everything. Like I would, because Showtime, they would only have so many movies. They couldn't, so things would be repeating over and over and over again. So you literally could watch, like I would literally tape every movie that Showtime played for the month and then watch them. And then I would retape them again if I wanted to keep them at a lower speed. Like, because you used to be able to record one tape, could be 2 hours, 4 hours, or 6 hours, SP, LP, and SLP or whatever.
Yeah, SLP, absolutely.
And so SLP, the 6 hour mode was how, I'm like, okay, here's 3 movies. And you look at them like, these 2 sucked, but I want this, and then I go back and retape it in the 2 hour mode so it had the best picture quality. I mean, I was fanatical, and it was
the same way, man.
And it was, what's so funny was VHS. It was terrible. You look at NTSC video, it was so bad. And when you'd watch movies that took place predominantly at night, like Wings Hauser and Vice Squad or something like that,
Wings Hauser.
Like you could barely see it. Or James Glickenhaus's The Exterminator with Robert Ginty. A lot of these movies would have these night scenes, and a lot of the grungy 70s New York movies. I loved anything that took place in the 70s in New York.
Yeah.
I mean, that was grungy and horrible, and I love that. And The Exterminator, even though that came out in 1980, it was a 70s grunge fest. These grindhouse soda stick movies. I watched them all.
What was the name of the HBO show that just happened where it was about the porn industry in the 70s?
The Deuce.
The Deuce, yes.
The Deuce.
I don't know if it came up with you and Chaykin, but I love talking to Chaykin about that. He's like, I swear to God, every time I watch an episode of that, I keep looking for myself in the background because I know I'm there. I know I'm really there.
No, I didn't talk. It's funny. I just came across all of his issues of American, because I'm going through all my long boxes.
Yeah.
And I'm just pulling out, like, I've got thousands of comics, and I realized so much of that I bought is just garbage. Not to put down any of the writers or artists that worked on these things, but in terms of, and I mean garbage, not that they're not worth anything. It's just like, I bought everything. I was reading everything, and there's some things I'm like, why did I buy this? But now I want them all gone. These long boxes are, the 35 years I'm schlepping them. But sometimes I come across things like, oh, I love this, and I'm pulling it out, and then I'll slab certain comics. Elizabeth has to pay her tuition, and so we gotta, I gotta make some extra money or whatever. And some comics that are good that I'll sell and pay her tuition or whatever. And but I'm going through like literally 40 years of my life, and there's some really interesting, in terms of comics, there's so much. And again, I'm like, oh yeah.
Well, that 80s black and white period was just like independent film. In terms of the experimentation and the ambition behind a lot of creators. And again, we were at that right age to appreciate all that stuff. And I don't know, I mean, there were always local comic shops in general since the 70s in Chicago, but it really was like the 80s that they really started to explode. And I really did appreciate, as the newsstand was dying, going to a local comic shop and really like, wow, these are my people. And just like you felt, I'm sure, at the video store and everything.
Yeah, a lot of there were 2 comic book stores that I could get to on the bus. And one is a store that I believe is still there. It's in the Pike Place Market in downtown Seattle called Golden Age Collectibles.
Okay.
And Golden Age Collectibles was next to a head shop that's like still there. And it was basically one aisle. You'd go in there. Now it's a really nice store. They have all kinds of collectibles, but Golden Age Collectibles sold movie posters and everything. And I would go in there and buy my comics. And then up the street on 2nd Avenue, there was this much grungier store that was also an alternative. It was like a punk record store, and they sold rock posters and stuff, and comics called Time Travelers.
Cool.
So I used to go to both places and would buy things. But yeah, when I started, a kid on my paper route, I had a paper route. A kid on my paper route had Camelot 3000 number 4. As a matter of fact, wait a minute.
Mike Barr and Alan Davis.
Yeah. And no, Brian Boland.
Brian Boland, shame on me. Very
Wait,
good.
look at this. I've been going through my collection. I'm like, I'm like these Punisher miniseries. I thought I had, yeah, all this stuff there. It's all cherry, but I thought I had. Hang on. I thought it was. Oh yeah, okay.
I'm gonna solo you out again.
2, 3. Okay, here it is. Here is Camelot 3000 number 4.
Wow.
Let me get. Yeah,
nice.
I mean these are like brand new. I put these in Mylar.
Congratulations, that's fantastic.
You know, these are. I mean, if you look at these are all in like my comic collection is. Some of them are just like I bought them yesterday. So I saw that comic, and it was the first Baxter paper comic I'd ever seen.
Of course.
And it was Brian Boland's art. Mike Barr wrote it, and I'm looking at this. I'm like, what is this? You know, the colors leapt off the page, and Robbie Cullen was just like sitting out. I don't even know where he got it because he was like 8. And I'm like, oh my God. And I'm like, I have to go to the comic book store. So like I went to the comic book store and Pacific Comics, they Alien Worlds and Twisted Tales.
Bruce Jones.
Bruce Jones was putting that stuff out. And then First Comics Star Slayer and Mars, and then of course American Flagg. And DC had put out the first Baxter paper books like Ronin. Like, you know,
Ronin and the Titans and Outsiders, where they would start off on Baxter paper and then 3 months later would be on the newsstand.
Yep. I mean, and then, you know, Moon Knight, the Senkavich Moon Knight. Like, it's so much fun to be going through, you know, and then comic books. Like, this is one of my favorite comic books covers of all time.
Look at that.
It's Moon Knight. I mean, that is vintage Senkavich.
Yep.
And I mean, this comic is almost 40 years old. And
I don't know if you know, I talked to him like a month or so ago, and it's because we all adore his Moon Knight run. And he's like, you know, never really felt it was my book. And that's so fascinating to me.
Yeah, because he still was drawing like Neil Adams.
Exactly.
You know, he told me about that, but when I
that's
interviewed
right. Yeah, buddy, I know.
Yeah, and I said to him, I said, but Moon Knight, if you read his 30 issues of Moon Knight, it's one of the great artistic transformations in comic book history because he begins by aping Neil Adams. And then by the time he gets to the end of the book, that Sienkiewicz thing that he was doing, and then he jumps onto New Mutants and he had exploded as this original, like, wackadoo, amazing.
That wasn't liked. Hey, this isn't Sal Buscema. What are we getting here? How dare you change artists? And I remember Amazing Heroes and fans just hating on Bill.
I can't, like, to me, Bill Sienkiewicz was the guy, like, looking at this stuff, whether it was Warp or Mars or, to this day, American Flagg blew my mind. Not just the zipatone and all that, but the fact that the design of every page. And by the way, listening to Howard Chaykin talk about the history of American illustration, I mean, I was watching, before I interviewed him, there's a comic book podcast, and I forget what it's called, like Comic Connoisseurs, or I forget what it's called, but I watched an interview with him. And he was dropping names, like, and I couldn't keep up. I was stopping and starting his interview, and I'm writing these things down, and I'm Googling all these illustrators. I'm like, my God, Howard Chaykin has this encyclopedic knowledge. And American Flagg, he put all of that knowledge to use and created something that was uniquely his, that was new to comic books, where the entire page, it wasn't just the artwork of the way he drew figures and things, but it was the design of every panel, and it was the way Ken Brusenak's lettering worked, where you could actually look at his page and hear what it sounded like for the first time. Like, you'd open and I mean, it was amazing. And then the concepts and the science fiction of it. And I mean, I remember it was the first American Flagg I bought was American Flagg 8. Where Reuben Flagg, it says America for sale, and there are these posters, and then Reuben Flagg has a like red paint, and he's painted on the wall not, so America not for sale. And that was what caught my eye. And I opened up the pages and I'm like, oh my God, like, this is amazing. I'm like, this is amazing. I love this. And of course, you know, you go to the and then they'd already jacked up the prices. I mean, it was like $1.25, but now if you want to get number one, it was like $6. You know, and I'm like, I need all 7 of these. Give me these 7 comics. And it was an incredible time because again, you go to Tower Records and you buy a 12-inch of New Order's Blue Monday, and you take it home and then play that 12-inch over and over again while you're reading Howard Chaykin's American Flag.
I hear you,
and it was unbelievable.
I know.
You know, it was such an amazing time, and the concepts and I'm a teenager trying to figure out my way in the world. Like, what am I doing? I'm in junior high. Like, oh my God, you know, can I talk to girls or what? You know, and yet you're reading and you want to talk to somebody and go like, oh my God, do you read American Flag? And I knew full well nobody I knew read American Flag. Nobody had even heard of it. So it was like, I'm not going to even bother to ask. You know, I'm not going to go.
First was being made in Evanston, Illinois, where Northwestern University is. And I grew up in the town next to Evanston, Wilmette, Illinois. And I went to college when First was just starting to happen. And I tell these guys now, and again, the benefit of having Ward Berlin for 15 years, I talked to Mike Grell, I talked to John Ostrander, I talked to Howard, and it's like, fuck, man, if I knew then that you little Keebler elves were making this shit in the town next door, I probably wouldn't have gone to school and would have been trying to get a job with you guys back then. And I gotta say, man, you'll forgive me, but when we were planning and scheduling Mainframe, I'm like, I'll talk to Chaykin, and then I'm like, and then Chuck from Chuck Loaded Comics, Chuck Lindsay's like, hey, Burnett's gonna do some panels. I'm like, oh, let Robert talk to Howard. I go, I know that's like something he's always wanted to do. I'm happy to step aside. I can talk to Howard anytime.
I have to tell you, I can interview anybody. I can talk to anybody. Nobody intimidates me. I was scared to talk to Howard Chaykin. I was scared to talk to Howard Chaykin. I was totally like, you know, and I had a good conversation with him.
You had a very good conversation. Don't worry, Rob. I mean, I'm sure you were nervous, but it's okay.
I really didn't get to talk to him about what I wanted to talk to him about, but it would have been so geeky and silly. And look, everybody talks to him about American Flag, but I like the other stuff he did with like Twilight. I did get a little bit in about Twilight.
I love it too. Jose Luis Garcia Lopez.
Yeah, all my beloved Atari Force. Like I just found my Atari Force issues, the 20 issues of that comic, which I love so much. But he's somebody like. It's very interesting to me to find out that to me, Howard Chaykin should be revered by people who make movies, by people who make records, he should be a figure that is revered as Christopher Nolan.
Cultural icon.
Cultural icon, a guy, he's so smart and he's so brash and he's such the New Yorker. I mean, he's such an iconoclast. And the way he was talking about, because Luc Besson was going to make, American Flag is there are a few things in my life that I would love to make. Dream projects. American Flag is one of them. And, I believe he was thanked in the end credits of RoboCop because RoboCop was definitely influenced. The commercials and things like the idea of Bob Violence and all that came out of American Flag. I mean, I wanted to make American Flag forever. And Luc Besson's company, I guess. But when he was telling me, Howard Chaykin, he was saying, no one's ever going to make my stuff. And I'm thinking about now, I mean, we've got Dune, we've got the Foundation trilogy, the 3-Body Problem was announced for Weiss and Benioff. That was you want to read a mind-blowing science fiction novel written by a Chinese guy who was translated and it won the Hugo Award in 2015. That's getting made. If these things are getting made, we have people like us who have grown up. They've got some juice in the industry. The stuff that is getting made now, that doesn't mean it's going to be good. But I've read the Eric Roth, John Spates, Denis Villeneuve Dune script. It's fucking great.
Cool.
Now it's great. It's not just good, it's great. And you read it, and people are writing articles like, well, he's bolstered the idea of Lady Jessica. And then of course all these people get online and like, oh, he's going to make it all woke and add more. No, I mean it's perfectly fine. Don't worry about it. But what I worry about is like it's only half the book. I want to see all 6 of Frank Herbert's Dune books adapted.
Sure.
I don't want to see 12 movies, but whatever, we'll take what we can get. Maybe there'll be a Bene Gesserit sisterhood. But we live in a series, but we live in a time where anything can get made.
True.
Who would have thought the Umbrella Academy? Who would have thought Doom Patrol? And shows that I love. The Boys drops in a few days.
Indeed, Friday. Yes.
The second season of that. I love the first season.
Tomorrow.
Who could have believed that? It's amazing. Like, oh my God. So we live in a time where nothing is off limits. Everything is good. All you need, and I feel like the great tragedy of my life is, maybe I'm just not that talented. I don't know. But I feel like I've never worked on something that really broke through, that made I've never been on anything that had really good commercial success, so I never had any power. I think that the things I've worked on, I can say that I've made something. I think everything I've worked on, I've made better because of it. But when you're working on a $250,000 science fiction movie that was shot in 3 rooms, in our day and age, how can people recognize whether it's good or not? And I'm like, well, I came out of a tradition of watching all kinds of low budget action thrillers, and the movie I worked on, Paradox, I'm proud of my work as an editor on that film. I think I made that movie as good as it could be, and it bums me out that I haven't done better in my career, because I would have been able to make things like American Flagg.
I hear you, man. And believe me, I suffer the same frustrations from a broadcast standpoint. A lot of my friends are very successful. Got my good friend Mike Greenberg is one of the great stars of ESPN. I've got a lot of other broadcast friends that have come a lot further, and I'm sure you feel the same way in terms of, all right, it's half of it is luck.
Half is luck, but I have to say this: I am still having a great time.
That's what I was gonna say.
I'm loving the stuff I'm working on. When I was working on the Hills Run Red Blu-ray, still there was a movie that I and Dave Parker we flipped it to Warner Brothers. And while a lot of people from the outside looking at you going, well, Rob, you're not that successful and whatever, you're not Christopher Nolan. Yeah, but there's only one of Christopher Nolan in the entirety of human existence.
Run
and
your
for
own
me,
race, as Jesse Owens used to say, but go on.
Yeah, and for me, I've had, look, has it been tough? Yes. Money is always a problem.
Sure.
One step away from oblivion, always. And I would love to have. There were times in the aughts where I had during the DVD era when documentaries were paying very, very well. There was a 5-year period of time where I had a lot of fun, traveled all over the world, worked on all kinds of things, lived the life of luxury, partied a lot, traveled. Hey, you want to go skiing in Davos for this Christmas? Sure, let's go. First class, I didn't care. And that was fun. And it was fun to have that. It was fun to work on those big movies, and that was great. But the things that I made, like Free Enterprise, nobody went and saw it when it opened, and but I'm hoping to get it out on 4K so people can see it. But I'm still having a good time, and I've never, I talk to a lot of people that are my age, our age, and I'm not done. Clint Eastwood's making movies at 90.
Exactly, buddy. No,
and,
exactly,
and
man.
I have one of the things about doing the YouTube show is it has re-energized me creatively to know that I'm like, okay, and to have an audience of people, I have things that I would like to do that I think that our audience could help. And I think there's a whole new frontier of social media and interaction, and there's ways to create things with the community.
I agree.
And what you have to do is you have to make sure that the community that you're building is sacred, that you don't take it for granted, that you have to make sure that the people, and dude, it is tough. I mean, I have a great moderating staff, but if I didn't, they protect you. There's people that just want to come into your, even me, somebody jumped into my Twitter the other day and just told me the whole end of Tenet.
Oh, fuck.
And then left. And I'm like, really?
Fuck.
What I don't understand is why would you do that?
They were doing it maliciously, or were they just so excited?
They were just trying. No, they were just trying to fuck with me. They came in and they literally dropped the end of Tenet on me.
What a motherfucker!
But that's what you get. And I'm like, why don't we celebrate? Like we talked about what it was like in the early 80s. I can't believe it's almost a double-edged sword. When I say I call my audience members imagination connoisseurs, and we live in the post-geek singularity. Ray Kurzweil's book, The Coming Singularity, about AI achieving sentience and all that. But when I was a kid, everything I dreamed of, the kind of movies I wanted to see, the Marvel Cinematic Universe, seeing a movie like Aquaman that is Ray Harryhausen on fucking steroids. I could not. I'm watching Aquaman, the fantasy. Like James Wan must have been laughing his ass off every single day because he was having such a good time. When I saw Aquaman, I know a lot of people, it was a little goofy for them. But when I was watching Aquaman, I'm like, I cannot believe I am sitting in the theater. I saw it at Universal City with John Campea, and he didn't like it as much as I did. But I was sitting there bouncing in my seat, going, "I can't believe somebody made this movie." I was having such a good time watching it. It's so wackadoo. Like the guys are riding on armored seahorses, fighting other dudes riding on armored sharks, and I mean, like the world we live in is amazing. And we're getting so many amazing things as far as the stuff I like. And what's amazing to me is people act like the world is coming to an end. And indeed, in the last 6 months, it might appear that way. But, you've got Elon Musk launching vintage cars into space, playing David Bowie. Well, you can't hear it because it's a vacuum. But, I mean, there's incredible stuff happening. And while we watch multinational corporations fighting for what dominance and all this, the possibilities now, the technology that people have in their hands, the fact that we can communicate across the planet, that if people would put, like, I do believe that while, of course, racism exists around the planet, look, you can go anywhere and there's going to be somebody who hates somebody for whatever reason. But if you want to hunker down and utilize the technologies that we have, nothing can stop you. Anybody can create, anybody can get their voice out there. You want to be heard, start your own YouTube channel, do the work.
Yep.
And it's at your fingertips, and you can do it. And it's amazing. If I can't imagine what my life would have been like if I had YouTube when I was 12 or 13.
I hear you, man. I'm sure you were the same way when I was in school. And especially even coming at, like, as I was finishing college, I'm like, all right, if I can scrape together like $5,000, something like that, I can build a home studio and make whatever I want. Well, here we are with laptops and a very reasonable budget and do everything I thought it would take $5,000 to do. And you can do it in a reasonably shoestring way, especially from an audio standpoint. And I'm so glad audio drama is back.
Have you heard The Sandman?
Not yet. It's sitting on my Audible, and I will because
God!
I'm looking forward to it. I really am. I'm very excited about that, and I'm really honestly, it's great to see the pros get into audio drama because, again, for the last 15 years, the amateurs have been doing a great job on their own.
Yeah, I'm
glad resources are being put in to really make sophisticated, good audio drama again.
There was a fan-run convention that I've been to twice called Convergence.
Okay. Oh, I've heard of that. Go on. Yes.
In Minneapolis. And I love good fan-run conventions. Like, people ask me to go to a fan run. I'm there.
Sure.
I'll go. And Convergence, I went there twice. And they brought us back in 2008 was the last time I was there. They gave awards to audio dramas.
That's great.
And I wasn't even aware that there were locally produced audio dramas, and I thought it was really cool. Like, and again, I've talked to people that I still know people that were involved with that convention, and of course, there is death and taxes are inevitable. But whenever you have a science fiction group trying to put on any kind of event that goes on annually, eventually it will tear itself apart through infighting and politics.
Oh, yeah.
And by the way, science fiction fans are the same the world over.
Oh, yeah.
There's that Twilight Zone episode. People are like all over when Roddy McDowell finds himself in a cage on Mars. Oh, look at the Earthlings,
Parodied in the Orville, one of the first episodes of the Orville in season 1. Go on.
I mean, let me tell you, the science fiction fans are the same the world over, which on one hand is reassuring, but on the other hand, it's like, well, we'll see how long this will last. But and I'm a big supporter.
But honestly, Well,
Yeah.
as a Star Trek fan, I got to tell you, I remember from like around 10 years ago some great audio drama that Trek fans made
Hmm.
that I just adored and like pushed the story forward. And did it before Discovery. And we'll see what the hell they do in a few weeks. I read that article that you talked about today as well. And hey, man, it's great. Inclusion is fantastic. If all you have to promote, and I also get from a PR standpoint that it's good to promote that. Let's see what they do with it. Let's see if there's actually some some
Yeah.
uh, some texture to these characters beyond the fact of, hey, we're non-binary, hey, we're transgender.
Well,
We'll
yeah.
see. We'll
What
see.
here's what bothers me the most about it. Like I'm the biggest proponent of every single person telling their stories. I mean, I'm
Sure.
always saying how unique people are, but so when they're talking about we're going to have the first transgendered character or non-binary character on Star Trek, why are they talking about it in terms of today? Like how would the trans community be considered 200 years from now?
That's right.
Would it even be a problem? I mean, if somebody was trans and they knew they were trans from a very young age, the medical technology of the day would make their transition instantaneous. It could so would there even be trans people? If you thought that you were born in the wrong body, you would just transition.
Yes.
You know, you would probably have to undergo a psychological battery. And would that even matter?
Well,
Would
or the
anybody care?
the non-binary character that they're talking about, and it didn't occur to me until right now. The Next Generation episode, where Riker falls in love with a
The
non-binary
outcast.
person. The outcast, yeah. I mean, it's like it's infuriating, and you and I have talked about this before.
Well, they were,
When-
by the way, they were gender. I want to point out they were gender.
Neutral?
They were genderless, really.
Yes, they were. Yes,
But what's interesting to me is
That's true.
that my problem with all of this talk of inclusion in shows like Star Trek is that you're not thinking about the science fiction aspects of the show. And I go back to episodes. There's an episode of Enterprise, one of my favorite episodes of Enterprise called Cogenitor. And it's an amazing episode where the Enterprise is investigating a sun and it finds another alien ship in studying the same solar phenomenon. And they realize it's a first contact situation. And they're like, hey, how's it going? You know, and they meet and everybody's getting along. And then there's like this person from the alien ship that everyone's kind of not paying attention to. And you find out that this civilization is they have three genders, not two. And you need the third gender to procreate. But this third gender is like a second-class citizen, almost like a slave.
yeah,
That they don't treat this person like a person,
yes,
you know. And the thing is, everything else about these people, these new aliens, are delightful. They're delightful people. We love them all. They're explorers like we are. Everybody's really nice. But then this third gender is treated like shit.
Yep.
And of course, Trip gets really upset by this. And Archer's like, look, man, we can't like impose our views on these people. We don't know. But Trip's like,
Yeah.
but I'm getting to know this person. This person, no one ever even talks to them. They don't, this person's smart, you know, and all they use them for is for procreation, and that's it. And it's a really interesting sci-fi story that deals with a gender and all that. But when I read that article today, I'm like, how are you using science fiction and allegory to address the idea of it? And when they said that, well, our non-binary character is going to hang out with our gay couple.
yes, damn it,
And I'm like, are you out of your mind?
no.
Like I'm thinking this is the worst kind of tokenism. Have you read any science fiction? Have you read Ursula K. Le Guin's The Left Hand of Darkness? Have you read any? There's so much great science fiction that deals with gender and whether it's multi-gender or whatever.
Yes.
And I feel like the problem that I have with modern Star Trek is none of the people, and when I watch people, whether it's Alex Kurtzman, anybody talking about Star Trek from behind the scenes, none of them have ever said one thing that's impressed me to make me think that they have thought anywhere near some of the great science fiction writers. And it's really maddening to watch and to listen to from J.J. Abrams going, yeah, I was never a Star Trek fan growing up. I like Star Wars. I'm like, what the fuck are you directing Star Trek for?
Yeah.
I mean, we've talked about this a lot. And I look at this and I'm like,
I'm with you, man.
how does this happen?
Yeah.
Like why? If you don't like Star Trek, why are you well, I'm
Why
going
are
to
you
turn it
working on
into
Star
something
Trek?
else. And I'll
Right.
tell you something. The actual money, what's funny is people always say to me, well, you know, Rob, Star Trek '09 was very successful.
Yeah.
Was it?
Oh, was it not as
Well,
successful as we
I mean,
believe?
they spent
Yeah, tell me.
they spent let's say they spent $200 million on Star Trek '09 from production to marketing costs.
Right.
The movie didn't even make 500 million worldwide.
Mm.
And the common wisdom in Hollywood now is you have to make you have to make 3 times, or now it's 4 times because of marketing, what a movie cost. Well, those Star Trek movies, Star Trek '09, Star Trek Into Darkness, certainly, and Star Trek Beyond,
Well,
actually.
yeah, the last two definitely failed. Definitely failed.
And it's like you look at these things and you're like, first of all, you should make a Star Trek movie for $100 million. And you should do it, don't rely on special effects,
Harv
rely on
Bennett.
your characters. Yeah,
That's what Harv
absolutely.
Bennett did. I mean, why is the first movie motion
And
picture was so expensive? And Harv Bennett's like, hey, I'm a TV producer. I know how to do this cheaper. And those movies made money. And they were good movies.
Star Trek Discovery, I look at the sets, I'm like, are you out of your mind? Aside from the fact that it looks like there's a roller coaster on the inside of a starship, like where is all this room? Here's the turbo lift,
Yes.
but the actual sets on the show, they're so big and they've got like reflective floors. Like, how often do you have people polish those floors before you shoot? And
Rob,
you look at this stuff, and I just like
detail on their shoes, and it's like it's on their fucking shoes. How many times are they in the mess hall with their shoes up to even notice that there's like this like gold like scrambled eggs like on a modern army uniform
no.
on their shoes? It's like, fuck you. What are you spending your money on?
Also, the stories, like the way that space battles work, and
yes.
dealing with the idea of artificial intelligence. My God, it's like a sixth grader had an idea. This is evil AI. So
they're not real they're not real sci-fi fans.
no,
and like
I
you
mean,
said,
and Michael
Yeah.
Chabon, I'm a huge fan of his, but I'm like,
yes, what a
how
disappointment.
presiding over Picard. I'm like, dude, where's your background in science fiction literature? I mean, I feel like if you're going to work on Star Trek, here's a primer of 25 science fiction novels you need to read, and they're not just Dune, and they're not just Stranger in a Strange Land or whatever. No. Read Samuel Delaney's Dahlgren, or go read something crazy that
They don't read, Rob. They're watching movies. They're watching Blade Runner and Galactica and all these things that we've discussed before, and I know you've done it on your show. I've done it to the frustration of half the word balloon audience, but I know I'm talking to the right people right now, and also the people that are watching are into it. It's maddening, and I'll tell you, I haven't heard your opinion fully yet of Lower Decks, and I'll even say now they've had 4 episodes, and like I said, when we get off the air, I'll probably watch the 5th one, but I liked the 3rd episode. I think it was the 3rd episode. I liked it where the first officer and Mariner, the lead character, were in the cave. I liked the alien race. I thought all that was fun, and I appreciate the use of the aesthetic of The Next Generation. Clearly, It's the most Star Trek-y show of CBS produced Star Trek. So I like that.
Even though it denies the existence of Deep Space Nine and the Dominion War, but
I didn't notice that, but okay, and that's fair. That's a fair observation.
I mean, I feel, here's what I feel about modern Star Trek.
Talk to me.
I feel like nobody watched Deep Space Nine.
How do you feel like they're ignoring Deep Space Nine?
I feel that all, like, clearly nobody who worked on Discovery season 1 especially watched Deep Space Nine, and they have not knowing Brian Fuller, and I love Brian Fuller, and I know what his original conception of the show was going to be, and the idea of making aliens alien and embracing that, I totally get that. But I also feel that, I mean, the Klingons on Deep Space Nine, the portrayal of the Klingons, whether you're J.G. Hertzler's Martok, even the Dominion, Jeffrey Combs as Wei-Yun, and Salome Jens as the founder leader, and Mark Alemo and all of the characters on that show. very Shakespearean, very it was so much fun. And when you watch, they already dealt with war.
Yes,
You know, they dealt
totally.
with and all of the secondary characters. And I feel like when I'm watching Star Trek Discovery and Star Trek Picard, I really feel like none of these people did watch Deep Space Nine, especially seasons 4 through 7, because all of the things that they've tried to do on their show and done badly, they did it better on Deep Space Nine. Like, I feel like if you had watched Deep Space Nine, you would not be writing. And I really do feel that the people that watch modern Star Trek have watched, they go onto Google and like the 10 greatest episodes of Next Generation. And the thing is, what makes Star Trek are not the 10 best episodes. It's the meat and potatoes episodes. It's the episodes, you know, like things like the Defector from season 3 with Admiral Jarok, and
love that episode.
It's the episodes that aren't Yesterday's Enterprise, and they're not Inner Light. They're other episodes that make the
Conundrum.
I like Conundrum.
I like Conundrum too, but
it's got
on the top 10.
They've got a great reuse of the weird space station from Justice, you know, and it's strange to me. And when I watch modern Star Trek, I look at it and I'm like, you guys haven't done your homework.
Right.
And that's what I feel. I feel like if you're going to take on a Star Trek show, you've got 2 or 3 months worth of pre-production prep before you start writing it. And when I see a bunch of spaceships in a circle firing at each other in a Star Trek show, I'm like, you guys just don't get it. I mean, Star Trek ships are capital ships. And one of the things, like Star Trek The Wrath of Khan, look, space combat in Star Trek makes no sense. You know, you wouldn't see anybody, you'd be too far away, but that's not what drama is. But what they did in Star Trek is they make the Enterprise and the Reliant big. They're sailing vessels. Now, I don't like the space lake when everybody, I mean, I like three-dimensionality in space combat, which they've never really got right. Certainly Discovery is on the space lake. But I just feel like the idea that these ships are big capital ships. They're sailing ships at sea, and they're pounding at each other with cannon fire. Now, that might not be exactly what it is, because it's not. But in the Star Trek universe, we're trying to convey that idea.
I'm with you.
That it's capital ships fighting. And, you know, as much as I the opening of Revenge of the Sith, which is this long effect shot when Obi-Wan and Anakin are on the ships, and you basically see it's multi-dimensional, but you see the Star Destroyers, the what's it called? You know, not the Empire, but the Republic. The Republic Star Destroyers fighting against the Separatists.
Right.
And it's ships at sea. You see these giant capital ships, and they're pounding at each other, and that's what space combat is in these universes.
Agreed.
And when I'm watching these ships firing these bolts, like pew, pew, you know, these capital ships are firing. No. They're firing long, extended phaser blasts. That's the Star Trek universe. And I feel that everything in Discovery, like all the producers and all the people that are making decisions are like, we're going to change it. And and nothing, I watch it and I'm like, this does not feel authentic at all. And I don't buy into any of it, and the whole Star Trek aesthetic is not there, and they just wanted to change everything. No, this is canonical. No,
just because they declare it canonical doesn't
Star
make
Trek
it canonical.
is a period piece of a fictitious future that's never going to exist, that comes out of the 60s. And what's interesting is, here's what's interesting to me. If you look at, and I say this all the time, but Denis Villeneuve's Blade Runner 2049. Now, there might have been an impulse to be like, well, you know, when Blade Runner was made in 1982, well, when it came out in 82, our real world is advanced. We've got cell phone technology and all this.
Right.
No. When they made Blade Runner 2049, they're like, okay, this universe is different than ours, and they have an analog future. People don't have cell phones. Technology did not exist the way it exists in
Agreed.
our world. So they extrapolated upon this analog technology in Blade Runner 2049. And while they had flying cars, and there's the idea of Kay has a drone on his spinner, all that stuff's cool. But the way they had a great blackout and technology is different. They embraced that technology and they said, okay, the world in 1982 Blade Runner, even though it's 2019 LA, we're going to keep that world and extrapolate that future based on what we saw in that movie.
Agreed.
So to me, if you're going to make a prequel series to the original series that takes place a decade or whatever, you are locked into. Now everyone's like, "Oh, Rob, you can't have it. Everything looks like cardboard." I'm like, "No, man. You could have the exact. You could shoot something today on the exact same sets as Star Trek that was shot in the 60s and light them differently and shoot them with modern sensibility, and it would look awesome."
Sure.
I know, because I was working on original sets doing that very thing. Sure, you'd want to change like the jelly bean buttons on the panels.
Sure.
The minor details would change, but the bridge in the original series, it's dope. Yep. It still looks good. I would art direct it more. You need more stuff on the consoles. They're a little barren if you really look at them. But you're locked into that.
Yeah.
And there's this idea that people are like, well, Rob, we have a modern sensibility. We can't look at that. I'm like, you can watch a World War II drama.
Right.
And they've got Sherman tanks. When you watch Dunkirk, you're not thinking to yourself, well, those boats are old, and when I see dogfights, I'd rather see F-14 Tomcats in the sky. I want to see Dunkirk recreated with modern technology.
Yeah, with jets. Give us jets.
Well, no, but Dunkirk still works.
Absolutely.
It was beautifully shot.
1917.
Same thing. What you do is you take that Star Trek future, because that's what Star Trek fucking is, and you shoot it with that sensibility. You're like, okay, we have modern technology. The way Christopher Nolan shot and made Dunkirk, that's how you go do Star Trek. You don't sit there and change it all because, man, we're going to make some new uniforms. Why would you, first of all, why Paramount allowed, the bifurcation of that was a huge mistake. They have destroyed the Star Trek brand. And look, if it was a big hit, it is not. Pop culture, people are like, well, Rob, Eagle Moss is making starships. I'm like, no. All the classic shit outsells everything else because the new stuff just isn't cool.
Yep.
As much as you might look at the Discovery and the Shenzhou's kind of, I love that ship. Do you though? Like really? like you like it because it doesn't look Star Trek. It looks like something else. I mean, I think the Shenzhou's kind of cool. It kind of looks
why, from an animation standpoint, design-wise, Lower Decks works. I love the aesthetic of Lower Decks. I love the opening sequence, the title sequence of Lower Decks. That's where their humor really works. And then also, the ships look like Next Generation ships. The uniforms obviously have a little bit of that Picard flashback.
Again, they never had the Dominion War in the Lower Decks universe.
Well, and that's fine. And I hear you, man. But what frustrates me about Lower Decks, and I wonder what you think, at the end of the day, it just isn't that funny. And it's supposed to be funny. And I mean, I like that they're doing the A and B stories. I like that and I like that we could have a real story kind of learning experience or whatever, and a little bit of character progression. But when they are actually trying to tell jokes, it's fast, it's loud, there's a lot of attitude, but there's no joke in there. And as radio stations over the years, it's like, there's still got to be a joke in there. And fast and loud is just attitude. And it disappoints me that, hey, am I right? Yeah, I'm right. High five. All right. Hey, I'm like, that's not funny. That's attitude. I mean, it's like, where's the joke in there, man? And I just, that to me is like where you're kind of failing, Rick and Morty writer. I mean, Mike McMahon, I love that you like Star Trek and your love of Star Trek shows. It's the most Star Trek-y show of the CBS main stuff. But at the end of the day, it's just, okay. I mean, I think you were kind of saying the same thing with a lot of episodes. I out of 10 stars, I was giving it 5.
Well, here's the thing. Here's how I've broken down. I think there are ultimately two kinds of Star Trek fans in the world.
Go on.
There are Star Trek fans that take the universe as a serious place. Like, that's real, in some alternate universe, and you look at Star Trek in a serious way. And then there's another way to look at Star Trek where it's always this kind of funny, it came out of the 60s, it's always wink, wink, nudge,
Kitschy.
nudge,
Yeah, kind of kitschy.
There's Mike McMahon, I read all of his tweets about the 8th season of Next Generation.
Yeah.
He clearly loves Star Trek, but he loves Star Trek knowing the Mugatu is in it. They got an ape suit and put a horn on its head, and it jumps out in a private little war.
Sure.
Mike McMahon he's looking at it from a position of, I love Star Trek, but I'm removed from it, and I love it as a thing that I can look at and enjoy as a pop culture phenom. He was never inside of it. I think Mike McMahon's love of Star Trek, I always felt that he was on the outside of it, loving it despite itself.
Interesting.
He reminds me. It reminds me of somebody like when I was in high school. There was a guy named Simon. I took over. He wrote a column for the high school newspaper called Geyer and Gimble, which is a literary reference, obviously. And I'm like, okay, I get it. I understand. You're reading Shakespeare and all that kind of thing. You're Aristotelian, whatever, the poetics. And I took over, and I called my column Real Life, REEL, Real Life, because I wanted it to be populist and be what it was. I wasn't going to write a column called Geyer and Gimble. So Gyre, is it Gyre and Gimble or is it Geyer and Gimble? Maybe it's Gyre and Gimble.
I wasn't there in the 1500s. I couldn't tell.
Yeah, I know, right?
Exactly.
So I feel again that there is not we're seeing a show that's being written by people that are outside of the Star Trek universe looking in, and they've got the elements right, but it's like, let's make funny references to other Star Trek stuff that wink, wink, nudge, nudge. They break the fourth wall in every episode.
Sure.
And I'm like, what really would have been interesting to me, what I would have done if I made a Star Trek show, was all of the whole idea, first of all, of second contact. Like once the Enterprise rolls in and creates first contact, a second contact mission is arguably the most important mission when bringing a new civilization into the Federation. It's really, really important.
Sure.
Because here is when we're coming in and we're spending time together. It's not just like, the Enterprise rolled in and destroyed Landru. Now what are you guys going to do? Like, hey, so we're the wacky fun bunch on the Cerritos, man. You guys have been having festival for hundreds of years, and, rape and murder once a month or whatever. But we're going to hear and we're going to give you democracy. Join the Federation. I mean, no,
it's the Bush administration in Iraq. Go on.
I mean, it's if you really think about it, cross-cultural communication there is comedy gold to be mined there.
Sure.
And there's comedy gold to be mined within the parameters of the Star Trek universe, where you're not breaking the fourth wall every episode, where you're actually telling a story of some poignancy, and you're dealing with, well, what happens when you come up against people who say procreation becomes an issue? Like you find we find a civilization who's like Klingons, beating the shit out of each other as love play. Like what? That doesn't fly with us, but we have to allow it to happen. Like you guys, you were getting busy in the bedroom and you broke your wife's arm, beating the shit out of her, fighting, and she's like, yeah, it was glorious.
Yeah.
Like, how do we deal with that?
Honorable.
Yeah, it was honorable. Now, how do we deal with those? That to me is, I would love to see a comedy show within the Star Trek universe that deals with, and what they have done is they've just made a generic, I love all the Star Trek tropes and I get it. Sure. It's great, but it's not within the Star Trek universe. I'm still outside, laughing, looking in, or not laughing enough.
Well, two things. Go on, buddy.
Well, no, and that's just me, and I feel like it's just another example for the last 11 years when it comes to the Star Trek franchise. no one's tried to make a show within the Star Trek franchise. They've all tried to change it and turn it into something else. Star Trek '09's basically Top Gun. Well, Maverick. There's another. I can write that character. Captain Kirk is Maverick.
Yep.
And you're looking at this going, that Kobayashi Maru scene in Star Trek '09 is an embarrassment of stupidity. Of it is so moronic and so dumb.
Yeah, it belittles the real event, and
it belittles Kirk. I mean, the whole idea is I always thought when it was presented to me in Star Trek II that Kirk, when he reprogrammed the simulation, what should have happened, the way I saw it, if I had made that movie, is Kirk would have picked some obscure tactical reference, and I hate to say Garth of Izar, or one of his heroes, something obscure, and reprogram the simulation where it looked like it could have been credible. Where everybody, when he rescues the ship, people would be like, "Oh my God!"
Yeah, stunned.
He used his command prowess and did something that actually made us believe. All the people at Starfleet were like, "Wait a minute! No one's supposed to be able to beat the simulator."
How do you beat the computer? Exactly.
And he beat the computer, and it seemed plausible.
Yes.
And everybody would have been thrown into a tizzy, going, "Wait, this is not supposed to happen." But only upon further investigation did they discover that Kirk reprogrammed the simulation, and what that showed is the very test that they were giving. In a way, the reason he got a commendation for original thinking is because when you're out in the field, if you're accepting, well, tests always go this way. This is the way tests are supposed to go. And so I get in and I have to submit to the test and do it. Well, Kirk changed the conditions of the test. Well, that's what you have to do in a no-win scenario. When you're in a scenario where people tell you you can't win this,
right.
Well, then you have to change the fundamental nature or notion of what a no-win scenario is.
Yep.
And that's what he did. And when they showed it in Star Trek '09, they just made that scene a fucking douchebag scene that could have been out of, I don't know, whatever college comedy came out in the 80s. And it was so dumb and so moronic and so insulting. I mean, I'm like, how do you clearly you're a fucking moron and you allowed this to go through. And I'm like, I hate this because you have dumbed down the whole idea of what the Kobayashi Maru was supposed to be. You didn't get it. You watched Star Trek 2 and you came up with this drivel, you stupid entitled douchebag. Yeah. Why are you directing Star Trek movies?
They turned a command prodigy in Kirk into a member of the Delta House. You're absolutely
and that's
right
exactly right. And by the way, if you
right.
watch the deleted scenes, he seduces a green girl to do it for him.
Oh, I figured. That's right. I did hear that. I still haven't seen that.
And
scenes,
you know what? You know what? I'm all about, as Eddie Murphy said, I'm in Delirious, I'm all about that green punani. I'm all about that. I get it, Kirk. I mean, I would be getting my cheeks wet on that every night if I could. Nice. Great. But you need to show what Star Trek is all about. Star Trek is about exceptional people doing exceptional things. I
agree with that. Absolutely.
And all Star Trek has done in the modern day is dumb everybody down. Spock has Vulcan dyslexia. Tilly's on the spectrum.
Yes.
All these people are fucking half-wits.
Yes.
And what they're not doing is showing us people that we want to aspire to be. They're showing us people that, I recognize that person. I'm just like her.
Yeah, no.
Or I'm just like him.
That,
yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, I mean, even the gay couple, why not show power gay couples that are fucking give me Peter Thiel. Why isn't Peter Thiel on the fucking Discovery? Why am I watching characters that are constantly making mistakes? I want to see people. I want to see captains of industry. I want to see ballers. I want to see people that are the best of the best. Because if you're not, you shouldn't be on that ship.
I completely agree with all that. I think in the case of Lower Decks.
Oh, right. Sorry.
It's a combination. No. It's all good, buddy. No.
You get me frothy about this.
My man, it's always fun, and truly, it's like playing three-dimensional chess. I appreciate that. I
am the master of tangents, as I've been called.
Hey, man, I live in the tangent world. That's my thing. I absolutely agree with you. But back to Lower Decks, I do think it's interesting, and I realize what they're doing with Mariner beyond the obvious that she is a pastiche of Rick from Rick and Morty.
Right.
But it doesn't work for me seeing it on a young woman or a young person, really. It's one thing to be Rick, who has known all the secrets of the universe and be like, yeah, I'm over it. But then it occurred to me that Mariner is half Rick and half, frankly, Phil Silver's Sergeant Bilko. Because really, at the end of the day, Mariner likes his little corner, or she likes her little corner of the Federation, doesn't want to be promoted, sees all the benefits of scheming and just enjoying herself and living off the fat of Starfleet without actually wanting to contribute. And that's fine, but I still don't like. There are just too many obvious things, like in the most recent episode when the captain's going over whatever and she starts yawning. It's like, no, fuck you, man. That just doesn't fly. It's, as you like to say, verisimilitude.
It wouldn't be tolerated.
Right.
I mean,
right.
You know, all of this stuff is what I say is it's easy humor, and what I find interesting is anybody who wants to talk about Star Trek or look at Star Trek, for better or for worse, you have to look at the original series, because that's what Star Trek is.
That's the blueprint
at its essence. Yep. And when it comes to humor, there are 3 episodes that come to mind that have overt humor. One is Shore Leave.
Sure.
And the other 2 are in the second season. Obviously, Trouble with Tribbles and A Piece of the Action.
Piece of the Action, absolutely.
The thing about A Piece of the Action is the situation is absolutely absurd. And that whole episode is hilarious.
Yep.
But it's never at the expense of the characters. I mean, when you have Kirk driving a car, and Spock sitting next to him and they're, you know, in 3-piece suits, and Kirk has to figure out how to drive a car, that's funny, but it's also what would happen.
Sure.
Like, that's situational humor at its finest. And them trying to figure out, or one of my favorite scenes in one of the greatest episodes of Star Trek ever, City on the Edge of Forever, when the cop sees Kirk and Spock stealing clothes, and you know, there's that moment.
Accident that,
and Kirk's like, I see you've noticed his ears, and they're trying to figure out how are they going to explain this, and Spock, without missing a beat, deadpan, perhaps the unfortunate accident I had as a child. Yes, the unfortunate accident you had as a child. He got his ears caught in a Chinese rice or Japanese rice picker or whatever, you know, and he, you know, the way Shatner plays it, it's hilarious.
Yes.
But it's situationally based, so at the same time, you know that these characters are they're not compromised. You know, they're not; those characters are not compromised. Kirk and Spock maintain their dignity, and we laugh with them, not at them.
Yeah.
And I feel that should be the mandate of any humor in Star Trek: is we should laugh with our characters and not at our characters. And if Mariner has to bury a batleth in, you know, Boimler's leg because she's drunk on a starship, I'm like, you know what? You've missed the point. You've missed the point of the humor in Star Trek. And I think that the idea of the whole premise of this show is they're a second contact mission ship. I can think of 1,000 stories to tell about cross-cultural differences. You know, it leads me back to, there's a movie that came out in the 80s called, oh my God, why am I drawing a blank on it? The Gods Must Be Crazy.
Yeah, Wayne mentioned that in the chat of great foreign films that he discovered, you know, in the theater and whatever. So yes,
there's a great cross-cultural, like somebody's worshiping, and they've done this before in other sci-fi shows. You know, a Coke bottle becomes an object of worship, and you know, for a culture that doesn't know how to make glass or something, that's really interesting. And I think that what I hate trying to, I never want to be one of those people that complains about something that isn't the way I wanted it to be. I always like to complain about shortcomings of things that legitimately, the sequel is funny, by the way.
Yeah, I agree.
And I just feel that's kind of what's missing. And with modern Star Trek, look, I've never gotten the impression that anybody working on Star Trek for the last 11 years particularly liked Star Trek. They like it from afar. They like it. They like it from. They know that they're up here, but Star Trek is this thing that's down here. And I've never felt that anybody felt that Star Trek was on their same level, that they were right there. Everything is, even McMahon was his season 8 of Next Generation was still that funny, humorous thing.
That's
And
interesting because honestly, I can see perceiving it that way. I give him a little more. I'm like, nah, this guy knows Star Trek. This guy understands.
no,
And I
he
also
does.
wonder. I also
He
wonder if he's overwritten or editorially, like a lot of ideas might get rewritten, and what the end product might be very
maybe.
different than what his original vision of each episode might be.
And you look. I will concede that I am a fundamentalist. And it's people like, oh, Rob, your movie, your fan film didn't work out, so you don't like CBS. I'm like,
No.
I love CBS. I mean, I got to work on these great documentaries that I will be proud of for my entire life. I
Not
love
to mention all
CBS.
the work you did pre-CBS for Paramount for the Star Trek experience.
Yeah, and I
that.
was a Star Trek consultant for Paramount Licensing for a year. So I love CBS, I love Star Trek, I love what they're doing. But basically they farmed Star Trek out.
Right.
And what's interesting, I love John Van Sitters and Marion Cordry, and they have people over in consumer products, especially John Van Sitters, lording over the publishing division, which is published the Star Trek novels over the last 20 years have put out the best Star Trek that there is.
I'd go back to when Pocket Books even started back in the day.
Oh yeah, yeah, of course. But in pocketbooks until recently, Star Trek Online has done some really interesting stuff. And what I don't understand, what I will never understand, and also the comics, the Tipton brothers have written great comics.
Yes,
J.M. DeMatteis, great comics. You know, he just put out a Mirror Universe Con comic that's really cool.
Yep.
I just think, is it DeMatteis?
DeMatteis.
It's DeMatteis. Okay, DeMatteis. Yep. And I've interviewed him and I always get his name wrong.
He's the man.
But
so have I, and I always have to go back to previous episodes.
DeMatteis. I said DeMatteis. I knew it was DeMatteis.
Mark's an amazing guy. He's one of
because whenever I interview, I love him so much, and I mean, I love Moonshadow. I love his Justice League.
Captain America, great Captain America,
great Captain America. But he did write a new comic that just came out. He sent it to me early, so I read it early. But
that's cool. Hey, what the hell, Mark? How come I'm not on that list? You're killing me. That's awesome.
Well, I could send it to you.
No, I'll get it from the source. That's all right.
It's really good. Well,
anyway
it just came out. It's really
good. I saw him promoting it.
Yeah, I love him so much. There's something it kind of things have dragged out, but there's something I'd love to work with him on that I think would be tremendous. But
cool.
That's just I freely admit that I am a person that holds Star Trek close to the vest. But it's not because I'm not open to change or anything like that. I'm like, the Star Trek universe is out there, and you have 40 years of canonical Star Trek, and I just feel like, and it's not because, look, I also feel that we're getting bad stories. Now, Star Trek Lower Decks has been, I have to say, the stories are pretty good. Like, yes. I'm like, okay, I'm buying into these stories. But you know, it's an animated show, so they have to give me this humor, and I have to see this wacky character like it is Rick and Morty, which I think is fundamentally at odds with what. Here's what I would have liked to have seen. I would have liked to have seen a modern animated Star Trek that takes the very premise of Star Trek and turns it into something. You want to make it humorous? Make it humorous. What I find interesting is, once again, we have Star Trek that somebody says, well, let's look at Rick and Morty and let's bring Rick and Morty into Star Trek. Like, we'll bring Top Gun into Star Trek. And I'm like, Star Trek is a trendsetter. You don't have to bring other things into Star Trek and make Star Trek like something else. No, other things want to be like Star Trek. They want to exist.
They were for 40 years. Yes, Star Trek broke new
54 ground. Now.
Well, I realize, but I'm saying prior to the JJ.
Right.
As you were saying as well, the 40 years of good Star Trek continuity that did break new ground all the way through Enterprise, bringing up the episode that you mentioned earlier and stuff. And truly, I'm glad that you and Altman are rediscovering Voyager and finding more great episodes.
Yeah.
That you initially were like, yeah, not feeling it. And no, honestly, man, I hear you, and that's Rob. I drink the Kool-Aid. I am as devoted to Star Trek as you are, because we grew up on it since we were children, and we didn't need a simplification of Star Trek to appreciate it, even as young children. And that's another tenet of Kurtzman that we both get infuriated by.
Oh my God,
Star Trek needs to be dumbed down, and it's too heady, and it's like, well, then I'm really sorry. I don't know what school you were taught at, But clearly, we had a better education than these schmucks that are in charge of this shit because they don't understand what they're working on. They play at Star Trek. It is bad writing. It is uninspired writing. And yeah, so I mean, everything everything
Well,
else is said.
I feel that one of the problems with a lot of this, especially when you have a franchise that has existed for a long period of time, when you are born into a world when something like that already exists and it's old, it's hard for you to look back. I mean, I talk to people all the time and they watch Star Trek and they can't, when they beam down to a planet, it's clearly a set. You know, and they see that like, you know, the obsession, and they have the vampire cloud. It's clearly like dry ice coming out and over there. Yep. They can't, and then it cuts to an optical of the thing. They can't get past that. And so in their minds, there is a wall in that they cannot entirely immerse themselves into the story. Now, for me, having watched Star Trek as a little kid, since before most of these people were born, this was very real to me. All of Star Trek was very real. And buying the blueprints in 75 and getting the Franz Joseph technical manual when I was 8. And then the transition, and I think this is really important, the transition of Star Trek the Motion Picture, where you went from the original series, then you had the animated series, and you're reading the blueprints, and then you read the photo novels, you know, 77, 78.
Oh, yeah. I was there.
To sit down and watch Star Trek the Motion Picture in a theater, whatever you think of the film, the reverence and the honor and the seriousness, and yet there's a lot more humor in that movie than people give it credit for. But to suddenly see Star Trek the way I always imagined it in my young mind, like I always saw Star Trek the original series as it was depicted in the motion picture.
I'm with you.
It was always widescreen, and
Yep.
I didn't see the planets as sets, and I didn't see the vampire cloud as dry ice. You know, and the 11,000 mile long space amoeba was a formidable opponent indeed, and the Doomsday Machine. You know, I didn't see the AMT model of the constellation. To me, in my mind, it was incredibly, and it fired my imagination. And when I saw Star Trek the Motion Picture, I'm like, all the people that made this movie took Star Trek very seriously. And I know that Gene Roddenberry was involved, but as you worked on, when you saw it go, and even the motion picture to Star Trek 2, there was a reverence and there was an understanding. People that, even Harv Bennett was inside the Star Trek universe. They were inside what Star Trek was as a thing. They never were standing outside going, well, we're going to make it like this. And I even feel McMahon and Lower Decks, as much as he loves Star Trek, he still loves it from the outside. Okay. I don't think that modern Star Trek, I would love to see. That's why when we covered on the Inglorious Treksperts, we covered Eric Jedrenson's Star Trek script, Star Trek The Beginning, which Jedrenson, it is. So for those of people who don't know, who might not know, after Star Trek Enterprise went off the air, Donald DeLine, who was in charge of production at Paramount, and Carey McCluggage pursued writer-producer Eric Jedrenson, who was the supervising producer of Band of Brothers, to come in and write something new for Star Trek. And Jedrenson, he didn't like science fiction. He didn't like Star Trek. He'd never watched it. But they pursued him relentlessly. He kept saying no. And they were like, no, you've got to do this. So he finally relented, and he sat down and watched Star Trek, all of it. And he made notes, and he found himself entranced by the universe. And he watched the original series all the way up through the end of Enterprise. And he realized, he's like, you know what? This has existed for a long period of time. And his idea was, well, we don't know about the Romulan War. Enterprise was leading up to the Romulan War. So, and his idea was, I'm going to write, if you think about it, it's Pearl Harbor and the Doolittle raid, but it deals with the beginning of the Romulan War, and I'm going to combine it with the idea of writing the Odyssey, Homer's The Odyssey. And I'm like, well, color me stoked, because that's what Star Trek needs. You need somebody that is immersed, who is in the universe, who then thinks, okay, Star Trek has always been allegorical, so Homer Why not the Odyssey? And then you take real world stuff, because I'm working on World War II, and that's why the Pearl Harbor attack and the Doolittle raid. And then he thought to himself, okay, well, what's going on now? Ethnic cleansing. And then all that's some pretty heady stuff that doesn't sound. Well, that was just what informed his script. And then he wrote what I thought was a wonderful script that was going to be the first of a trilogy that introduces these brand new, newly minted graduates of the Starfleet Naval Academy or whatever, prototype of all this, and new, exciting young people. One of them is like the great-great-grandfather of Jim Kirk, Tiberius Chase. I mean, that's a cool name. And they do everything that Star Trek 09 wanted to do, but you don't have to go back and change beloved characters. You're working in canonical, a fealty to canonical Star Trek, where it takes place after Enterprise.
Yes.
Make it, and while people like Shran did appear, you could add Soval and all this, but you've got brand new young characters who are supposed to be brand new young characters, and they're all great, and they're all really well defined. And there's female and male characters. You've got older characters. I mean, hell, I would love to direct this script. I'm like, Paramount should make this script, but you know what? There's nobody at the studio that's inside Star Trek. They're all outside Star Trek, and they're all trying to figure out what it is. I mean, I long for the day of somebody like Kevin Feige who is inside. Kevin Feige is inside the Marvel universe. He's
Absolutely,
not.
100%.
He started out outside. He was a fan, but in a way, he probably was inside the whole time too. But he always makes his decisions from inside the MCU. He's never he's like, nope, here's our universe. He understands what's outside, but he's inside the universe. And there's nobody who's worked on modern Star Trek who's inside. They're always, and I'm sorry, even McMahon is this hipster comedy guy. I mean, you've been around comics. You were one. I mean, oh my God! If you wanna get depressed, get 5 comedies to get comics together and get them.
Stop doing stand up. It was too depressing back.
Holy shit!
There's a lot of issues, and I don't mean the ones that we put in Mylar bags. There's a lot of issues going on.
Yeah, man, and I got people like I want somebody that finds, like, I still find joy in Star Trek. I still find joy in all this stuff, like like Camelot 3000, number 4.
No,
actually, this is number 1, to be honest.
It's 4. Does the new woman that's in charge, that is looking for how to fix Star Trek and stuff, that to me is a slight ray of hope. Here's the thing. I like Emma Watts a great deal. She's very well respected, and I think her and Jim Giannopoulos at Paramount are in a way the great white hope. Paramount, you know what Paramount needs? Paramount needs an epic win. They've had a lot of setbacks. Oh yeah, Jesus Christ,
and Emma Watts presided over.
Yes,
you know, she was Emma Watts under her watch. Wacky shit like Logan happened, you know, and Deadpool happened. Now, those are people that the fact that Logan got made, they knew what was going on. You know, Days of Future Past, even Brian doing his thing. Emma Watts knows what's up. Now, she might not know Star Trek, but she knows when someone's inside Star Trek.
That's
the way
what
I'm saying.
Yeah.
And I think that she is very, very smart. I only met her once briefly at a screening of Apocalypse, an early screening that when Brian was showing the movie to people to get opinions. I met her briefly. I think she is a very talented, very smart woman.
Okay.
And when it comes into the fact is, whether you like modern Star Trek or not, it is not performing the way it should.
Right.
On any metric, it's not performing the way it should. Now, people are like, well, Rob, you know, what are you saying? I'm saying, look at the box office. Look at how much it cost to make Star Trek 09 and look at how much it made worldwide. Is anyone buying toys from Star Trek 09? You know, people don't. It has not permeated the pop culture the way Carl Urban has as McCoy a little bit, because he's doing a DeForest Kelley impression. People like DeForest Kelley, but you know, it hasn't.
Well, Chris Pine was charismatic. Is charismatic.
Chris Pine is great, but can you imagine if he was actually well written?
I completely agree.
I think Chris Pine,
Zachary Quinto, because he's so poorly written as well.
The worst. I mean, poorly. People don't understand. Like he was poorly directed, poorly written, and I feel bad because, man, Siler on Heroes, my God, was he awesome?
Absolutely, man. And now Ethan Peck's You know, I have no idea what kind of actor Ethan Peck is because again, he is subject to bad writing and a
Oh my
bad
God.
portray and a bad idea. And it's yeah, no, I completely agree. The already ground-based audience that of millions that loved 40 years of Star Trek, and now we are in our own culture war with this younger audience that accepts it, and God bless you for if you enjoy it. But we all seem to enjoy it, and that was my point earlier in terms of you and I as 5-year-olds love this shit.
Oh,
And so I'm sorry, I don't think Star Trek needs to be fixed, and I don't think it needs to be its appeal needs to be broadened. It was fine. There was nothing wrong with it until you assholes came and shit in the punch bowl. Frankly,
well, what's funny is everybody thinks it needs to be changed. And look, let's make no mistake. Modern Star Trek, it's not like Enterprise was that Star Trek was in a great state. Star Trek reached its zenith in 1994. Next Generation went off the air, huge syndication. Generations was coming out, Kirk and Picard together, arguably the most popular it's ever been.
sure.
Star Trek was on a long, slow decline since then. So this idea that there is a golden age of Star Trek that people are harking back to, Star Trek the original series, not hugely successful. Star Trek the motion picture, people didn't love, even though it was very successful. It just cost a lot of money to make. Star Trek 2 was very successful, but not a huge blockbuster. It just didn't cost very much. So the Star Trek movies were Star Trek 4, great populist movie. My mom loved that one. Star Trek 5, not so much. So Star Trek has never been this. There's never been some Shangri-La. Even as much as people like Next Generation, they're like, yeah, but after the first 2 seasons. You know, there in Star Trek, the original Star Trek, well, what about that 3rd season? So Star Trek, this idea that there was some paradise of Star Trek is not true.
True.
Even Deep Space Nine was not some. It wasn't really until the 4th season they brought Worf on board and the Dominion War, and they really started to bolster their secondary cast. So this idea that there is a perfect Star Trek is a myth. There is not. But what's really interesting is, despite all of that, there are things about Star Trek that have resonated, even in the lesser of Star Trek, that has resonated throughout the years, throughout the decades. And what I feel, and also it was unique. There was nothing like Star Trek. And people are like, well, Rob, what about Babylon 5? That was no. Babylon 5 is very different than Deep Space Nine. Whether Straczynski pitched it, the shows are very different in what they were trying to do. Well, they both deal with space wars. No. It's a very different.
They might have started from the same place, but they became very from the premieres. They were very different shows.
Very different. So there's never necessarily been, Star Trek has never been, like when Next Generation went off the air, first run syndication was a new thing. And yes, it was very successful when it went off the air. And it built up over 7 years to that.
Oh, yeah.
But also this idea that, well, Rob, Star Trek shows, the first couple of years are always spotty. What? That is such a weird thing to say. No, shows nowadays have 10 episodes and they're great out of the gate. The Boys is great out of the gate. The Umbrella Academy is great out of the gate. Breaking Bad was great out of the gate. Shows that are in this day and age, you have 10 episodes. They're either great shows or they're not.
Well, and also in today's modern thing, it's one story per season. And frankly, as you've pointed out as well, after 2 seasons of Discovery and 1 season of Picard, these people aren't good at that. They're just not good at it. And that's why, again, I give McMahon credit for being, and you obviously have to do that for an animated show, I assume. You could have a continuing storyline, I suppose, from an animated story. But yeah, no, it's like, hey, this is why Star Trek worked this way. It's a procedural. Let it be what it is.
It's an anthology
that a fair
show.
Characterization as a procedural?
Procedural or an anthology show. I mean,
sure.
And you could do, but procedurals all, you watch CSI, you're going to get a dead body in the first minute and you're going to figure out how that person was killed. But the great thing about Star Trek is original Star Trek and Next Generation were truly anthology shows where every story was different.
Yes.
The characters were the same, but the stories were very different, and you never knew.
Yeah, it was the complication of the week, and I guess that's why I think of it as
that
kind of basic procedural in terms of, all right, what's getting in the way of our characters achieving their goal this week?
But I also think that like Discovery, look, has had a lot of production problems, a lot of changeover in the staff and all that. And but I feel that part of the reason Discovery feels like you really have a push and pull from all the creative staff. There's no singular vision there. There has never been a showrunner on modern Star Trek. It's like by episode 7 of Picard, we had to we're replacing our showrunner. I'm like, how do you replace your showrunner? A show like Star Trek Picard should not go into production until all of the scripts are airtight. And when you're, especially now, we live in a world where we've seen Breaking Bad. We've seen Better Call Saul. Are you kidding me? If you don't have scripts that are tight as a drum, why are you going into production? I mean, why are you? And the funny thing about Picard is you look at that show and you're like, I still don't know what that show is supposed to be about. It's certainly not about Jean-Luc Picard. And the story should be they're like, well, we got to make it like Logan. Well, Logan was a story about Logan. And it was about the end of his life and where he was at and how he had grown world weary and seen all of his friends die. And he's taking care of his mentor, the person that made him the man he is today, who's now deteriorating mentally. So the last vestige of civilization, the most important man to him, his life has become making sure that guy doesn't freak out and destroy humanity because he already killed all the mutants. And you get that story. It's such a great story. The story of Picard is everybody else's story but his. He's like along for the ride. And how interesting it would be if you tell a story about how does a man who saved the universe multiple times and again he becomes something other than his character. Like, well, let's make him like this literary character. He's I don't know. He's I don't know who he is. Like, and what does he want? I didn't believe the character of Jean-Luc Picard as portrayed in that show. You're like, okay, he would be off on an archaeological dig. And maybe, fine. If there's some here's the thing I really hate about that show, if I might go on about it.
No, go for it.
The idea of synthetic life. What synthetic life really is, it's like nobody thought that through.
No.
Because so you've made androids that are anthropomorphized to look like humanoids. Well, why? I would think that synthetic life in the 24th century, you would have everything from submicroscopic synthetic life all the way to exocomps that we've already seen with the nanotechs that in Evolution, the first episode of the 3rd season of Next Generation, when Wesley accidentally puts these 2 medical nanites together and they create a new civilization. That was more compelling science fiction than anything that was in Picard. Totally. Picard was like a 4th grade idea, like, oh my God, synths that look like humans. They haven't figured out that just because something is anthropomorphized to look like a human doesn't mean it's life. I mean, synthetic life are more like replicants. I mean, synthetic life is you've constructed beings of physicality. If you're building something, you're building a machine that is an AI, how is that a threat? Because it looks like a human being? Well, it doesn't have to look like a human being. And why have they built them to look like human beings anyway? Why wouldn't you build synthetic life? Like, why wouldn't you build synths that can survive in the Jovian atmosphere, that are hundreds of, maybe a mile across, that you could drop them in the crushing depths of that atmosphere? They could go in and they're alive, so they can make cognitive decisions like, look what we found here. We're going to take samples or whatever. The idea of synthetic life as shown in Picard is so rudimentary and so brain dead and so like, androids they dealt with this in the first episode, the Star Trek episode, What Are Little Girls Made Of? When Roger Corby decides to put human beings into synthetic bodies. Yes. They did that in 1966. And you're like, the big revelation of Picard is like, oh, so he's been transported into a Roger Corby android. Well, we know how good that ends. Roger Corby's like, look, I'm as perfect as ever, but oh wait, the flap of my skin is revealing I'm an android, so I'm not really an android. I'm going to fucking shoot myself. That happened in 1966 in Star Trek. And Picard leads up after 10 episodes and $100 million. They give us the same story, which is fucking dumb as fuck. And we're supposed to like this? I mean, seriously, you
I'm
look
with
at
you,
these
man.
people, and you're like, have you fucking watched what you've done?
No.
Have you, do you know, do you even know the episode where little girls are,
No.
what are
Well,
girls made
Rob,
of?
even from their own inspiration for the series, The Measure of a Man, there needs to be an explanation of where we came from that inquiry and where things are left, that we respect data. Data is a life form that should not be attempted to be replicated. Well, that's certainly the entire argument that Guinan gives to Picard. All that's out of the window because here we are with races of synthetics, exactly the fear. So I'll even say, because political agendas clearly change, we're living it right now, but we are owed an explanation of where we came from Measure of a Man to this point. We never get it. So I agree with you in terms of they're ignoring, in the case of Discovery, the Dominion War or Lower Decks and all that, that Picard ignores its own history in so many ways that it's like, and again, these are the granular things. There are the obvious that you and I talked about before, the existence of a Borg cube in Romulan hands. What is the rest of the galaxy? What do the Klingons have to say about that? Is this common knowledge? We didn't know until episode 6.
Well,
and it's like, okay, well, now we know. I'm sorry, it's a bigger universe than what you're giving us right now.
See,
and there has to be some sort of explanation of that we're deserving to know.
Here's my thing about, and as a lifelong fan of science fiction, when you are world building, especially in a universe that has unbelievable amounts of reference material that you can go back to, and I feel like everybody who is working on modern Star Trek, they've taken a math test and they don't show their work, they just wrote down the answers, and the teacher's like, well, no, you have to show your work. I feel like they didn't show their work because they copied their answers off someone else,
right?
And so they don't really understand what's going on,
right?
So, and I feel the same thing, by the way, is true of Star Wars, because, you watch something like Return of the Jedi. Now, we, as astute fans and viewers, have decades of stories that take place after Return of the Jedi, beginning with the Timothy Zahn's trilogy, his Thrawn trilogy, and then the Dark Empire stuff that was done by Dark Horse.
Yeah, all the Dark Horse, 20 years of great Star Trek.
20 years of Star Wars stories. I mean, my God. So, and all Mara Jade and the Jason Solo, they've done all of it.
Crimson Empire, all the interesting.
I mean,
there's
so much of those things that exist. So someone like J.J. Abrams rolls along, and Lawrence Kasdan too, and they're gonna do a movie like Force Awakens, and I understand. Part of it's Disney's fault, because they're like, no, what we need from a corporate standpoint is we have theme parks and cruise ships, and we want to make merchandising. So what we need is, we don't need 40 or 50 or 60-year-old fans who followed this since the beginning. What we want are the kids. We need to get the kids. We need to get new audiences. What they don't understand, because in corporate thinking, it doesn't enter into this, because they don't understand corporations. It's not on a marketing spreadsheet. You can't explain how beloved characters have permeated pop culture and still exist. Like, and I would say, what's funny, I would say to people, like, how you can figure stuff out is you can look at places like, I love Hot Toys. I love action figures. Star Wars, the merchandising of action figures, there were action figures before Star Wars, and there were action figures after. But the Star Wars action figure explosion was unique to Star Wars. It created an entire new industry. And so Star Wars, there's a reason why you can analyze why people like action figures. You can talk about it all you want. But when you look at the action figure sales and the toy sales of the prequel or the Disney sequel trilogy, I would say for that alone, and here's what I don't get. You failed. One of the great things about Star Wars was when they would introduce seeing The Empire Strikes Back. What do you get to see in the beginning of that movie? You get to see snow speeders. You've never seen them before. You love X-Wings. You love X-Wings. You love TIE fighters. You love a Star Destroyer. You love the Millennium Falcon. Well, with Empire Strikes Back, guess what? We're going to show you new things you've never seen. We're going to show you snow speeders, which are fucking badass, and they're given heroic moments. We're going to show you the Empire's AT-ATs and their young counterparts, the AT-STs, and they're going to be assaulting the rebel base. And while snow speeders get their heroic moment, those AT-ATs are pretty formidable themselves. They destroy the power generators. Yep. Vader enters. So, and then, not to be outdone, you've seen a Star Destroyer, but you haven't seen a Super Star Destroyer. So Empire gives you these things, and you're giving something. And Jedi, I have a problem with Return of the Jedi, but so you get the shuttle Tidarium or whatever. But yeah, it's problematic. So they decide to make Force Awakens. Now, your mandate is to make a whole new Star Wars movie. It takes place 30 years later. You've already, apparently nobody even bothered. You know, you guys, you've got 25 years of, actually 30 years of Star Wars stories post-Jedi. Perhaps you could look into them. There's books, there's comics, there's video games, whatever. There's a lot of stuff there. Nah, man. Yeah, I'm going to do my own thing. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to bring back the McCory versions of the X-Wings. Really? It's 30 years later, and you're going to show me you're not going to make a new hero spaceship. You're not going to give me something new that I haven't seen. You're not going to give the kids something new. You're going to repeat everything that you saw in Star Wars. You're going to Poe Dameron. It's basically Han Solo meets Luke Skywalker. That's right. You're going to give me Rey, which is Princess Leia meets Luke. You're going to give me an amalgamation of all the shit we already saw and play the greatest hits. And we're going to have the First Order. We're not going to have the Empire. We're going to have the First Order. Nothing is new.
Nope.
And nothing they give you in The Force Awakens. I mean, everyone liked this. Oh my God, the Millennium Falcon is flying. But it's the Millennium Falcon. Well, I love the Millennium Falcon, but it's 30 years later.
Yep.
And I want to see a new hero starship. Like, why doesn't Rey have her own thing? And what was amazing to me is The Force Awakens kind of wanted to have its cake and eat it too.
Absolutely.
And you're asking yourself as a Star Wars fan, and who isn't? You're like, well, the Emperor was defeated. The Empire apparently fell. Who the fuck are the First Order? Right. Don't tell me to read an aftermath novel. In this movie, this makes no sense. We don't see any, and our main characters, like Han Solo's a deadbeat dad, and all this shit. It's like, okay, you have not told me the story. The story I want to know is, why is the galaxy the way it is? You cannot tell me, if you're watching these movies in order, when you go from Return of the Jedi to The Force Awakens, that any of it makes sense.
I agree.
I'm like, I would punch the screen if I was a kid going, "Oh, Dad, I've heard Star Wars is good. Can we watch it together?" And I'm like, "All right, son, but I'm going to show it to you in the order I saw it, and we're going to watch episodes 4, 5, and 6, and then 1, 2, and 3, or we'll watch the machete order, and we'll watch 4 and 5, and then we'll watch 2 and 3 and forget 1, and then we'll watch 6, or whatever." And then when you get to Force Awakens, I think any person with the brain is going to be like, "Okay, what is this nonsense?"
Yeah,
what?
Do you think it was, because it's funny? I was Tom Scioli, the great artist, comic artist, and I were on a podcast yesterday, and we were talking about the Kurosawa influence on Star Wars and everything, and Hidden Fortress and the like. But we ultimately did end up talking about the sequels, and it was like, I wonder if it was a mistake having Luke, Leia, and Han in the sequel movies, because it, as much as we wanted to see them, it detracts from the original characters that they did create. It gives an expectation for those characters to have more to do for the old audience and stuff, and they got in the way. And then, of course, the unfortunate death of Carrie Fisher screwed things up for Episode 9. Regardless, though, I mean, and I know you've talked about it as well, if you brought back the originals, they should have all been together. And for them not to have any scenes other than a little bit of Luke and Leia, it's beyond an embarrassment. It's just stupid. It's just stupid.
Well, I mean, it's the difference from the people that are inside. And I hate to say this. I mean, I keep going back to this all the time. And I'm like, here's what I don't understand. But if you are going to deal with a franchise property, you have to be inside it. You have to be somebody that's inside that franchise property. that understands. And the best example of that, I go back to Ryan Coogler's Creed. The movie Creed is who would have thought that you're making the 6th Rocky sequel?
Yes.
You know, the 6th Rocky sequel 40 years in. Ryan Coogler, the way I understand it, him and his mother was dying of cancer. They would watch the Rocky movies together. They love the Rocky films. Ryan Coogler loved the Rocky movies. And if you look at Creed, I mean, I've never met Ryan Coogler, but if I ever did, and he is kind of a hero to me because of what he did with Creed.
Agreed.
And what balls on that kid, man. And the fact that he wrote this Rocky movie and went to Stallone. You know, I mean, I love what Ryan Coogler is kind of a hero of mine within the Hollywood community because of what he did. He wrote this story. He wrote new characters. Adonis Creed created. I mean, the idea of Apollo Creed has a son. I mean, this could have been the most cliched, horrible shit
100%,
ever.
100%.
You know, and Michael B. Jordan, a character like if I was black, I've said I've either wanted to be Mike Coulter or Michael B. Jordan. I think they're beautiful men. I'd love to be either one of them. You know, I love them both. I've loved Michael B. Jordan since Friday Night Lights, which is one of the great TV shows of all time. 100%. It's the Star Trek of East Texas football. But and I believe that utterly.
That's excellent, man. That's very
cool. You know, you look at Creed, he respects the universe of Rocky. He wrote Rocky Balboa in canonical continuity with Rocky, with the previous movie Rocky Balboa.
Yes.
Adrian's dead. He still goes to the place and talks to her at her gravesite.
Yes. Yep.
And yet he creates a new character and a new dynamic and new younger characters that take on the mantle of the Rocky story while Rocky is, and you look at that and I'm like, that's the way to do it, man.
Absolutely.
And I'm like, Force Awakens does not.
No.
You know, Ryan Coogler, I mean, he'd only made Fruitville Station. And Ryan Coogler's a real filmmaker. He went to film school. He knows what he's doing. And you look at that and you're like, my God. And people are like, well, they hired him they wanted a black director for Black Panther. And I'm sure, of course, that's the case. But
what a movie.
I don't think that Ryan Coogler would have been picked to direct Black Panther had he not made Creed, which in my mind is the greatest modern reinvention of an old, venerable, but on the ropes franchise I've ever seen. And it is, I mean, the only other movie that I can equate to Creed that I love equally is The Color of Money. Martin Scorsese's The Color of Money, which is the sequel to The Hustler 25 years later.
Yeah.
You know, again, I think Creed might even be better, but I love The Color of Money.
I think Creed is better. And again, I won't deny that I think Color of Money is a very good movie.
Yeah.
And it's a very good Eddie Felson story. But man, I'll tell you, I mean, it's just atmospherically, I mean,
it's also based on a book, The Color of Money, whereas Creed, Creed is Walter Tevis who wrote that book, and Creed is a original story.
Okay.
And I think I'm like, if I said to people, if you want to look at how to reinvent a franchise, Creed should be the template you're going from, because Ryan Coogler was inside the Rocky mythos, inside the Rocky universe. Right. He was not outside the Rocky universe.
And not treating it as kitsch. No, he really loved it. And I mean, my God, Stallone should have gotten an Oscar nomination, man. I mean, it was very much a Butch and Sundance relationship, and it's great that it was.
And think about that. Stallone got an Oscar nomination for playing Rocky.
Oh, he did. I thought he didn't get the I knew he
didn't win. He did. He didn't win.
I forgot.
He didn't win. He got the nomination.
And I know, didn't he get the Globe? Didn't he get the Golden Globe at least?
Oh, I don't know.
All right,
he might have. I don't know. But isn't it astonishing that he did get that nomination? And you look at that, and that's what I love. And I think that the film, look, you have to be a talented filmmaker, but Ryan Coogler had never made a franchise picture. He made Fruitville Station, which was a great indie film about an event that really occurred. You know, really, again, a black man getting shot by police, same as it ever was. When are we ever going to stop killing people? Why are we killing black Americans? I don't get it. Why do you have to pull a gun out? Like, why? Yeah. Why is deadly force something that, especially when you're leading somebody into your own cop car? I don't get it. I will never understand.
But to that movie as well, Creed, one of the great things too is, I mean, God, even the fight scenes were innovative,
Oh
and
my god!
and and,
Yeah, and
and
that was
really,
another thing. I mean, single shot. That first fight, single shot, swirling around, audacious filmmaking. First of all, you're from within the universe, and then you bring modern, an indie sensibility, something unique. Even Stallone. I mean, can you imagine? Stallone would have had to approve this and probably gave him
right,
advice. And you're working with a hero of yours. I mean, the idea that Creed got made is so interesting and so
agreed,
intriguing, and that's the way that you do things like this.
yeah,
And I just don't understand why they can't find filmmakers that are. And what's interesting in the universe, whereas Kevin Feige worked on 13 Marvel movies before the
I remember,
MCU,
yeah,
and he's clearly in the universe. Like he
yes,
understands, like it's not going to be exactly. We can't because comic books are comic. It's a new medium.
right.
But he has been in the universe. Well, for 25 movies, we just haven't seen Black Widow and Eternals yet. But the fact that he was able to make the 23 movies that he made, man, dude, I go back and I watch Infinity War and Endgame all the time. They passed the HBO test. They're like Godfather 2. I see Infinity War and Endgame is not Godfather and Godfather 2. They're all Godfather 2 to me. They are so wildly entertaining, those movies. Now you can nitpick them, but they're based on comic book characters. They're based the quantum realm, and not only they're based on 50 years of comic books.
Well, and
And
also in those early days, he had that Marvel panel from the comics, Bendis and Quesada and Dan Buckley and Alan Light and everything. That, like, I mean, and literally, I know from talking my many conversations with Bendis, like Kenneth Branagh, like, okay, I really need to understand Thor before I make it. Tell me what I need to know. And truly had filmmakers that listened to the comic creators until that
well,
unfortunate rift between Ron Perlman and Feige, which is totally Ron Perlman's fault.
yeah.
But
But you know what's
unfortunately, the byproduct was that the consultants. But at this point, they didn't. They've shown that they didn't need the consultants after that. I mean,
but what's
that Feige got it. But go ahead.
but yeah, but what's interesting is that like Eric Jedrinson, who wrote Star Trek: The Beginning, who didn't know, he didn't sit there and say, "Well, I never liked this, so I'm going to make it the way I want it." He's like, "No, it's existed for a long time. I'm going to learn. I'm
Yep.
going to immerse myself the same way that Nicholas Meyer did. He didn't know Star Trek. He hadn't watched Star Trek.
What you
You know,
described, yes, when you said that he sat down the other filmmaker and stuff and watched Star Trek. I know Nick Meyer did that.
yeah, and he was told, okay, I get Horatio Hornblower, and if you look, there's a lot of nautical stuff in Star Trek too.
Absolutely.
But the idea that they fixated on Khan and they wanted to do this, Nicholas Meyer honored what Star Trek was. He wasn't going into interviews going, well, I never liked Star Trek. It was too intellectual for me. I like Star Wars better. Well, then why would you take the mantle on of doing this property? And you look at what was successful. Creed led to Black Panther and all of that, and it speaks for itself. It
Yeah.
speaks,
Yeah.
and I just find that I think in this day and age you have corporate interests which will never understand. I mean, you can try and quantify it all you want. You can listen to marketing speak all you want. I mean, if I were to say to people, one of the problems with modern Star Wars is there's no new hero spaceship. You have old spaceships recycled. Ooh, Poe Dameron's X-Wing is black. That's cool. But it's still an X-Wing.
Yes, it is.
What you've done is you've taken all these things, you've not given anybody anything new. And you've given Kylo Ren is he's a Midwestern Vader cover band singer.
Yes.
And he's somebody that dreams of and that character is like lame, and
Well,
you look at him and you're like, I don't care. And,
well, again,
okay,
from a bad writing standpoint, as I'm sure you know, Robert McKee always says, if at the beginning of the movie you show a gun on the wall, that gun needs to be used before the end of the movie.
right.
The burnt out helmet of Darth Vader is such an iconic and I think wise choice for the sequels. that we never got a conversation, even if it was a fake out conversation, that using the continuity of the sequels, that the Emperor conjured an image of Vader for Kylo Ren to see and say, "You are my true destiny. Don't believe the hype. You are absolutely doing what I need you to do to fulfill your, goal to take my place, my grandson." Why that never happened? Again, it's like
It did in Colin Trevorrow's Duel of the Fates script.
Okay, I was wondering that, man, because again, I really,
Yeah.
I really want to read it, and I'm like, and I loved your coverage of it. I'm sorry your video got yanked and all that nonsense.
Well, not the Duel of the Fates didn't get yanked. What got yanked was my Dune coverage got yanked, and my SETI Alpha 5, the three script Khan trilogy got yanked, which I think is sort of weird. Like, although Nick, I'll tell people, Nicholas Meyer himself wrote me about that. He was not pleased that I covered his script.
Okay,
but we had a nice exchange, and I told him. I mean, I understand where he's coming from, but I'm like, look, I thought this project was dead. Interviews with you, the only reason I covered it was because you said in 2017 that you didn't know. He said that he turned in the scripts and never heard back. And I'm like, I understand why you never heard back, because it's better. It's the reason why they didn't go with the script you wrote for the Battle of the Binary Stars, which was the second episode of Discovery. That was your script. You were the sole screenwriter, and you don't even get credit on the one that was actually shot.
Interesting. Yeah, I didn't know that. Well, and I kind of do know why they get territorial about that shit, because it's all
money.
Yeah, well, exactly, and it's they bought this stuff whether they use it or not. I mean, God, I have friends that worked on the Wonder Woman movies and stuff like that for years, and it's like, hey, can you come on and talk about it? No, I really can't.
Yeah, no,
It's like, okay, I understand. What are you gonna do? I'll move on to the next discussion and everything. But yeah, it bums me out because I'm like, really, you can't even talk? No, I really can't. I'm like, okay, I don't want to fuck up your.
No,
yeah,
it's unfortunate that like the great John Schnepp passed away, because he made the Death of Superman Lives What Happened, but he was also working on a TV series, him and his girlfriend Holly Payne, where they had shot a lot of episodes of movies that were never made. That were in the, like, I worked on some, like we interviewed Bryan Singer about the Logan's Run that never got made, Sam Hamm about his Watchmen script that never got made, the version of the Jetsons that never got made. I mean, it was really interesting. Like, most people don't know, but Bryan pretty much prevised his entire version of Logan's Run that Chris McQuarrie wrote the script for. Like, you could sit down and watch it and previs and go, wow, okay.
Jeez.
So
no, I'm sorry to hear that, and I love those podcasts that exist. I know Altman does a what if show like that.
Yeah,
movies that didn't get made, and I love the Blacklist podcast, not to be confused with the television show,
right?
But where they act out unrealized scripts and things like that. Those are fascinating.
Well, it's amazing how much great work. I mean, people don't understand how many. Thousands of scripts get written every year. People are submitting things. There's a lot of
Indiana Jones script, for example. Yeah.
There's a lot of
this shit better than I do, actually.
Well, I have it all. It's funny. I've got all this stuff over the years that I've just accumulated, and you have it as like, well, that's interesting. Like, why don't you, why didn't this get made, or what? But I find it interesting that nowadays, especially when it comes to genre programming, because comic book shows and movies have become so successful when they're good, I think there's a lot more attention being paid to the creative teams that are working on these shows.
Yes.
And once you've done something good, I mean, I find it interesting, like Weiss and Benioff, I'm a huge Game of Thrones fan. I find the 8th season quite bewildering. I even like the first 3 episodes of the 8th season, but I find the final 3 episodes, I don't understand why they thought it had to be only 6 episodes. But when I watch a show like that, I wonder, okay, you're doing the long night, the Battle of Winterfell, when the Night King shows up, and here's what I don't understand. Why is the Night's King marching south? What does he want? Clearly, he has a strategy. He knows he can take a dragon out and turn it into one of the undead, one of his army. He's going to destroy the wall, which he does, and he's wearing armor, and he clearly has dudes that are next to him that are working with him, part of his spectral undead army. We've seen him acknowledge Jon Snow at the Battle of Hardhome. So there's an intellect going on there. So what does he want? What does he want? What does he hope to accomplish? This is a very fundamental question that any audience member of Game of Thrones would want to know. This has been a threat that has been since the very first episode of Game of Thrones. And we wonder, what does he want? Nope. The Battle of Winterfell, all of this Sturm and Drang of the Night's King and this army that is marching relentlessly south. No idea. Apparently, they don't have an idea either. So when you're watching 8 years of this that you're so invested in, you're waiting. This is a fundamental, foundational question of this show, which is, what do they want? What does the army of the dead want? Because you've shown us they have personality. They're not just some force of nature. They're wearing fucking armor. They took pleasure in shooting a dragon out of the sky. They destroyed the wall. What do they want? Nope. We're not going to tell you. We don't know. The Battle of Winterfell is the end of it. We just have to get them off the playing board. Well, then why were they on it in the first place? If you don't have a reason why the undead army is here, why? And I don't understand. Like, I am baffled. I am baffled. How the creators, how can Weiss and Benioff, how do they write this script and be like, yep, that's it? Wait, what? How do they? Don't they want to know why the Night King was coming south? They're the creators of the show. They've got to have a reason. They must know. No, they don't. And then, of course, don't you want Cersei Lannister and the Breaker of Chains, the two strong alpha women on the show? Can we get them in the same room? Can they talk to each other? Can they get in a slap fight? I don't care. Can they sit down for a meal and have a conversation and deal with their philosophies of life? Can we just have that rather than her sitting at the balcony drinking wine for the entire 8th season? The most scheming, arguably one of the most evil, horrible bitches who's ever been on TV that you love because she's so the way she is. The woman who walked naked through the streets of King's Landing while people threw shit on her and yelling shame, she still managed to get back into the keep. I mean, and yet she winds up with her brother getting buried in a bunch of rocks. Really? Like, I don't understand how creators who love stories end things like this. I mean, come on. And you, when I'm watching this, and the Breaker of Chains, who's learned things since the first season. Someone says, well, she's a Targaryen, like her grandfather or whatever, when her father went crazy. Well, why does she have to go crazy? Like, she has never shown mental illness. She's shown that, yeah, life's tough. And she's maneuvered her way into King's Landing, and sometimes she's learned, and then just because it's convenient in the second to last episode, I'm gonna go crazy and kill all of the people that I've wanted to rule over the entire series. Let's just wreck shop and kill everybody. What? Like, and this happens. This is 8 years, almost a decade of beautiful storytelling that within 3 episodes invalidates all of that previous work. All because you know what? I bought the full series. I will never watch Game of Thrones ever again. Look, man, check this out.
I believe you, but feel free. I love this.
Look,
this is
man,
fantastic.
I drink and I know things.
Stand by.
I've got Tyrion Lannister when he was the first Hand of the King. I love Tyrion Lannister.
Sure.
I'm like, I don't need this figure anymore. I'm like, there is people are like, there's no reason to have Game of Thrones stuff anymore, to collect it all. Like, I have I have a 7th season figure of Tyrion Lannister.
I saw
I'm like,
you show both of them on with whining about movies with Elizabeth.
I think about it. I'm like, do I want to collect all of them? No, I don't, because
Isn't that interesting though, Rob? You're right. Yeah, I get
and that's why the Star Wars prequels are not selling toys. That's why they're not successful, because they didn't tell a real story.
The prequels
and they didn't
or the sequels.
Yeah, I mean the sequel trilogy, the Disney sequel trilogy did not tell a real story.
I agree.
They didn't tell the story of our classic characters.
No.
You know, they put them in situations that made no sense. The First Order made no sense. And they're going to wonder, they're going to puzzle over this, but the answer is simple. It's always the same thing. Tell a great story.
Writing.
And give me good characters.
Yep. Absolutely.
That is it. Man.
Well,
There's nothing beyond that.
It's going to be, honestly, when we literally are in the grave and they are re-examining the Star Wars phenomenon, I wonder what I hope it happens in our lifetimes where there's enough time, and maybe when we're in our 70s, we'll hear film criticism about however it's perceived. I agree completely with what you're saying. Yet again, there is a segment of the audience that loved them.
Right. And by the way, here's the thing. There's always going to be a segment of the audience that sees things for the first time. And there's also a segment of the audience that isn't necessarily discerning, and they're not wrong. You can't sit there and go, well, these people aren't smart enough to understand what's good and bad. No, because again, most people aren't inside.
Right.
They're outside, and they're watching things, and if they're entertained for 2 hours, I like that. That was good.
Good enough, absolutely.
Good enough. But what's really interesting is what, to me, like Maximus Decimus Meridius said, I want to watch stories that echo through eternity. You know, and what are the stories that resonate? No one can sit there and go, that's Shakespeare. What a hack. You know, fuck Hamlet. What does that mean? Romeo and Juliet, Henry V, the St. Crispin's Day speech, cliche. I don't like that.
Yep.
Okay, well, you're wrong. And hundreds of years later, the stories will prove you wrong.
Yep.
And I think that is the case with. By the way, is it really as late as?
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah,
dude.
I know, and I honestly, Rob, I love that we do this.
It is 1:12, which means it's 4:12 in the morning.
No,
it's
3. It's
3:12 for you because you're central.
I'm an all-nighter guy, so I'm fine, Robin, and truly, as always, riveted by our conversations. But we can wrap up. I mean, good Lord, I feel bad for you and Elizabeth and the kids and everything.
Oh no, Elizabeth, she's asleep. She's got the dog. She goes, and I'm not on John Campea's show tomorrow.
Okay,
but no, I just think that when you and I talk, I just get lost in all this because
that's a compliment, and I'll take it, buddy. Because truly, I feel the same way. I enjoy our talks, and I really was like, all right, maybe we'll go 2 hours, but I won't keep it for a marathon. Well, here we are.
And yeah, I mean, let's see, we started at what, 9:30?
Yeah, 9:30.
9:30, 10:30, 10:30, 11, 12:30. Well, we have to go at least another 15 minutes to make it 4 hours.
Okay, well, hey, if you don't mind, we'll take this 15 minutes and just because we really didn't talk about where comics are right now.
Oh my God. Yeah, let's do that. That's good.
Yeah, because honestly, I feel like, again, it comes up occasionally on Robservations, but you don't get a chance to talk. And I talk to some of these people, and I'm amazed. I'm glad Fandom did as well as it did, and I look forward to the next round of it coming up in mid-September because I think it'll tell more of what they're doing in the pages and stuff and moving forward. And I think it was a good save given the bad publicity that unfortunately when they have these giant cuts, and that's really all Bleeding Cool and CBR and all the great comic and geek websites kind of focus on, that it was a good save in terms of, all right, there is some creative energy that they're putting forward on this thing. But yeah, I mean, my main, it's not even a concern. It's a realization that both DC and Marvel really wasted the last 20 years and didn't innovate in terms of the way they tell stories as far as just sticking with the magazines, sticking with the floppies as long as they have, and not recognizing what was happening around them with YA currently in comics, but even before that, the manga explosion, and just seeing that, okay, there are comic book fans that aren't coming to it through the Wednesday Warriors and
Right.
going to the local comic shop. So, any observations on?
Well, I mean, look, I am a huge. Hang on a second. Let me grab.
Sure, buddy.
This. So here, okay. When I was on Collider Heroes, Amy Dallin, who worked at a
Yes.
comic book store, I was a huge fan of Amy.
Okay.
And she really knew comics. She really had the pulse of new good stuff.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, you know, we don't really talk, but I really respected her a lot. And I respected her opinion. She hooked me up with this, The Wicked and the Divine.
Great book.
A great book. Now, this I haven't even cracked this open yet. This is volume 4 of the series, the hardcover. I am a huge fan of hardcovers, and I love omnibuses and all of that.
Yep.
Because one of the things that they do is they give a respectability. When you get a comic in the page in a hardcover, graphic novels are fine, you know, floppies and but a hardcover, the smell of the paper, you know, there is a prestige to it.
Yeah, you're
like
making a statement with a hardcover presentation. I agree.
Yeah, and DC with their absolute editions and Marvel with their omnibuses, and they're like, one of my favorite YouTube channels is Gem Mint. I don't know if you watch Gem Mint Collectibles.
No.
Gem Mint is this guy who has like every Marvel omnibus, at least the ones he wants, and he has if you see his collection, he's got I covet his collection, because while I have a lot, you know, I buy other stuff, so I don't just specialize. I get Hot Toys figures or whatever. But I look at his there is, to have that library. You know, it's like Boris Balkan in The Ninth Gate. He has the best collection of books about Satan in the world. I love that. And I think that what they didn't embrace is they've tried to, like you said, for 20 years, they've tried to keep the comic paradigm the way it is. And let's just go back and make new number ones. And I'm like, no. You need to change. Look at where other collectibles, look at like what Mondo has done with posters. You know, they get artists to do new movie posters. They do limited editions of that.
Yep.
Or look at people that are repressing vinyl. You know, at heavy 120 gauge or whatever vinyl, and
even within comics, Ed Brubaker, who I just had on a couple of weeks ago,
I love him.
Truly, he's the best. He's the best, and truly, I'm so happy that he's literally been on twice in like 3 months, and it's like, oh, we'll talk again in December, John. I'm like, that'd be great, Ed. But he was comparing what they do with the Criminal collections and Fade Out and all of their books to what Marvel and DC put out on their graphic novels. And as you said, I mean, you know, they really take their time with their hardcovers to really make them events. And
the criminal hardcovers are dope.
Absolutely. And he said, he didn't even specify what Marvel's story recently, a maxi series of some sort. And he's like, I bought the graphic novel. It was like $40. It was soft cover. The paper was cheap as shit. And he's like, it's an embarrassment. You know, their lack of really giving a shit about a significant storyline that he wanted to collect. And he's like, it just pissed me off when I saw it. And yeah, man, I mean, that's the thing. They're a really great, as you know, I mean, what Hickman's doing with the X-Men is just insanely great.
Dude. Oh my God. It's so funny because if you like science fiction, and I do, you know, what Hickman did with House of X and Powers of 10, I was like, I have it right, I have it right behind me. Oh, yeah. And I have not gone, I've been waiting to get the hardcover collections, and I hope that they come out of what they've been doing, because I read what goes on. I mean, I go on and read people's digital. It's so amazing. The X-Men was so moribund for so long. Like even in the mid 200s of X-Men, I'm like, okay, it's variations on a theme. You know, We're gonna go to Australia and we're gonna do this, and then I kind of liked, you know, the Age of Apocalypse. That was kind of fun.
Okay.
But all that stuff, it was just, again, variations on a theme, and I liked the
Little
idea of you.
blips, like
Yeah,
Joss Whedon doing X-Men, or of course Grant Morrison doing X-Men.
but
20
it
years ago.
wasn't thematically. It was still the characters being put through the paces.
Yep.
And what Hickman did was conceptually, he exploded. The characters were there, but he exploded it into a true science fiction. And he took the X-Men and took them. I was like, wow. Like,
Yep.
I can't, first of all, I couldn't believe, I thought it was cool when Grant Morrison gave us Cassandra Nova. Like, oh my God, Charles Xavier's twin sister, that they were in the womb together. I thought that was edgy. Huh, boy, was I wrong. Reading what Hickman did, I'm like that. And that's, and there's a lot of fans are like, I hate it. I don't like it at all. Well, it's pretty heady. Like, even for me, I'm like, wow, this is a X-Men for the adults.
John is amazing that way, and he always has been, whether it's been his creator-owned stuff or his other Marvel work.
Fantastic Four,
Good Lord, it's amazing. Yes,
and when you read that stuff, to me, what I loved about that is it was such heady science fiction, where and it was all based on X-Men lore. And he didn't take anything that wasn't established, but he twisted it and turned it around. I mean, I was like, wouldn't that be interesting if someone did that with Star Wars or Star Trek? I mean, it's pretty radical, but you need somebody to understand that.
Inside, like you were saying.
Yeah, and get inside, and that was way inside. But not only was it way inside, it's also he obviously is well read. It's if Alan Moore was given free reign with the X-Men or something,
If you didn't already know, John has these notebooks of ideas before he writes, and and some things he even are on characters that he hasn't even gotten to yet. I mean, I've known him for 15 years. And he's just, when he was doing nightly news, he immediately had my attention 15 years ago, one of his first things. And just as a designer, too, all of his stuff is amazing. And, it's fantastic. And I'm so pleased for him because he deserves it. But he's a heady thinker. He absolutely is. And we need more of those in comics. Now, it's interesting because across the street, in a more conventional way, but still some groundbreaking stuff, I think Tom Taylor. I love Tom King. Tom King's a very dear friend of mine.
Yep.
And I think he's a brilliant writer as well. And I love what he's doing currently with Adam Strange. And I adored his Batman run. Tom Taylor right now, though, with Deceased.
Okay.
Story, and also Injustice, which he's been doing for years.
Yeah.
Those are great DC Elseworld takes. And I think they're the best DC books out there right now.
You know what? I had an order for the first DC Deceased. I haven't read Deceased. I want to read it so bad because as a DC fan, I just haven't bought the omnibus or whatever, the first book that they put out.
Okay.
I mean, because I buy everything later. Like, I caught up with Dark Knight Metal. I'm like, this is fun.
It's crazy.
I'm like, what?
Snyder's event is crazy, but
who
it's
came up with this? And now they're going to do more of it? And they're like, okay.
Yeah.
And again, I've stopped buying. The last time I bought books or had them bought for me was when I did comic book shopping with John Schnepp like 3 years ago. But I buy everything that I want to read, like The Wicked and the Divine, when it comes out in hardcover. And I have a hardcover fetish. I'm like, I mean, I've got paperback books here, but I'm like, I only buy hardcovers. And it's interesting. Even that, philosophically, I'm thinking, well, I guess I'm buying hardcovers to leave a legacy of what I liked behind. Like, when I die, because who knows, life, you never know, that people are going to walk in and collectively think, why did he buy these books as opposed to other books? And I'm like, well, here you go. Here's my collection of all the DC Absolute books, and here's, why do I love? No one's gonna know why I love Camelot 3000 #4. That was the comic that, and why is this comic in Mylar? Why does it look so shiny? I mean, I look at this comic book, and it's so funny to me because this comic book looks. I mean, in this Mylar, this comic book is what, 38 years old?
That sounds right.
I mean, look at how
honestly, congratulations. It looks amazing.
It's perfect. But this is the actual comic that I went and bought What, in
38 years ago.
'83?
Yeah.
You know, I went and bought. It's the same comic. It looks brand new. You know, and the funny
That's
thing
great,
about
man.
it is these aren't particularly worth a lot of money, but they mean something to me.
I hear you, man.
And I think that the thing about comics now, what's really interesting, here's my problem with the way we think about things. Now we live in a world. It's kind of like in The Social Network, which I think is one of the most rewatchable movies in the world.
Agreed.
When Justin Timberlake says, "Yeah, $1 million," you know what's cool? $1 billion. Well, nowadays every corporation is thinking we're not gonna dabble in something unless we're gonna make $1 billion in profit. And the comic book industry was never an industry that's making $1 billion. What's ironic is the Marvel Cinematic Universe draws upon the comic stories to make their movies. You know, Age of Ultron might not have been exactly like the Age of Ultron comic, but it's called the Age of Ultron because there was an Age of Ultron comic. The Infinity War, well, you know, the Infinity Gauntlet, the Infinity War, the Infinity Crusade. I mean, these are all things that were done as comics, and then they get translated into $3 billion movies.
That's right.
What I would think is that these corporations, these multinational corporations, AT&T, should use DC Comics, and how do they fund it? Under R&D.
Right.
It's R&D. It's research and development, and
An IP laboratory. Absolutely.
an IP laboratory where they're turning DC Comics into an incubator for future stories that they're going to, and whether it's now that they're going to have HBO Max or whatever. And they need, I mean, everybody needs a way to, how are we going to spend this money? Like, how do we justify this expense? And everybody understands R&D. So for AT&T, whether it's, well, our R&D is about communications technology. Well, dude, you guys bought a studio. You know, you own Warner Brothers. You're going to have a streaming service. I know you want to put it on your phones and transmit it over your phone lines and all that, but you need content. So basically, your content is what is going to drive your thing for the next 50 fucking years.
Agreed.
But nobody, our American corporations are not thinking in terms of 50 years from now. They're thinking to the next fiscal quarter, and they're like,
absolutely.
well, we're going to get rid. Like, it is so short-sighted. And this is my problem with America. We are, look, a country like China is like, we're 4,000 years old.
Exactly.
You know,
we got time.
We're making, you know,
It's
we're
the
going to
long
go in
game.
and we're going to save African nations and give them all the money they need now. Yeah, for the next, their mineral rights for the next 100 years. Because they need money now. They're playing the long game. We basically gave Africa away. You know, America is like, nah, we in the next fiscal quarter. I want money now,
Yep.
now.
Yep.
And I think the state of the comic book industry is it is exactly what's wrong with the United States.
I think you're right. That's
And-
that's a very apt comparison. You're right.
And there is no vision there. There is no understanding that comic books aren't how do people not know? Looking at, oh gosh, well, let's look at what's on TV. The Boys, The Umbrella Academy, Doom Patrol, Stargirl, whatever you want to look at. You know, the Marvel Cinematic Universe, what's going on with their streaming shows.
Right.
I mean, all of these things are going to be the basis of entertainment for years to come.
Yep.
And they all are derived from, by the way, it's relatively, compared to, like, say, building a new cell phone, it's relatively inexpensive to pay good creators and artists to make comic books.
Go ahead.
No. And I'm like, the delivery system digitally, whether you're going to sell them, what you need to do is do what they did with vinyl. It's heavy gauge vinyl. It's a new pressing. It's something cool to own. You know, a lot of people don't want to own anything anymore. There's nothing left to own, like
Physical media, as you've said.
Yeah, it's all physical media is going away, but people still like to own shit. They do.
Oh, yeah.
And if you have like people who love comics, they read those stories over and over and over again. And when you have something that's good, give it some prestige, you know.
Well, even the basic of having content to put on your technology. It was funny. I was talking to Bendis and Mike Oeming last night because they released their 20th anniversary Powers graphic novel. Which, by the way, if you were ever a Powers fan, Great ending. Great ending. Outstanding. Honestly,
Is
they
it in
stuck.
hardcover?
Yes, they
Okay.
stuck the landing. They stuck the landing, and it came out in stores today as well. Tomorrow, yesterday, because we're already into Thursday, as we're discussing.
Mm.
But and to wrap up, but it was funny because we were talking about the Powers Television show and how Sony was using PlayStation as a platform for their streaming stuff. And ultimately, they decided, well, we're really more of a gaming company and not a live action company. And those people that made those decisions aren't with Sony anymore
Right.
because they were short sighted. Because the feeling was it's already a crowded streaming network place. Maybe we shouldn't be in this game. And that was like 6 years ago. And that's what's fascinating about that. And look at all the other streamers that have popped up in those 6 years. And bad call, just like dividing Viacom and CBS. Bad call, kids. You made a mistake.
Bad call, Ripley. It was a bad call. No, but you're absolutely right. And here's the problem. The problem is at the corporate level, there is nobody we saw this in the 90s with comic companies. And I've seen this in the geek world. I've watched this time and time again. People are like, oh my God, Image Comics. Look at how much money they've made. We're going to just jump in. Broadway Comics. Whatever. We're going to, Leonard Nimoy, we'll get him to do.
Yep, Millennium, so many companies.
So they spend all this money. I remember Comic-Con in the mid-90s, full of these brand new, Jim Shooter's doing Plasm. So whatever, we're going to pay these people. And what they don't understand is it's not comic books that's the thing. It's the creators that's the thing.
And the stories they make, yeah.
And the stories they make. It's look, Todd McFarlane just happens to be making Spawn. Todd McFarlane actually is a hero of mine because, look, do I love Todd McFarlane's art? Yeah, I do. Do I like his writing? Yeah. But you know what Todd McFarlane did that was amazing? When he, as an image creator, he was like, you know what? I'm going to put out my comic book every month, and I'm going to do it on time. And that's what he did. Spawn was like, of the Image comic books, on time, relentlessly on time.
Agreed.
And then after a couple of years, he's like, I'm going to make action figures. And they're going to be the best. And then he's like, that first Spawn action figure, which I got, I was like, in that space, not 6 scale, but in that space, that first Spawn figure was dope. Yep. It was so good. The color, the sculpting, it was so good that it would stand up and it didn't fall over right away.
Yep.
And then all of those original things. And then he kept Spawn coming out. And it was almost like a great musician. He had the bump, the beat. The beat was his book. Ba-bump, 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 ba-bump. And then his other things, the action figures, that was like the melody. Sometimes the melody would work and sometimes it wouldn't work. But it was somebody who put out great product. And I liked it. And I like what he did. He got licenses. Sometimes like, I'm going to license the first X-Files movie. Well, that movie sucked, but that wasn't his fault. He was like, okay, nobody wants to buy those. So I did. I bought them.
Well, but he gets into sports and all the action figures and the having the contracts with all the major leagues and everything. Genius.
And that's because he loves why? Because he was inside baseball. He loved baseball. He's like, I'm going to make shit I like. And in corporate America, that idea, the idea of making something you like, it doesn't exist.
Agreed.
You can't. You have to look. And this is the problem. This is the problem where we're at. And everybody's asking themselves these questions. It's actually a very easy answer. Although there's just nobody to fill the spot. Like you look at Kevin Feige, Star Trek needs a Kevin Feige.
Absolutely.
Star Wars needs a Kevin Feige.
Absolutely.
The problem is to find someone. Kevin Feige worked as a producer or in a producer's role on 13 Marvel movies. There's only one person in all of human history that's Kevin Feige, and that's Kevin Feige.
Right.
That's it. He worked for Richard Donner as an intern. He's the only person that's worked on actual movies. And by the way, look what that got Disney. If you average out those 23 movies, each one of them grossed $1 billion. Yep. Now, nobody in Hollywood will ever, at least they haven't said this now, Kevin Feige is the most successful movie producer in all of human history.
Agreed. I was going to say he's the new Thalberg, but he really surpassed Irving.
No, he's way beyond, because you know what he did? He concentrated on one thing. Now, did he make All About Eve? Did he make Casablanca? No, but there are people that are going to be like, wow, you never. But no, you know what? The Marvel Cinematic Universe is a wonder. If you look into Hollywood history, there has been nothing like it.
No.
What I don't understand is people just sort of take it for granted. But I know the whole industry sort of, they'd rather talk about, oh my God, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is so great. You know what I'd like to say? I'd like to say Infinity War and Endgame are amazing. And when I watch them, it's not just because I'm a fan of comic books. I'm like, I can't believe those movies exist. When I see Doctor Strange, when I see Stephen Strange and Tony Stark going at each other in the Sanctum Sanctorum, I'm like, I can't believe I am even watching this on a screen. This is mind-blowing. And people are like, why is it so mind-blowing, Rob? I'm like, because you didn't read comic books as a kid. Like, it's insane. It's insane that we're watching this.
I agree.
And it's all because of Kevin Feige.
100%. You're absolutely right. Too goddamn funny.
And nobody, like, why isn't there somebody that works on Star Trek or Star Wars like this? Why is this so hard? I mean, and what's so funny is
individual that truly loves it and understands it. But go on.
Well, it's because people, when they get their claws into something, there's no incentive. Everybody wants the money.
Yep.
Like Secret Hideout at the corporate level, nobody knows if Star Trek is good or bad, nor does it matter. It's just like they're making these shows and people are watching them and, oh, well, look at the subscription rates or whatever. But what really matters is all of this stuff is valued in the long run. Where are we going to be with this in 10 years? People are still buying classic models. Hell, I just bought a model of the shuttlecraft, Galileo. And by the way, somebody made a brand new model of the shuttlecraft. Just came out. 30 seconds.
We're not seeing those transports that are in Discovery, or God, I can't even remember the name of Picard's ship, Crystal Ball's ship, as I like to call him.
Oh yeah, the Rocinante. Oh wait, no, something else. The La Llorona, the Curse of La Llorona.
It's lost something. I don't know.
That ship is shitty.
Of course.
Like the producers looked at this. I don't want that ship hanging.
I don't want that ship either, and I've got several Ego Mosses myself, man.
I mean,
but I have ones I like.
But that's what's funny is the aesthetic decisions. What's amazing to me, do you know that in the United States, you cannot buy the Revell model kit of the Enterprise from Star Trek 09? It's only available in Germany?
Yeah, I remember you saying that. Go on.
Why is that?
Exactly.
How is it now? Round two is finally, they finally are going to make the model after the fact. Now I have the model. But isn't it amazing?
Who's making it now? Who's going to make it?
Round two that makes the Star Trek models. They make the Space Nine. They do a great job. They're incredible. But the fact of the matter is, why is that? Like, why are there no, every year Hallmark Christmas ornaments? Maybe they have to make a Discovery ornament, or they have to make whatever, But
I don't know, Rob. I guess maybe not. I mean, again,
I just I pull this off my shelf, right? All right,
sure.
So here is a 6-scale captain's chair from Star Trek with Khan Noonien Singh, a 6-scale Khan Noonien Singh from Space Seed,
of course,
in this chair, right?
Yes.
So let's see. Hang on up. Oh wait, hang on.
I can hear it. That's hilarious.
This is from the first season of Star Trek.
Right.
Now you can buy this and it's badass, right?
How new is that?
Yeah, it's QMX. It's a couple of years old. I mean, like the Khan but 6 scale. I mean, you can't really tell, but this likeness of Khan Noonien Singh is great. I just am cheeky by putting him in the command chair.
Pretty cool.
I have an action figure fetish for chairs. I love action figure chairs.
I respect that.
But
fantastic.
you look at this. No one's making this about the Discovery.
Exactly.
I don't have a Benedict Cumberbatch figure of Khan, nor do I want one.
Where's a Lorca? As much as I enjoy Jason Isaacs' well, half of Jason Isaacs' portrayal in Discovery. But yeah, or even Anson Mount, as much as we love Captain Pike. I mean, no, I'm with you, man. I'm absolutely with you. That's sad and hilarious. The only Hallmark Star Trek ornament I had to get was Spock's death,
Mm.
with them kneeling with
Well,
with
and what an uplifting Christmas moment that is. The death
nothing
of
says
Spock
Merry
as
Christmas
their,
than-
I mean, and I love the fact that somebody's like, I know what we're going to do for Christmas this year.
Which is why I had to buy
Spock's
it.
death, of
I
course.
had to buy it. Well, because Spock died for our sins, as we know. So
He did. But what's such a strange thing to me is there are, you'd think that from a corporate standpoint that they could look at what's working and codify or figure out what it is that's working and what isn't working. And apparently they can't. And I don't understand why.
I don't either, man. I hear you. It is truly, these are the corporate mysteries that keep good decisions from happening, unfortunately.
I mean, I looked at, like, they're gutting DC Comics, and I'm like, Bob Harris, how long?
10 years as executive editor or editor-in-chief.
Like you're making,
252.
you have a Wonder Woman movie coming out. Joker made $1 billion. You got Aquaman 2, you're the Snyder cut. I mean, clearly the DC universe, the franchises, the CW, what AT&T bought, the whole basis of all of this is your comic books. So
fallacy. DC is having a profitable year, so it wasn't a profit thing. However, as you point out, Bob Harris, editor-in-chief, back in 1999, which should have been a golden moment for Marvel Comics, and they had the first Singer X-Men movie out and stuff. Same problem, and Bob Harris didn't have a job after that. So it is kind of ironic that 20 years later, he finds himself in the same situation with the same lieutenant, Bobby Chase. And no disrespect to either of them as people.
right.
I never cared for their business decisions, either at Marvel or DC. And what can I?
Well,
I literally
I mean,
met Bob once.
I mean, I would say this as somebody who loves my omnibuses. You know, they do bad things. Some of their omnibuses are really the first Justice League.
Made.
Yeah, they're poorly made. They're not done well, and the research isn't done. There's sometimes missing pages. The new Teen Titans, which I love, they redid those. I bought the original omnibuses, and then they redo them and they rejigger them and they change them around. And I'm like, why weren't they done right in the first place? If I'm going to spend $100 on an omnibus, it better be fucking right.
Yeah, well, Bob Greenberger used to be there and used to be able to make those decisions and make those things right. And he hasn't been with the company in at least 10 or 15 years. So.
Yeah. And I look, I think that there is as we lead up to the election, there is a fundamental problem with our country. And I think that fundamental problem is, it's funny that Bill and Ted's Face the Music came out. Do we want to be excellent? And I feel that across the board, we have forgotten to be excellent for its own sake.
Interesting.
That there is a reward, a singular reward for doing your best. I feel like we all want to get paid by doing the least amount of work now. That there is a and I feel it comes back down to we have a lack of respect for one another. You know, we don't respect each other as Americans, as people, as individuals, and we should. Like I say on my show, every single human being is a thermodynamic miracle, which was codified in The Watchmen by Dr. Manhattan. But we all are unique. There's only one of us in all of the creation of the universe. If you start studying just how big the universe is, there's only one of each of us. Each one of us should be exalted and respected and taken care of, and we should be afforded kindness and we should, no matter who you are or what you are, who you love, what you believe, what color you are, every single person on this planet is unique. And yet Americans have fundamentally, I think, as a country, lost respect for one another.
Agreed. Yeah.
And I think in losing, when you've lost respect for each other, you've lost respect for everything else.
Yeah.
And there is a wonder, human endeavor, whether it's art or whether it's commerce or whether it's technology, it's all made by us.
That's right.
And now we seem to have a problem respecting each other and respecting all the work that we do. We're so jaded and so cynical. Like, oh, I mean, why is that so cool? Like, whatever. Like, I'm going to put up an Instagram picture. Look how good. It's all look at me, look at me, look at me. We're all about. We're not looking out anymore, and we're not looking out into the awe and the wonder of the universe and the world that surrounds us, and wondering what's going to happen to us when we go out there. It's all about what can I get now? And it used to be you get what you put out into the universe, you get back, and I don't think people feel that way anymore. And it's such a strange thing, which is so weird because during this COVID epidemic, to bring it full circle, you and I have been out there cultivating communities and having people come in and speak and giving people a voice. Like I really love reading the letters people send me every day. I have no idea what they're going to say. I have no idea what people are going to talk about. I have no idea what people think about what I say. And I don't even know why people are watching me. But every single day, I am delighted by that world out there.
Agreed.
And when I say the world, I mean the whole world. I get letters from around the planet Earth.
Yes, you do.
And it's amazing to me. And not a day goes by when I don't finish my show. And I always stop and I'm like, that was fucking amazing. I got letters from how many different countries? And there's a girl, Willow Yang. She's going to be a doctor, a PhD candidate, a microbiologist, who's also a huge geek. And she shows her mother movies like, well, all kinds of movies, and then writes me letters that are, English is not even her first language. Her name isn't even Willow Yang. And when she writes me something, it's like getting a new movie on Blu-ray. And I feel that way about all my letter writers, but Willow Yang, the fact that she even still watches me.
I hear you, man. I know. It's funny. I saw you read her letter today, and agreed. And I love when she gives her mother's reviews.
I mean, today she talked about Egyptian
gods of Egypt.
Not just gods of Egypt, but real Egyptian history and semen on lettuce heads. I'm like, oh my God. You know what? When I read that stuff, I'm like, how many other YouTubers get letters like this? Much less read them.
Hilarious.
And I'm like, dude, that is why I do this show. And I am constantly amazed. And I've often said, I want to spend the rest of my life. I've wanted to live my life in a perpetual state of awe and wonder. And I do.
I understand, man, and I know you've got a great community, and it only feeds what you do on your shows, and it's entertaining as hell, Rob. I am while I'm making my stuff and editing, I put you on in the background, and I'm laughing my ass off, and it's because of your observations and the community's observations, and I always appreciate.
Come on, dude. Robservations.
Yes, this is true. Your robservations, as you speak to me from your robservatory. Absolutely, man.
Which, by the way, I mean, I've gotten away. I can't believe, as a middle-aged man, I can say shit like I'm the Archbishop of Banterbury. I mean, when I look at people like Christopher Hitchens, I look at Christopher Hitchens things, and I'm like, he was the Archbishop of Banterbury. Like I could never speak.
I loved Hitchens back.
No, it's not his nickname, but I make up all. But I'm like, I'm just a dude talking about spaceships and action figures and Japanese super robots from the 70s.
Funny.
I am not the Archbishop of Banterbury. Not really. I can say I am.
You're a practitioner of kayfabe, so you know what you're doing and everything.
I guess. That's it.
I mean, do you know about that podcast, by the way, Cartoonist Kayfabe?
Is that I think that was the one that Howard Chaykin was on.
That likely was, because
that was it.
It's Jim Rugg and Ed Piskor.
Yes,
two great guys from Pittsburgh, brilliant guys.
That was the one I watched where I was jotting down everything that Chaykin was saying and before the interview, and it took me like 3 hours to get through his interview because I was writing everything down, and as I wrote it down, I'd stop and start and go look at.
I kind of suspected.
That's what it was.
Yeah, it's an amazing show. They're brilliant guys. They've both been on Word Balloon separately. Jim was on in the last couple of months. I keep bugging Ed to come back. You know, he did that great X-Men Grand Design double volume that retold the Claremont years,
right,
in a very succinct way. But also hip hop. God damn it.
Yeah. I know. Yeah.
Hip hop family tree.
Yeah, hip hop family. Yes.
I mean,
which is great.
It really is. It really, really is. So no, they're brilliant, and I can't recommend their podcast or their YouTube show enough. So
right.
But as
well, I mean, that's again, YouTube has given rise to things like that. I watch that stuff and I'm blown away. And being part of, you can't be on YouTube without zipping around.
Oh yeah.
And watching all the content, and it's amazing. It's amazing what people have done. And I feel like if I've contributed something that people like, then that's, and the frustrating thing for me is there's so many things I want to do, like new shows, new things. And I'm like, I don't have enough time in the day. Like I could spend, if I was really diligent, I would sleep 6 hours. I'd work out for an hour, and then I would do like 14 hours of YouTube and create shows and edit. But when I start getting into editing and combining YouTube with filmmaking, then I'm like, I can either do a daily show where I talk, or I can make episodes where I'm editing. And
I hear you, man. No, sometimes I face the same obstacles. There are a ton of other podcasts that I would like to do, very much like people like Trina Longworth and what she does with You Must Remember This.
Yeah,
about boxing. That's the one subject I really want to cover, and that period when the mob really ruled boxing. I think.
But do you think that you need a staff? I mean, she's got a staff.
Yeah, I know she has a staff. I don't know, man. I'm kind of like, I like to DIY, and maybe that's my own fault for not delegating better. Maybe if I, again, I mean, right now, thankfully, with my community, they're helping me out, and at a weird time when I'm out of radio and everything. Maybe I can continue to kind of build, and maybe I will get to that point where I'll be able to get more people out.
Yeah, I mean, I have great moderators. I hate the fact that we're
Richard,
not paying.
thank you again for moderating this, basically, joining us for as many hours as we've been talking. Go on.
Oh, the Richard's great, but people who work for you should get paid, and I don't like the fact. I don't make enough money to pay people, and I've worked for people like John Campy has 250,000 subscribers,
which is amazing.
It's amazing, and he brings in enough money that I'm one of them. I'm an employee of his.
Yep.
And I've been very fortunate and lucky to have an incredible moderating staff and all that. But I would love to have them and pay them, and have a little bit more structure. It's a little loosey goosey because I'm trying to, I have to work on day jobs and I have to get paid so we can pay rent and all that. And at the same time, YouTube's fine and all that, but passive income, I mean, unless you've got millions or 250,000 subscribers, you certainly can't live on any of that. You super chats or all that, that's great, and that keeps the channel going. It keeps power on and all that. But there are YouTubers, when I look at people that have lots of subscribers, they make it a business and they have a staff. Like Joe Rogan, he can pay people, and that would be my dream, to pay the people that work for me. Agreed. If they're working for me, that would be the goal. Well, the goal would be to turn the Burnett Network into something where I could, and not just have my show. I'm looking forward to the Richard. He's not just a great moderator, but he's done these interviews with other people, and it's going to be the first time. I've been adding graphics to them and stuff, so it's taken a while to do it, but it's the first time I've ever allowed somebody else to do something that's not me, and while at first, when you put up weird videos, you only get like, and it's not that his videos are weird, but they're off brand. And when they go up, it'll be interesting because like he interviewed like Lynn Hobday is this woman she lives in Japan.
Yes, I saw that on your 500th episode. Yeah.
I don't know her. I'd never heard her speak. I mean, I'd heard her sing, but I'd never heard her just like chill out and speak. I love her I've loved her already.
It was an interesting conversation. He did a great job. Absolutely.
Yeah. So the Richard interviewed her, and I'm like, okay, that was cool. And I'm like, God damn it, I would have liked to have done that interview. Like, I really would love to have talked to her because I want to meet her because I like her. But he did it, and he did some of those interviews, and I'm gonna put them up on the Burnetwork. But that's why I called it the Burnetwork, because ultimately it's supposed to have other people up there, and you want to pay people and make people aware of what their value is and all of that. But it's so weird because we have to think that way. We have to think we're making content and programming, and we're giving people a venue to speak. And wouldn't it be great to make shows? I mean, I want to just make shows and keep people talking and all of that. That's what we're doing, I guess.
No, that's great. Richard actually reached out to me and asked if he could talk to me. I'd be happy to talk to him, so that would be great. And and he says 13 interviews so far, so good for him, man.
Yeah, no, it's great. And that's another thing in my spare, doing all this other stuff. I've got videos and the stuff that I showed, the interviews that he did, there was graphics, I had to put around the stuff, and it was, and there's editorial stuff, and it's just, you know how it is.
I do know how it is, and really, I love when Dieter sends you videos as well.
I mean, they're making their second short. They're making a trilogy with their Secret Exchange short film, and that's another thing. I meet people like Dieter Bastian. I mean, Dieter Bastian is a guy that I would be best friends with. Like, he'd be either at my house all day long, or I'd be over at his place. Like, he is his sense of humor and everything about him. Like, he's a guy I'm like, why does he not live here? Why are we not hanging out? Like, him and Patrick's daughter, I'm like, I'd be like very D'Artagnan. If they're the Three Musketeers, I'd be their D'Artagnan. And he's been really good to me and very nice, and he's so hilarious. And I'm like, I wouldn't have known him if it wasn't for the channel.
I understand. I totally understand. You're killing me.
And that's the way. Well, we should probably. I need.
Let's wrap, buddy. Absolutely,
dude. 4.5 hours, man. Is this our record?
Yeah. Honestly, I think Bendis and I are probably. You've approached the Bendis level of sometimes us talking. But no, hey man, it means a lot. I'm glad that you were so into the conversation.
Dude, it means a lot to me. I mean, you've always been so supportive, and I've loved the fact that we've known each other now for half a decade.
Yeah.
And you let me pontificate and all this, but I have to say, I've loved what you've done in the last couple months. I mean, turning on Facebook, and you've done seeing those interviews, and they're live, and you've been crushing it.
You're really kind, man. I appreciate it.
No, yeah, dude, it's self-evident.
Well, I've been a broadcaster for 30 years in Chicago.
But let me ask you this. Do you feel a new sense of vim and vigor with the new technology? And I feel like with you doing all this stuff that you have a whole new realm that you've entered into where you're calling your own shots and you're doing your own thing.
It's true. And and it's nice not to have to answer to a boss and hear no for dumb reasons. And as I've managed to gain a global audience. So I've got one of my buddies right now from Honolulu, Jason. Good to see you, Jason. Thank you. Where it's only 10:45 his time or whatever, 10:58 his time. But yeah, man, it's you're right. It's very empowering. I felt that way anyway about the podcast. But yeah, since COVID took my radio job away, it's like, okay, let me see what I can do with this. And it's been great. And truly adding video to the audio that I've done for 15 years, it's only opened up more opportunities, and that's why I wanted to try and do these live shows. And I'm glad they're working as well as they are, and I appreciate all the new relationships I've made in these months.
Yeah.
And also, again, my friends like yourself come back and have great conversations with me as well. So I'm happy to present them live. And, maybe I'll probably slow down when things slightly get back to normal, but I think video will always be now part of Word Balloon. So yeah, I mean, it's great, and I appreciate, seriously. You're one of the creatives that I really respect in terms of your output as well. So it means a lot that you say nice things, and I thank you for that.
Oh, I'm always excited when I see you and you come on, but I have to say that especially your focus on comic books and the comic community and the creators, that kind of specialization matters, and I think that you do that. It's really important. And the world has changed, and I think that with YouTube, people are understanding. I mean, YouTube is becoming a thing unto itself. It's weird. There's self-policing business I don't like very much.
And I'm with you. Yeah.
I don't like the fact that, okay, look, when CBS comes and clamps down on me for talking about the SETI Alpha 5 scripts that Nicholas Meyer himself said 3 years ago, I don't know what happened to them. And they do exist. They're there. And when they give me a copyright strike again, like you didn't make it. Like I'm talking about something that is how many unproduced scripts are there in Hollywood? Thousands. How many did I do coverage on? Thousands. I mean, I professionally, I read so many scripts that never got made.
Oh, sure.
And you're going to come after me and get pissed. And then Nicholas Meyer got pissed at me, and I'm like, he's like, well, I really did appreciate the kind words, but I would rather have an audience be able to, see this without knowing what it's about. I'm like,
sure.
Well, so would I, but I wouldn't have reported on this if not 3 years ago you said, I don't know what's going on. And as somebody, even I've worked in the industry for 30 years. Look, I wrote Free Enterprise 2. We were going to make it 10 years ago. If somebody reported on it and said it was good, I'd be like, great, maybe somebody will make it now. But we live in this world where, people are so, I loved the Dune script. And the people at Warner Brothers are like, they give me a copyright strike. The book's been out since 1965. If I'm talking about your script, how far away can it be from Dune? You're adapting the first book. It's out there. Yeah. And yet we're giving you a copyright strike. Really? Because I said Duncan, Idaho opens the movie when he does an orbit dive and lands in Fremen territory. That's kind of cool. I mean, but, how about what happens if I were to really say what happens to Duncan, Idaho in the other books? Would you get mad? I mean, I read them. Did you? I mean, it's such a weird, we live in this bizarre, strange land where I feel like common sense is out the window, and I don't know, man.
I hear you, man. No, and I agree with you, and it's frustrating at times, but I think you and I also like being Don Quixotes and tilting at windmills every night.
I've been doing it my whole life. It's not like it's going to end anytime soon.
No, I'm with you, and I get my corporate obstacles every now and then, and nothing satisfies me more when I'm able to scoot around and still achieve the goal. And that's happened a few times in the 15 years I've been doing Word Balloon, but it's cool. I mean, again,
look, I found out today that I've been working on a Netflix show for a long time.
Yeah.
It was going to drop at the end of this year. I was looking forward to that. I found out it's been pushed today until when I was working on it today, until March of 2021.
I understand.
And I was like, damn it.
Yeah.
There's a couple of things I have percolating. I don't know if they're going to, I wanted a big win for the year. I wanted to end this year where, even though I've only contributed in a small way, I wanted to be able to say, like, look what I've done for the last year. And here is a last big hurrah. Even with this year that turned to shit for everybody, I still got to win. And I can say that I'm still working on the show, and I got to win with the Hills Run Red Blu-ray, but I really would have liked to have had a new piece of content that people would have been like, really? You've worked on this? And I would be like, yep. Got pushed to March today. Well, I found out it got pushed to March.
Yeah, I understand. And again, I especially the streamers that do this, I mean, have so many shows in production. And there's, you can't blame them in terms of, all right, let's spread it out. Let's not shoot our wads. I mean, there's always so much new stuff that I still haven't seen that's, been out for like the last quarter from Netflix and Amazon and stuff. And we got The Boys coming up. And we got, I forget what else is dropping this week. I mean, I saw the month list and everything on Collider or wherever.
Well, Charlie Kaufman's new movie came out. The that's on Netflix. That's based on a book called I don't know. I forget the name of it.
Okay.
Charlie Kaufman, and I'm like, oh my God, I would have run out to the theater to see it. There's so much content coming out, but still, it's tough to keep up.
But
I mean, I went and saw.
Go ahead.
Oh, new Tenet opens this weekend in America.
Right.
I've got to figure out. There's no theaters in LA. I'm like, I feel like
a road trip?
I have blue balls for Tenet.
I know you do. I know you've been.
I've been getting stroked for that. Nobody's going to let me finish. For God's sake!
Did you see? Did New Mutants open by you or no?
Well, yes. Elizabeth and I went to the Rose Bowl to the New Mutants drive-in event.
That's smart.
And
That's
I
smart.
bought tickets. We stayed in the car, and it was really fun to go. She'd never been to a drive-in before, and it was fun.
The movie's fun,
The
or the
movie,
experience.
the
The
experience
experience,
was
I'm
fun.
sure. Oh, absolutely. Drive-ins were great.
The
I missed them.
movie was, I have to say, ultimately disappointing.
Fair enough. Well, there's a reason why it's been sitting on the shelf for a couple of years. You know.
I mean, I liked all the characters. I thought there was some very obvious things that you could have done and to make it better. And look, it always fascinates me as somebody who began my career as a little kid working at Warner Brothers in feature production. I'm always amazed by. I think that if you work at a studio and you work in Hollywood, rather than get an Ivy League business degree from Harvard or Yale or Princeton or Stanford or wherever, you should get a literature degree. I mean, the most impressive studio executive I ever met was Jim Henson's daughter, Lisa
Okay.
Henson.
Sure.
I
Yeah.
worked at Warner Brothers, and she would listen. I felt like she was the big sister I never had. I would go into her office and hang out for hours, and she'd listen to me talk. And she's like, "Well, Howard Chaykin came in and pitched Grimjack today." I'm like, "Oh, really?" And it was amazing. And she's producing stuff, and she's amazing. I don't even know if she would remember who I was because it was 30 years ago. But
Sure.
man, I mean, everyone thought I was having an affair with her when I worked at Warner Brothers. I'm like, she's like not that I didn't think about it, but I revered her. She was like a goddess. And I would never, she took me to Amblin Entertainment to watch the Academy Awards when Driving Miss Daisy won.
That's awesome.
I mean, she was amazing, but now she's a big executive. I mean, she was a senior vice president of production at Warner Brothers, but now, she's producing and all that. And I think, gosh, if only people were like her. She had a degree in comparative mythology that she got at Yale. And I'm like, that's what Hollywood needs. Hollywood needs people that know story and how to make movies.
I hear you.
Well,
more Kevin Feige's, like you said, more Lisa Henson's.
there's one Kevin Feige in the entirety of human experience.
I understand.
It's amazing. I'm looking at Bunyan Snipe and the Richard who are in this live chat. I'm like, they're probably
Bunyan
thinking,
Snipe.
Are you gonna shut the fuck up and go to bed? Because aren't you
It's
gonna
all
do a
good,
show
buddy.
tomorrow?
It's all good. Yeah, exactly, man. No, you're fine. I mean, I all the mainframe content, I'm like slowly pulling out. So other than talking to you live, actually, I'm just gonna do.
Have they put all of it up online yet? Because
No,
I don't.
and then to be honest,
Why is that?
Well, again, it's a small group. It's a small
Right.
group of people. I mean, that's why, and I understand. I've put up some of my video and audio independent of it and everything. I wanted
Oh.
to give them a chance. I mean, the long raw feeds are all up there still, but yeah, I'm not sure if your Chaykin conversation, for example, has been just chopped up into the hour that it was and everything, but. Yeah, I mean, so no, I'm still putting out audio and video of my stuff, and I knew that because I wanted a break anyway. But, just because I've been doing so much. I mean, I love doing what we're doing. I love this conversation. I love my conversation yesterday with Bendis and Oming. I'm doing my Lower Decks review tomorrow, and I'm also doing, and I wanted to mention it because you can appreciate it, the first season of the original Outer Limits from '63. That's been a lot of fun. Me and Gabe Hardman, a great storyboard artist.
Well, I interviewed him for my Superman Returns documentary.
There you go.
Gabriel Hardman is in the beginning of that documentary. Back in, I was interviewing him in the offices in September of 2004.
That's awesome. He's become a really good friend of mine, and he's like, how come there isn't a good podcast of the original Outer Limits?
Did you get the new Blu-rays
No,
of
I did
Outer
not.
Limits?
No, I'm watching him on Amazon Prime, I'll admit. But I really do appreciate the filmmaking of it, and that's certainly what Gabe is focusing on, the cinematographer.
Oh my God! Don't they look insane?
Yeah. Yes. And I mean it truly you really appreciate, and also in contrast to the Twilight Zone, you forget how great the Outer Limits really, really was. And I even
So
enjoyed
good.
the '90s show. But yeah, man, that especially that first season. And then in the second season still had both the great Harlan Ellison stories, Demon with a Glass Hand and
And
Soldier.
Soldier, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, it's and I'm trying to convince him to do all 49. But yeah, so so that's my word balloon live tomorrow. For
Well,
everyone who's still
yeah, I
watching.
mean, I love doing the prisoner reviews. By the way, I need to reiterate 3D Bot Maker, the YouTube channel, and I'm looking at the 1/64th scale diecast sports action racing.
Honestly, that's the
you,
right size.
you have to watch this.
I intend to, Rob. I'm
You
seriously. Thank you for making me aware of it. Absolutely, man.
you're by the way, don't blame me for the rabbit hole you're going to fall into.
Well, and truly, if I get my shit together, I'll try for observation. Send you a video of me showing my is it 1/64? That's the ratio.
1/64 scale, yeah.
Yeah. I'll show you all my diecast cars that
I
I
mean,
adore.
they have whole sections like I'm looking at these videos like Camaro Summer Tournament Preview Diecast Car Racing, and then you look at American Truck War Modified Diecast Race Cars, Mopar Street Race, or Camaro Summer Tournament Round 1 Group 1 to 2 Diecast Luxury Brand Car Race.
Hilarious.
I mean, and the way they do this, I mean, it is so funny.
Well,
Before you go to bed,
yeah, I'm gonna
watch
watch
one of their races.
I promise you. No, I'm not gonna be able to like just turn around and. Don't
And
worry,
it's so. I mean, I'm looking at this channel. It's so hilarious. Ferrari tournament final round.
Wow, I think it's Ford versus Ferrari that really reignited my love of these cars. But they really are mostly for me. They are the TV and movie tie-ins. I got the Interceptor from Mad Max. I got Smokey and the Bandit, both the Trans Am and the police car. I got the Blues Brothers car. I mean, yeah, I had to. I mean, Christine, of course, from Stephen King.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they're amazing. So yeah,
dude,
I love them.
You got like Porsche race tournament, R1 H3 4 Hot Wheels diecast from a year ago, and I mean, this is insanity. And when you there's hundreds of videos. Oh my god!
I'm curious to see how they do the races, because they can't be. I remember when we were kids, they had the Sizzlers, which were
those were electric though.
Right. So I'm really
you would juice them up. You juice them up and let them go, and they ran independently. I loved Sizzlers because they had remember they had the gas, the
charger.
Tank, charger that looked like a gas thing.
Yes. Oh no, man. I mean, that's the thing, because people have asked me, they're like, "Well, are you going to buy track?" And I'm like, "No, I really wasn't like thinking that. I got the Mystery Machine from Scooby Doo."
Okay, we haven't talked about this.
Go ahead.
But have you seen the company that's made Evel Knievel stunt cycle toys again?
No. Wow.
Dude.
Wow. Love those.
Oh, so apparently the Evel Knievel license is out, and that is a whole nother rabbit hole. Now I had every Evel Knievel toy.
Why wouldn't we? We were again the perfect age for his stunts.
They made the original stunt cycle. If you look it up, it's always on my Facebook feed. It pops up, and you have all these grown men, like they're doing things like making hoops, and they light them on fire, and they jump there.
Oh, that's funny.
It is the Evel Knievel stunt cycle, just like we had when we were kids.
That's amazing.
And they're like, send us your videos, and it's unbelievable. And I'm like, so are you gonna make it all? Are you gonna make the scramble van? Are you gonna make the chopper? Or are you gonna make the Snake River Canyon rocket? Like, are you gonna make the blue uniform Evel Knievel? That was my favorite, the blue outfit.
Yes,
I love that.
Absolutely. Oh my god! And those two terrible movies, Viva Knievel.
Oh.
And the one that George Hamilton made too.
Yeah,
hilarious,
dude. I can't believe. I mean, I don't have enough disposable income to buy one right now. But I'm like,
well, that's the other.
Oh my god!
And that's why I turn to these Hot Wheels and the Johnny Lightning and the Team Lightning stuff, because they're reasonably priced. Because I mean, dude, if I had money to burn, I'd be buying all of our Corgi cars from our childhood.
But you know what? When you watch this 3D bot maker thing, I am telling you, I guarantee if you're into this, you're gonna want to build it. And what's great is it's all gravity.
Okay, that's awesome. Okay,
Yeah,
great.
they have like this mountain roadway that they've built, and it's all gravity.
That's fantastic.
So unlike Sizzlers that had they had the
That's what I
high
was
bank
wondering.
things that go zing
Yeah, yeah,
zing
yeah.
zing. No, this is all they've built this mountain road, and they've got cameras mounted on the corners, and they edit, they cut as they go. You'll see.
I'm excited.
You just watch one they posted one. I'm just gonna click on it right now. They posted 2 days ago,
Okay.
and I'm wondering because I haven't watched one in like a month. Oh yeah, okay. All right, you'll see. Just click on the latest video.
Before you leave, do me a favor. Leave your email in your private chat because I always feel bad that I'm DMing you in Twitter and that I don't like talk to you properly.
Oh yeah.
So and I'll put mine in there as well if you want.
Dude,
So,
I'm looking. What's so funny is these guys have become so technically proficient. As I look at this, I'm like, oh, the graphics. Oh my god, 2020 Rally Event 4 Round 1. Oh my god, you have to watch. You're gonna.
I promise you, I will.
Are gonna freak out when you. By the way, I should say this to anybody who's watching. Go to.
Put back in the chat again.
Yeah, this channel. Oh wait, hang on. I've gone to a special thing. It's the channel is 3D Bot Maker, and I'm going to put this in. And here's their video channel. It is so. If you guys don't know these guys, wait, how come I can't add comments?
I just put it in the chat.
Oh,
so
here, I'm going to put
your
this
original link that you gave me.
Oh, here it is. This is the video channel, so you can see all of the. This is the thing. I mean, all you have to do is watch their first, like, international race, modified diecast car racing, Lancer Evo battle, where they have different Lancers. I mean, it is the whimsy and the awe and the wonder in this channel. You'll see it. Just watch that first video that was posted 2 days ago. You'll get it. You're not going to believe it. You're going to freak out.
That's awesome.
But that's only because you love 1/64th scale diecast cars.
It's the truth. No, I seriously, man, you're awesome to let me know. And yeah, you know.
No, I'm not, because you're going to be like, why did you show me this channel? Now I have to go back to every video and watch them from the beginning. And you're going to be like, some people want to binge things. They got hundreds of videos, and you're going to have to watch them all. And don't blame me.
It's all good, man. No. All right, Rob, go to bed. You're awesome. It was a pleasure, as always. Truly a great conversation. And I look forward to. I'll see if I'm taking an afternoon nap instead of watching Robservations tomorrow afternoon.
Well, thank you very much. It's so great, and thanks for the support for the channel. And it's great to finally talk with you again.
Always a
for
pleasure,
5
man.
hours.
No, it meant a lot, seriously. And then yeah, well, we'll try and have a calmer conversation next time. I doubt it, but I say it at least. For our
3D Bot Maker. Just watch one video before you go to bed.
I swear to God, I'll be watching it. So yes, thank you. Thanks everybody for watching. More Word Balloon Live tomorrow night. We'll see if I can make it through conversations about lower decks and the outer limits. But enjoy Robservations if you're a Word Balloon person. Thank you for the people that subscribed in the conversation, and the Richard. Thank you for prompting people to like and subscribe to the Word Balloon YouTube channel as you're watching tonight. Greatly appreciated. As I end every broadcast with, stay safe, stay happy, and stay healthy.